Hello everybody and welcome. We're excited. So we're getting into it. The servers are getting riled up. I'm going to post a tweet once the 5-minute delay is in effect. There is going to be a 5-minute delay for this stream, but we are excited because we're going to be hosting the ALGS Autumn Circuit Playoffs APAC North official Apex Legends stream. So I'm really hyped. I'm really excited. I'm gonna probably be a little brief here, just as we get the server set up and everything is up and going. But we will be casting live the event for today. I'm really excited. Yeah, it's gonna be a lot of fun. I'm not gonna lie. I took a nap beforehand. It is very early in the morning. We'll see how many people get to stop by the stream, get to come by and really enjoy the content for today. It's very exciting. I'm pumped. I hope all of you guys are excited as well. So as we take a moment, see if we can connect. Still just keeping up with the Discord, checking how things are going, and yeah, we'll kind of go from there. So as we kind of just ease into things, I'm really excited. There's quite a lineup for today. Quite a lineup. A lot of teams I actually I have done work on Player Unknown, and I recognize like Sun Sisters as an example. I believe I saw their names on here. That is for tomorrow. No, they're here. And T1. Got some strong rosters in for today. Let's go. I'm very excited. Alright, well, we're going to have a brief hold. We'll see how the servers are connecting. Just making sure I can connect and everything's all set up. All right, again, we are hanging tight. We're waiting for things to set up, so give us a quick moment. Then things will be rocking and rolling. For those that are tuning in, that are probably watching the stream, probably wondering why we're hanging tight, servers are still getting booted up in the background, and we have a 5-minute delay for those that are watching at home, just to ensure the integrity of the competition, making sure that everyone is playing fair. But every stream that you're going to see live for APAC North for today and also for APAC South for tomorrow is all going to be on a 5-minute delay. So if I'm late responding to chat, just understand why, and that I will keep up with chat as soon as I can. Once I get a link, I'll also tweet things out, and then we'll get rocking and rolling. We're able to connect to the server. Not yet. That's okay. Things will be rocking and rolling in just a hot minute. Seconds. I'm actually getting everything up set up, so then we're good to go. So when we're ready to rock, we're ready to rock. All I really need at this point is a link. And that should appear in just a moment whenever we are live. I love the Apex music. It's so good. It's fantastic. But welcome, everybody. We are live. Going to be shoutcasting today. Apex Legends Autumn Circuit Playoffs. APAC North official. We're going to get started here in just a hot second. We're still waiting for the servers just to boot up, and then we are going to be ready to rock and roll, ladies and gentlemen. So I'm really excited. I'm actually going to tweet out the stream here in a hot second, and then we'll be ready to go. I'm just keeping an eye so we know when to connect, and then once we are ready to go live casting. I'm excited. Hope you guys are all excited as well. Grab a link for the stream. 2 seconds. Again, for those that are tuning in, being mindful that there is a 5-minute delay as we will be casting. And of course, if you leave a like, every little bit helps support. And I'm just excited. I'm excited for the opportunity. It's going to be a lot of fun. All right, let's post this everywhere. Okay, tweet that out. Grab the stream. So 2 seconds, ladies and gentlemen, and then we're going to hop in. I'm just keeping an eye, making sure we don't miss as we hop in. Posting this everywhere. Okay. Well, we are ready. I'm just keeping an eye, knowing whenever we can hop in. All right. Let's switch gears here. All right, it's good to be here. Welcome. We have a massive lineup. Very excited. We got T1, who I recognize, and I've also seen Sun Sisters, who I believe I saw on the roster lineup. So I'm very excited today to be casting the event. Don't worry, I will turn off the music once we get in the lobby and once everything starts happening and all the intense gameplay is underway. Let me pull up chat. Remember, I'm on a 5-minute delay, so just keep mindful of that. I will respond best I can to chat. We are going to have a little bit of delay, just again because it keeps the integrity of the competition. Every stream that you watch for ALGS today, for North, APAC, and South is going to be on a delay. But I'm excited. Hey, Target. Hey, my sweetheart is actually in chat. You're still up, honey. Hey, Eddie. Morning. Also, Pepe. Good to see you as well. Hey, yeah, good to see you. By the way, sad boy. Let me pop out chat. But we are here. And we are ready. Hold on, let me tab out real quick. Okay. Perfect. Lock this. Give me a second. I'm just going to do a little house cleaning on my end. Sources, performance, change that. And we are ready. I hope all of you guys are excited. I'm excited. It's good to be here. See if this works. APAC South is going to be tomorrow, actually. Okay, let me just make sure that I'm tabbing in, that I don't get kicked. Let me just make sure Nightbot loads in. Join the channel, Nightbot. Correct. Add Nightbot. Alright, I'm just setting up Nightbot so then we are good to go once we go live on this. Okay. Should be good to go. If it doesn't work, but I'm excited. Again, be sure to leave a like. We'll be here for quite a bit checking on everything. But it's good to have everyone here. I'm excited. This is going to be a whole lot of fun. This is going to be a blast. We'll get to tune in into the tournament, see how things are going. We are already lined up, just waiting for everyone to hop into the server. We're going to be spectating, giving our point of view, insight. This is a great moment as well for those that are watching. I know a lot of people watch my channel for insight, making sure that they learn, understand things. I'm going to help break things down. For newcomers to Apex Legends, it's going to be a fantastic experience as you learn to improve. We're going to highlight some of the plays and things that players do, as well as shoutcast moment to moment. So I'm really pumped. I'm really excited, and I hope all of you guys are as well. So this is going to be fun. This is going to be a blast. I'm just making sure a few things are set up, that we are good to go. But everything is looking great. Let me just see if we can get Nightbot to rejoin chat. Come on, Nightbot. Okay. All right, sweetheart. Thank you so much for hopping in the stream. Okay, there we go. This is gonna be fun. We're gonna have a blast. Okay. I'm just gonna hop in game. Looks like they're all setting up. I'm just gonna tab out, check Discord, make sure everything is going great. It looks like they're just setting up the teams right now. But this is going to be a strong lineup. I'm curious to see how T1 performs, as well as Sun Sisters. I've seen some Sisters team perform pretty well in APAC for Asia. I know PCS3 was a bit rough for PUBG, but I'm excited to see what they do for APAC, especially since they've come this far. So that's really, really exciting to see how they're going to line things up. This is going to be a whole lot of fun. Yeah, APAC South is tomorrow. Today is APAC North. So today is APAC North. Tomorrow is going to be APAC South. If you're on EST time zone, that's going to be 2 in the morning. So, hey, there we go. Look, the bot works. Yay! The bot actually works. That's awesome. Perfect. All right, so we're getting things set up. Let me just tab out. Let me check in Discord, make sure all messages are good. Everything looks like it's lining up. I'm excited, ladies and gentlemen. This is going to be a whole lot of fun. I hope all of you guys are excited as well as we go play by play. I promise to give as much insight and things as I possibly can for Apex, for those that are watching, that will watch this VOD, and for newcomers to Apex. If this is your first time watching an Apex tournament, understand that there is 20 teams. They're all lined up. I'm curious to see how APAC will play. Usually the go-to that we usually see for a lot of these tournaments is Wraith, Gibraltar, and Bloodhound. I'm kind of curious if we're going to see a Horizon in the mix today. Be very interesting, or if we're going to see everyone go Watson, or perhaps how they're going to switch things up game to game. So this is going to be quite exciting overall for the whole competitive scene. Actually, scratch that for Horizon. We'll see if she's actually a part, considering this is finale, and we'll see what takes place. I'm really overall just excited. As you can tell, I'm giddy with excitement. This is going to be a whole lot of fun. How everything's going to shape up. We're just waiting for a few people to hop in, and then we'll get started. Well, I'm just so excited to have this content on my channel. As people look back, I want individuals to look, and we can really break down what pro players, competitive players do. Eddie, thank you so much, man. I'll talk to you soon. We got a big night ahead of us. Big stream. And also for tomorrow, well, I'm going to be doing quite a bit of streams here on the channel. All right. We should begin here momentarily. It looks like we got everyone in. Okay. From an observer standpoint, we're good. It looks like they're all about to enter in. Everyone is probably really, really excited. It looks like we're only missing one person on the front end, and it looks like we can get started for the first round of the day. So there's also another great individual that is streaming over on Twitch. It's going to be Dolphin. He's streaming over on the Twitch side. If you're curious to watch over on the Twitch side, everything is still, again, on a 5-minute delay. So no matter what stream you go to, there's a 5-minute delay. Who do you think is going to win? That is a fantastic question. I know T1 has a really stellar roster who I've kept track of. And I know Sun Sisters because of Player Unknown. But I can probably tell based on the first few rounds, not of like who's going to tell right away, but who wants it the most. That's going to be the most exciting part, as we see who wants it the most today and who's really going to grind and really go forth and take off with this tournament. Because once you see a team build momentum, that's going to be probably one of the biggest and most exciting parts. Nihan, it's good to see you here. Welcome to the channel, welcome to the stream. And again, if you're tuning in, it's good to have all of you here. Very excited. Who knows how the viewership is going to turn out? It's okay. This is my first time really streaming in the middle of the night, so this is going to be quite the experience, and I'm glad for all those that are joining and who are watching the VOD and coming back. I'll do my best to timestamp it afterwards for you guys so you can see the matchup and in between so we can have a nice breakdown. So again, if I do respond on a delay, just remember there is a 5-minute delay on the stream. Oh, here we go. First round of the day. Let us see how this is all going to shape up. Phone, just so I can keep track, make sure that we have no lag and everything is all set up and round of the day. Let's see where people land. Let us see if we see a 50-50 right off the rip. There's always one team that unfortunately gets caught out, that gets put in the most uncomfortable situation. Let's see how passive teams are going to play or how aggressive they're going to play right off the rip, if they're going to feel things out and see how things turn out and go. So here we go, ladies and gentlemen. They're all probably picking their characters right now. I get this at this point. Place your bets, ladies and gentlemen. Place your bets. We have quite a few rounds for today. I'm going to tab out. It's going to lag for 2 seconds. Because we have a total of 12 games to play today. So very exciting. All right, at this point, let me go and turn off the music, and we're going to go in-game. I'll turn on the music in-game. There we go. I know there's no music right now. All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's see where people land. Let's take a look at the map, and let's see where everyone decides to go. Looks like FLK is deciding to go fragment. We see a hot drop of multiple teams already, taking lead, taking the map. Everyone's landing. Looks like I'm going to follow FLK for the start here. I saw you guys were supporting SR. We'll see where they go and see where everyone lands and takes place. We also got a nice little free look here. Love that. We see teams are keeping it pretty close to the chest here. We got a team over in Skyhook. Let's take a look at that action over here in just a quick moment. We got a team over in Thermal Station. This is probably the furthest that I've seen stretching. Oh man, we got some hot drops over here. Looks like Fragment isn't as contested as it normally would be. Looks like we only got 2 teams here, probably spread out. Let's take a look at the teams. Let's go towards T1 and see where they're landing. We do have a team that is missing a third, unfortunately. Quite unfortunate. Let's go to COG. So COG looks like they're taking survey. We don't see any action quite yet. Everyone's landing safe. I'm going to take a quick look at Dome here in a quick minute and see where things are going out over there. Let's switch over to Star. Star looks like they are located in Fragment at the moment. I do have a face. It's good to have you here. Welcome to the channel. Welcome to the stream. I'm curious if Fragment's going to have a quick battle. Looks like there's no 50-50s right off the rip. If any teams are feeling uncomfortable, I would have to place my bets. And I have to say the team probably over around Survey Camp is probably feeling just a little bit of pressure, probably from Refinery, as well as Skyhook, depending on the rotation, how things are going to pan out and switch around.
I need it. R99 here. I need it.
All right, let's take a look and see where the action is going at. Nobody has actually gotten any fights. There's no picks, no damage quite yet. We're taking a look at the kill feed. I'm just going to keep on Fragment and see if anybody rotates over. The zone is going over to Skyhook, which is going to be interesting to see how that all plays out over in Skyhook. It's going to be quite a party over there, especially as the teams have to rotate from Harvester, Tree, Dome, and Launch Site. It's going to be very, very interesting. Looks like the team here, FLK, is sitting pretty comfortably in Fragment.
Here.
All right, now we're switching over to Skyhook because I know this is going to feel a lot of pressure for a lot of these teams. I just want to see how HE takes over the this side of things and how they're going to sit comfortably. Looks like they already got scanned. Looks like they're already doing their initial scans. See how things play out over there. Looks like they finally located the team. Looks like the Wraith is going to take height, which is an ideal call in this situation. Make sure that they understand where the teams are coming from. Most likely they're going to post up. There's most likely not going to be any action here at the start. Everyone's taking their loot. Taking some pop shots. Doesn't really quite land anything, which is okay. Just asserting his dominance, making sure that he says that I'm present, that I'm here. Overall, we have no connects, no damage in the lobby at the moment. When we do, we'll take a quick switch. Right now, we just see all the teams looting up, taking their time, recollecting, make sure that they all sit comfortable. Because I personally, you know, I want to sit comfortable. We already got crafting going on. They drop a bubble. This is important for those that are playing the game to understand that the bubble is a massive piece of utility. People use it for grabbing beacons. People use it for have this extra cover. It's monumental because it's just free cover. That's why you're going to see a lot of Gibbies here in the lobby for today. As we see the lineup, like I said, you're going to see a lot of Gibby, Wraith, and of course, Bloodhound. I do see a team with Horizon. I'm kind of curious to take a look at that. I'm actually excited and pumped to see that our Horizon is actually in play. You know who we see very little of in this lineup is Watson. Watson used to be the go-to in the competition, and now we're kind of seeing a switcheroo on that. We literally only see one Watson. Of course, we got the infamous Caustic. Let's see where that team is going to be holding up. We still have no damage on the leaderboard at the moment. Every team is rotating. Caustic right now. Caustic's team is holding this side of the building, but they need to rotate. They have to rotate if they want to make a smart play here. If they don't rotate, they're going to get caught out by the time they rotate in, especially since this is most likely or potentially going to be pushing Skyhook. We'll see how that all decides to play out. I possibly think they're trying to capture a team out here. And of course, this is Sun Sisters, who I was mentioning before, who I followed their player unknown team before. So I'm kind of curious how they're going to perform in this. Kind of curious. Obviously, every team has come very far, and I'm excited to see how T1 performs in the lineup for today, and we see how everything plays out. Right now, we see still no damage up on the board. Everyone's playing it a little safe. Everyone's feeling out things. I'm definitely kind of that vibe. We want to feel things out. Everyone's probably got the nerves, the jitters. There's a lot on the line here today, ladies and gentlemen, as we look into all the plays, and we start to feel pretty excited and nervous. And first off, this Caustic, by the way, has the heirloom. You know what that means. Big plays by Caustic. I want to switch over to the Horizon team, see what they're deciding to do to take height. It's an interesting play to have a Horizon here. Obviously, for World's Edge, you do have the verticality, which definitely can help quite a bit in a lot of these situations. We're going to see how that all decides to play out, how they're going to utilize it. As we mentioned before, they're scanning the beacon. This is monumental for new players coming to Apex Legends. Fantastic way to cover yourself so you don't get shot or sniped out of nowhere. Professional players you're going to see do this a lot today. And we're going to ask the question constantly, making sure that they use the Gibby bubble to ensure that they have optimal positioning and that they're not getting shot out of random. Let's take a look again at the team at Skyhook. I know Skyhook had E's team. HE, let's go over here for Star. Looks like they're taking height. This is actually a fantastic vantage point for them to hold up here for HE Arise. Let's see what they decide to do here. This is definitely a big play. The hard part about holding up here, especially because they don't have a Watson, and we're going to see how this tournament decides to play out, considering we're seeing a lot of less Watsons here, of holding many different angles. Sometimes it can be very overwhelming. Looks like they see some action here. We'll see where this decides to go. I'm going to keep an eye on the Bloodhound since he's going to be scanning, keeping an eye, and still has height. The zone is closing, which means action is going to start to take place. People are going to start to feel the pressure here. This is where the pressure starts to pick up and where we start to feel nervous as teams start to rotate. I mentioned the Caustic team that was holding the building before, having to rotate in and get back into the zone. Notice that they're actually going out of zone to get more loot. This is a very ballsy play on their part, deciding to go out of zone to get more loot. It's not necessarily the worst play in the world. But no, they're actually taking the balloon. They're taking the balloon. Let's see where they decide to go. This is actually a big, curious play because the Caustic team has to know that the rotation has to be very busy. We see a lot of teams definitely scrounging up here on Skyhook already. We see no exact damage. Let's switch over to he and make sure how that damage is going, then we'll come back to see what this team is doing. So far, we still have the teams taking height. Everyone's taking their time and being comfortable. Looks like someone is new to Apex Comp. It's good to have you here. Welcome, welcome. Good to have everybody here. Welcome to the stream. Welcome to the channel. Again, we are shoutcasting the event for today. Very excited to see teams rotate in. We got to make sure teams obviously rotate in, find their placement. Obviously, they scan beacons. They know what they're doing. And Skyhook, if we're seeing a lot of teams already rotate a Skyhook, we're going to see Skyhook already taking place. So, exciting. We'll let it play out. And we'll see how things shape up. This is definitely going to be a Skyhook ending. Everybody in the Grandmother showing up over to Skyhook right now. And we'll see how it all decides to shape up and take place. I'm keeping an eye on HE because they have the most optimal positioning for today. If I had this positioning, honestly, I'd be very happy. Like we see a team's already engaging. No knocks, nothing happening yet. Good to have you guys here. Welcome, welcome. I appreciate you guys watching the channel, watching the stream. Excited. Looks like we already got a knockdown. Unfortunately, it's a duo squad, which is definitely going to be struggling the most here. They weren't even the team that was in Skyhook. Let's keep an eye on them for just a second. Taking mind and keeping an eye overall on the kill feed. This is very unfortunate as they're a person down. It looks like the Wraith is most likely going to have to rat their way to success. But we've seen it happen many times before. And at this point, anything is possible as things continue to shape up. Let's go back over to Skyhook. We look at the team that has literally the best positioning on the map. But ladies and gentlemen, the stage is set. Everyone is rotating in. We're going to see some tough angles here from various teams rotating, especially the Caustic team. As they rotate, they really have only a few options here of how they're going to rotate. A lot of the teams are going to be pushing left. Everyone is specifically avoiding the tunnel here. And the reason they're avoiding the tunnel, especially when you're playing ranked, nobody wants to get caught out. And it's a very hard angle to get through. But the problem is that these players are all very, very smart in how they're rotating. So if they're all rotating and they're trying to still catch up to zone, they're going to have to realize just how tight this angle in zone is going to get. Oh, it looks like we have a knock already. I'm going to keep an eye on this team right here. Here, they're all running into each other right now. Looks like we have LFT getting hot in the action here. He's bunny hopping his way. This team has a really tough rotation. Gets shot here. Is he going to land his massive shots? 52 damage. Unfortunately, gets knocked. Gets wiped here. Very unfortunate on that front. But we knew that this was going to be a very, very tight angle. Let's switch over to the Crypto. The Crypto is hanging tight, trying not to get spotted here. Let's switch over to Vanity and see how things are going up over with Vanity squad. 1 second here. Actually, you know what? They're probably going to rotate. Let's look at the Caustic team, make sure that they're rotating in. Looks like they all backed off. Crypto's right here, and this team still has to push in. They're going to take quite a bit of zone damage here. Let's take a look at T1. T1 just got a knock on RC. We're going to hold tight here on this engagement. I want to see how T1... They obviously got a port. They're going back to height here. Gibby's going to heal back up. There's no way that this team would ever push the port. That would definitely be the ego play of a century. And it looks like T1 is going to hold the position up top. They went for the port play initially. It looks like for the engagement. It looks like now they're going to hold up top. And they're just going to chill and relax. Remember, we had SoaR's team. We had HE Arise. Looks like they're still holding center here. They're feeling pretty comfortable. No action on that front. So we're going to skip from that. We know the Caustic team is still rotating in. Let's switch back over to the Crypto. He's still ratting. He's still got those banners. He's still hanging out here trying to figure out how to get in. That's the biggest thing. He's going to see if he actually goes for the res. This is a very tough play. We only have one team hopping in with the Crypto. Big play by him. Very smart. Massive. Massive for having the Crypto coming in clutch there. But the problem is we also see the team, the Caustic team, that is pushing in through the choke point. These teams are going to run into each other. We see no further engagements happening. I'm just keeping an eye on these rotations because I assume this is going to be where most of the action is taking place. The thought process is in Skyhook, as you can see, all of them moving around like absolute maniacs, is that nobody is going to ent and make a massive play at this time. Whenever they do, we'll get right into the action and we'll check up on them. This team is going to get caught out. Let's see if they actually do. The Caustic's in the furthest back. We'll see if he actually makes it into the zone. Tough rotation, tough call. Looks like he's got a med kit. I'm going to switch over to the Wraith because the Wraith is going to be the one to entry frag. Looks like we have the Gibraltar pushing in as the entry fragger while the other two heal. We'll see how that plays out. Currently, no additional damage. Looks like the res did go off. We have SA popping off. Let's go back over there. Pretty close fight. We've got a Mastiff versus Mastiff encounter here. How many 14s are they going to hit? Everyone always despises. Oh, good crack. Good knock and nice cleanup there. Very nice play. This is a Horizon team. She doesn't have time to rest. She's going to have to just leave her team. She's just going to have to bail. She's going to go to zone. She's going to get caught out. Very unfortunate circumstance. The plus side with Horizon, she gets some verticality. But her chances of ratting at this point are very slim to none. Unless another team engages up top. Looks like we have T1 up top. We'll keep an eye on T1 because they're in the hot spot here. Gibby Bubble for cover. Holding his position. Holding his angle. Everyone is getting scanned. Let's see if T1 can hold the situation. We'll hold for T1 here just a hot second. They're just getting shot. Who knows if they're actually going to survive this. Let's go back to the Bloodhound now. Bloodhound's the only one. He's hoping to rat at this point. If I was this Bloodhound, definitely feel the pressure literally from every angle. We'll keep an eye on him just because he's literally in the center of everyone and this other team's going to rotate right behind him. Unfortunate. Unfortunate as that team goes out. Let's go back to RC as they were just right next to this whole encounter and they cleaned it up. Bloodhound versus Bloodhound. Very intense moment. We'll see how this plays out. He most likely is going to go to zone. Decides to rotate. Let's take a look over at FG in just a hot second. Actually curious if RC is going to be able to rotate. We did see... No, T1 already pushed down below. RC has not a bad position up here, holding height. But of course there is the Charge Rifle Charlie. The infamous Charge Rifle Charlie. Looks like RC is going to go out here. There's no way he's going to survive that. Unfortunate. Let's take a look at the Caustic team. Believe it or not, the Caustic team was the furthest positioned out. And now they managed to find their groove here in the center of the circle.
Got an Evo shield here.
DSG looks like they're down. This is a crypto team that was getting caught out. Let's not skip away from this encounter. Let's just see how this all plays out here. Make sure that they survive. They're going to get pushed. Unfortunate. Pushed and cleaned up. That was a big play by them. Let's take a look what's happening over in Skyhook. We have another team about to get knocked here. DTN. Let's switch over to the Gibraltar. Actually, hold on. I was curious if he was going to get to that portal. He actually does. That's actually a nice recovery on DTN's part. Detonator. Good play on them. They're going to hold here, hold this angle. We'll take a look at CR in just a hot second because CR is actually starting to mop up the lobby. They're holding this choke point over here. And they mop them up. Very nice play by CR. They use a Wraith Portal to get in and out of an encounter. If you're new to Apex Legends, what you'll see often is that pro players will utilize the Wraith to get in and out of encounters. You usually use the Wraith Portal to, when you're in a safe spot, go catch a team out. So it looks like we have quite a few team kills coming from SR so far. Looks like we're in the top 13. Teams are looking at the top 13, at least are comfortable knowing they got some points on the board, knowing that they're top 15. So that's a plus overall for this overall encounter. We're going to switch POVs here. Let's take a look at the Caustic team that was having to rotate in pretty late. Looks like they're holding up this building. Not bad. Holding the angle. I like it. Perfect. Well, everyone is now, what we're seeing happen and occur is a lot of teams are starting to play safe, make sure that they can secure their position. We'll probably see a team getting pushed out. The hard thing here is the Caustic team that is holding this building. If we probably have, as we zoom in and take a look, they're pretty in the clear. This team that was fighting out before, SR, has the hardest rotation, so let's keep an eye on them because they have the hardest angle to come into the encounter.
Enemy spotted.
There's a team inside, which is fighting right now. They're going to use it to get into the mess of things, and there's a team up top. And team down below, if we look at it, we got Watson fences. This is going to be a rough one. He's going to have to take his port immediately back. There's no way that he'll survive that. The zone is right behind them, and they're just going to have to choose to fight in this encounter. One team from CR goes down, gets a massive shot with a Mastiff. We'll switch views over to the Bloodhound. Bloodhound's healing up, slightly out of zone. Getting arced. Looks like Crazy Raccoon is going to get knocked here, potentially. They hold their angle. We'll see how this all plays out. He's in a really tight spot. When you're in this situation, all you can do is just hope that other teams get knocked first, that everyone is going to fight, and you just want to survive at this point. Let's go back to, I want to see the team up top. Looks like they're doing okay. Let's go back to the Bloodhound. It's definitely got one of the hardest rotations. The Caustic team is still held up in this building. Just so you remember where they're located. Looks like they're rotating. Let's take a look at them. They're getting to the mess of things right now. And having a Caustic in a building is not the ideal situation. They're getting shot in the back as we speak. They're using the Gibby bubble for protection just to push the building here. While having the only Caustic, and there's an Arc Star right there. He's going to get hit by it. Nope. That was a friendly Arc Star. Takes Portal. This team is leaving. Don't want to have to deal with a Caustic. Do not want to have to deal with a Caustic in this scenario. This team has to rotate. They're one of the teams that has to rotate out the furthest. We see no other knocks occurring yet. Once we see another knock occur, I'm going to switch POVs and check how that team is doing. Let's keep an eye on the Caustic team here. Caustic team is about to rotate behind, which is Sun Sister's team. Get knocked by the Gibby ultimate here. Unfortunately goes down. This is a hard rotation. If they were in the boat of the other team, this definitely would have gone out much better. We'll switch over to Sherry here. Sherry's in between two Gibby bubbles. It's not a bad situation to be in and gets knocked and finished. That is definitely rough. Let's take a look at HE's team as they had to leave height. Unfortunately, they already got knocked. Let's switch over to the Wraith and see their POV. We're going to hang here for just a second. Sun Sister's team is definitely struggling. There's a huge mess occurring on the other side of all this. Just knock after knock having going down. We have 18 people remaining. Gets a nice fry. Throws an arc. His best play here. He can't go for the res. There's no way. He's just going to have to survive as much as he can, as much as humanly possible. In a minute, we're going to switch off of this. Sun Sisters goes down, and it looks like they are in 6th place. Now it looks like we're looking at CG that just mopped them up. We're going to hang tight here, as they also have a hard rotation. We got 4 squads left, 10 people alive. Massive shootout. Massive's coming into play. And the battlefield gets quiet. We have 3 teams remaining. We have Crest Gaming, who we're just spectating right now. We have one from SG Abyss, who's just solo by himself, unfortunately. He's just hanging outside his zone. Let's take a look back at Crest. They know that they have the dominant position. Also, SoaR Gaming, sorry if I mispronounced your name, they're holding here, and I'm surprised they do not see. They just scanned him. Oh, they scanned the other team. They have no idea that Gibraltar's right behind them. This could really mess up their positioning, unfortunately. We'll see how all this plays out. They're holding their position. They throw out the Gibby ult. Unfortunately, based on the timing, the Gibby bubble's right behind them, putting them in a really awkward position. They have to kill this rat. This is gonna... They actually came out pretty clean on that fight. Now we have a strong 3v3 situation versus SG and SoaR Gaming. Throwing out the nades for cover. Bloodhound pops his ult. They get a knock. Second one fried. They have this in the bag. And a clean win from SoaR Gaming, taking the first round with 8 kills. Massive points. That's a total of 20 points already for them, putting them in already a massive lead overall for the tournament for today. Still got quite a few rounds to see how everything will shape up, but definitely not a bad spot that you want to be in. They played that right. The great thing is they did not let the third party from the Gibraltar come in. The Gibraltar definitely held his positioning through his Gibby bubble, held on as long as humanly possible, but they did a nice cleanup there, which is really fantastic for them. Good start for the day, and curious, we're going to keep an eye on them for the next game and see how things will play out for them. Let's take a look. So a quick breakdown, and they're probably going to close the lobby in just a second. because we have another one that we're going to hop into. So it looks like we have Fennel really coming in, actually more. He was actually kill leader. They really mopped this lobby. I said they had 8 kills. They did not only have 8 kills, 16. They had 19 total kills plus a win. They are holding heavy. They have to be feeling extremely comfortable. They not only just destroyed this lobby, they mopped it up. They said, we are here for first place. And that is dominating. We're going to keep a close eye on them for the next round, but having them clean up with that massive, monumental amount of points is going to put them in a monumental lead, which we're all excited to see. In just a second, we're going to start at the next lobby, and we're going to hop into that and see how things are going. Based on what we're seeing already, FG has a phenomenal lead that we have to keep an eye on, that we can't, for a second, take a look away from. Massive game from them. That is monumental, especially with players of this caliber. What a fantastic play. Let's pop in the music again. Whew, we have to keep eyes on them. They definitely mopped up. I'm going to have to keep close eye and see how they rotate in the next go around. I'll give you guys a breakdown as we see the scores come in and how things are shaping up. But massive plays already. What I saw at the very end there was 8 for kill leader, so technically wow, that's an impressive play. What was most impressive, and this is what you always want to do whenever you're in a ranked scenario when you're fighting, is that if you take as minimal amount of damage going from one fight to another, you get the swap right after the person that you knock and kill, it really will help you succeed whenever you go into another 3v3 situation. Once that team heard that they were fighting the rat, I'm surprised that they did not come in as fast as humanly possible going for it. Obviously, they had to hop over the wall, and the other team was putting an immense amount of pressure. The wall definitely made it difficult, and everyone's ult from the Gibbies already had went out, which also made it difficult for them to make a play, especially since they didn't have any information. And we don't really have information. It's really hard to make an informed decision whether they should push and how many people are still left standing. It's very exciting. So let me make sure I don't miss the next lobby creation here. Okay, perfect. The lobby's up. Let me move into the next one. SoaR Gaming has to be feeling very comfortable overall in this tournament. I promise as we're going through and we start to see who's in the lead, we're going to start following those individuals and seeing who's making a lot of progression overall. I have to ask you guys the question. Who do you think is going to take it home? And again, I don't mean to be biased from what I've seen, but how they are already playing out of their minds. FG showed up today. Exciting to see. It's, you know what's crazy to see, especially at this caliber and level, seeing a team really take home that many points. Phenomenal. Exciting. All right, everyone is filling into the lobby. This is a great moment. As you're settling on in, go grab yourself Coke, drink, sit back, relax, and hop on back in. Because usually what happens as you start to get a flow, especially for kind of competitive play, is at the start, a lot of teams don't really want to get into encounters and play aggressively. But I am curious, now that FG has secured so many points, the question will be, will they actually start to push people out? Will we see some of the teams change in the next coming round, play more Watson, hold the positioning so they don't get pushed through? We did see a caustic team. We did see one caustic team, and I believe it was Sun Sisters who had their caustic. For them to be optimal, obviously they want to get to the zone. They did a beautiful job on their rotations and getting in. That's definitely a struggle point as they rotated, and if we think back from the last round, how difficult it can be to rotate, especially as a caustic from that pressure. So it's going to be really exciting to see if FG is going to be able to keep up this momentum, and if Sun Sisters, and as well as other teams that are playing very unique comps, if they're going to be able to hold their own. Also, it was really exciting to see crypto in play. We saw the res and the recovery. While unfortunately it didn't pan out because it was a team literally right behind them, it was exciting to see that crypto can be quite useful. We know that crypto teams, especially was run with Rampart, is a nice combo. It looks like everyone is just piling in, getting comfortable, getting excited. So we're taking this moment. Again, go grab yourself a coffee. It's like 5 in the morning for me here. Let's take a look. 4:46 in the morning here. Quite a morning already. And we'll see how everything will start to shape up. Let me take a look at the scoreboard if they've updated it by chance. All right, looks like they're still calculating. We'll keep an eye as things start to shape up. All right, perfect. Exciting, exciting stuff. I am pumped. So tips and things that you could take away if you're new to Apex Legends and this is your first time watching a competitive stream, especially when it comes to ALGS, what you're going to find is that comp is very, very important. I get asked a lot on my streams if what comp should I be running. What you saw already a lot today is you're going to see a lot of Wraith, Gibby, and Bloodhound, and the reason for that, and we'll see if things change up in the next round, if individuals start to play a little more passive. But the biggest thing that we'll see is the reason why Wraith is great for getting in, getting out in terms of rotations, and making pushes on third parties. The Gibraltar is there to help the Bloodhound get scans, and help for finding space and creating openings whenever there is none. So fantastic also for rotations. What you're going to see a lot of from Bloodhound is that you need somebody to scan. The Bloodhound has replaced Pathfinder from what we've seen. We used to see a lot of Pathfinder, but now because Gibraltar adds so much protection and because you can really feel out the rotations from a Bloodhound, you really start to see how monumental Bloodhound can be. I was excited to see Horizon. I want to see if Horizon can definitely make a breakthrough. That would be exciting to see. Definitely an uphill battle for a Horizon team, and I'm curious if we go into the next round if we're going to see them change it up. We'll have to see. If you're enjoying the stream, a great way to help others find the stream, don't forget to leave a like. Help support the channel here. I know we got quite a few here, so I appreciate all of you guys for hanging out, watching as we take a look, an in-depth look again at APAC North for today. We will be broadcasting tomorrow APAC South, which I'm very, very excited to do. I do have chat. There is a 5-minute delay. It's perfectly okay. The biggest thing that I would mention is that if you have a team that you would like to keep an eye on, this next round I'm going to keep an eye on FG. And I'm going to keep an eye on mostly just FG, considering they tore up the lobby. I'm going to keep a really close eye on them and see how things all shape up with them, considering they just decimated the lobby. If we look at the amount of points that they have already had, if they had 19 plus 12, get a quick handy-dandy calculator. I should know how to do that offhand, but it is early in the morning. Already a strong 31 points in, which is phenomenal. We will be starting here in about 2 minutes. And then we'll get right into it. So I'll relax. I know it was really hyped on the comms at the start. I think it just kind of helped shape things. Soothing in. We're getting in it. We're getting in the groove. And we're seeing how everything shapes up here for Apex Legends. They're probably all still tallying the points, which I see are still all coming through. Alright, just taking a look. See if they got everything. I have a really strong feeling if FG keeps up this momentum, it could be FG. We're going to keep a really close eye on them for this next go-around and see how they decide to take things. But CR is going to win. We'll keep an eye on them as well. I saw they had a really rough rotation, but they caught a team out before, which is exciting to see that they're really willing to go for it. So we're going to start the round here in 30 seconds, and we'll get into it. I'm excited. We'll see if SoaR can pull it through. Because they did pretty good in the last go-around. They just unfortunately got caught out in the rotation coming in, and I try to keep as much eyes on them as they were rotating. So what I'll try to do is we'll focus in on some teams, depending on how performance is going, and we'll switch. I'm not going to do a bunch of switching because I want to make sure we keep on the action as much as humanly possible. So if we happen to miss something, I apologize. We're going to do our best to keep hot on how things are going. We didn't see any 50-50s. Let's see if that changes in this next go-around. All right, I'm going to turn off the music. Let's get into it. So cheers, everybody. Here's to another round here. Very, very exciting. Appreciate all of you guys for tuning in. Good evening to all of you guys that are watching. Good morning. Or middle of the night for me. Alright, we'll keep hot tails in FG. Considering last round, look at those kills. 8, 8, and 3. Pretty big. SoaR did get a good rotation in from last round, which is exciting to see also. Very pumped. The Horizon actually popped off last round. So I want to keep an eye on her to see if Horizon, how she's able to play into the meta. Because, you know, pretty much all we see, unfortunately, is nothing but Wraith, Gibraltar, and Bloodhound. So if you're new tuning in, again, remember the reason why you see that is because of the synergy that they built together. And we do have a Watson also with Cog Ace. Let's keep a close eye on FG. Alright. Let's see where FG's landing spot was. Did they take Fragment? I'll try to keep close eye and see if we have any 50-50s, but from the round before, everyone played it very safe. So I highly doubt any team is just going to go for 50-50. If we do, I'd be very surprised to see it. That definitely would be a hard ego move. And we'll see how that plays out. Everyone's playing it safe so far. I'm keeping a very close eye. FG's keeping a close eye here on the right, notating that there is a team potentially going to contest them. Looks like this team is taking the soft spot over here by staging. They're taking the far back side of Thermal Station. Looks like we have potentially a Fragment ending, depending. FG's pretty safe over here. We're going to keep a close eye on them and see how they decide to play this out. Oh, we already have a team fighting. L7 looks like they actually got a 50-50 here. Unfortunately, we had just missed it. Wow. That's definitely a hard ego play from L7K. I apologize. But they already mopped up the team. They feel pretty comfortable over here actually in Lava City. Surprised the team actually, before they were uncontested, so I'm kind of surprised they went for the hard contest this go around. That was very fast and right off the rip. Took a lot of damage. They got time to rotate. The team over from Dome could potentially push them. We'll see how that decides to play out. Let's switch back over to FG, make sure we're not missing any hot action over there. The team that got pushed out was Nexus, just so everyone is aware and everyone knows what happened with that team. Want to make sure the team over from Dome is not going to rotate over to them. Make sure we don't miss that action. And it looks like they're going to recover safely. So good on them. Let's go take back a look at FG and see how they're doing. Good timing. You get the double click on the R301 here. Definitely a fan favorite, the R301. You're going to see a lot of that. It looks like FG already has gold armor. That's a giant W in my book. They got to be streaming. Definitely streamers getting that type of loot. But already having a gold armor in play is definitely helping them feel pretty comfortable. I know you mentioned SoaR from before. Let's take a close eye on how SoaR is doing. SoaR is looting here in Sorting Factory. They feel pretty comfortable. Looks like this is going to pull towards the geyser end location. Potentially, or the choke point. I've seen this end quite a few spots. I've seen it end here. I've seen it end geyser. And I've seen an unfortunate part ending over here. We'll see how this decides to really go out. We only have one Watson in play. currently. Let's take a hot look to see how that team is doing, how they're going to rotate. So interesting play from the Watson team here. Obviously the biggest thing once they loot over in Survey, because Survey's loot can be a little stretched thin at times, as they decide they're probably going to have to rotate and push in quickly. So we're going to keep an eye and see how the Watson decides how to push out. And Scorpio, it's good to have you here, by the way. Welcome to the stream. Again, welcome to the channel, everybody. Again, there is a 5-minute delay on the stream, but I appreciate all of you guys for watching and tuning in. So let's take a look. Let's take a look back at FG and see from before, they played quite aggressive. And as this circle closes in, I want to personally see how that action is going to take place and how it's going to shape up. Survey Camp has a free rotation here. They can hold in Fragment, but I don't feel like it's going to end in Fragment. As you notice, a lot of teams are starting to hang around this spot right here. Notice how they're already holding this choke. Holding these chokes and holding these angles because they know that's going to be the prime spot that you wanted. That's the prime real estate spot. That's what you're looking for. That's the ideal positioning and placement that you want to be at. But this team is sitting pretty comfortable going into this round. Already got 3 kills in. At least I can say, even if they get knocked, that they already got a clean mop.
Gold SMG here.
Gonna do a little breath of fresh air. Let's hold with FG. Let's take a look at the Horizon team, how they're gonna rotate. Horizon's team look like they landed tree. They're taking their time crafting. So what's different compared to other tournaments is the crafting station here. The crafting station definitely has teams holding their spot a lot longer and waiting to rotate later. This isn't a bad play at all, especially when you want to gather a lot of batteries. And I've seen teams, especially on the competitive side, hold, craft, gather medkits, and decide to rotate in a little bit easier. Definitely agree from what chat is confirming. Taking a quick look at the crypto. They're holding this choke here. Now, unfortunately, you're going to see a lot of the teams aren't going to really push out, and they're not going to go for big plays here. And it's the biggest issue, otherwise it becomes a big mosh pit of people. And I'm following the crypto right now because he's giving us a nice bird's eye view here, actually, seeing how teams are going to rotate. We see shots already going on. No knocks at the moment. Let's take a look at FG and see how they're going to rotate in. FG is actually pretty clear, so we may not actually sit with FG for the time being. We got a team over in Geyser fighting it out. Maybe not. Let's go back to the crypto team, because I know the crypto team definitely had a bird's eye view. We have a Mirage in play as well. No fighting here. Everyone is just holding their own. Everyone's taking their sweet time. Everyone is just holding. We got a holding pattern, which is perfectly fine. Let's take a look at FG, seeing how they're rotating in again. Got a team pretty late over here in Skyhook deciding to rotate. Looks like we got a fight over potentially in Geyser. We're going to get on that action in just a hot second. Let's take a look at the crypto team. He's got a bird's eye view. There's no way that these teams would actually engage. The crypto's actually giving us nice eye in the sky for us here. Looking around at all the teams. Fortunately, we did see Detonator go out. Switch over to this team here, SA. They're holding in Harvester. No reason for them to rotate. We're going to see a lot of monumental fights here happen in just a hot second. Let's take a look at T1. T1 is a team that is rotating late here. We'll get to the action here in just a hot second. We're going to keep changing POVs, check on multiple teams, see how they're all doing. Because we're about to see a lot of action take place. And I want to capture it. SR. Holding on to positioning here. Looks like they're getting to a fight. Let's hold here for just a second and take a look how SR is going to clutch this out. What's interesting is that we have not seen FG come into the fray. They're going to post up heavy into this building. Keep in mind, as we see a lot happening, a lot of people are not going to push and going to int right away, which is why I'm just trying to make sure that we don't miss a lot of the action. Fortunately, we did miss Detonator, did go out. That was a very fast mop-up. Again, we saw the Gibby bubble getting placed here, throwing his big dome, getting the beacon, looking for the rotation. So right now, everyone is holding their ankle. None of these teams are going to want to fight. The reason why none of them want to fight, because the minute that they do, it means that everyone is going to dogpile in, and nobody wants that. It's bad RNG. It's bad luck. Nobody wants to have that occur in any situation. We're going to see a lot of teams play respectfully. And if we see any disrespectful plays, I wonder once FG starts to get into the mix of it. Let's take a quick look at them to see if they're going to decide to get into some plays. And they might. They might get sandwiched here in the back. These teams, while they're all looking like they're very close together right now, they're all just going to hold. I promise you we're not missing any action there right now. I would switch to it right away, but I know for a fact all you're going to see is just like the other team that we saw, just like SR, holding their position. It's just not going to happen that way, ladies and gentlemen. Everyone is just in a holding pattern as the zone decides to start to push people out. Crypto's team is deciding to rotate behind this team. We'll see if they'll get some damage in. We see shots taking place. They're going to creep up over here. We're going to hold on this team for just a hot second. This Crypto can make an opening. And I love the fact that we have a Crypto in the tournament in play. It gives me a nice eye in the sky to kind of see how things are taking place and what's happening. He's actually giving me pretty much the full rundown. So that was SR taking a shot at the Crypto bot, pretty much asserting a little dominance, saying, hey, we're here. You're not going to claim this. The plus side with Crypto's team holding this is that they have the opportunity to scan the beacon again and know where it's going to end. As I mentioned, there's a potential it was going to end here or this choke point. We're definitely going to possibly send it here in this location for the next zone. Oh, it looks like we have them already inting in. We got a team fighting right behind them. They have an open spot on their end. This is going to be a very difficult encounter for them. They simply can't hold that back end. This is going to be very difficult. We're going to see a lot of teams in the circle start to lose and start to get knocked out. He's just checking his angles, making sure they don't get third-partied. That's what the Crypto is doing at the moment. This is a big play by the Crypto. This is why it's beneficial to have a Crypto on the team. Looks like we just had T1 knock a few people already. Very quick play on their part. This was a fast mop-up. They're going to have to push right behind. Let's take a look at FG's team, because FG was right in front of them. Notice how FG is literally right in front of them. This is about to get real hot. And I'm going to keep an eye on FG, because they were the top performers from before. So this is very exciting to see how FG is going to actually play this out, because we know that they're going to play quite aggressive. We also have T1 about to rotate right behind. Let's take a quick look at T1. They decided to go the long way. Let's go right back to FG and see how that's playing out. The pressure is already happening. A lot of teams are rotating in. I know Sun Sisters' team was rotated out late. They're holding down the building right in the center little donut right here. Let's go back to FG real quick. We'll hold on FG. We're going to hold on FG. I'm really curious because they have limited space here, but they're about to push through. I know other teams are about to knock individuals, but I think it's important that we look at Crest and we look at FG as they were some of the top performers from the last round. Looks like we have some knocks in Jupiter. Let's take a quick look. Let's go back to FG and let's just hold. We're going to hold here for a second. They're going to take a lot of storm damage, and I want to see how they're going to rotate and play this out. While they were some of the biggest performers in the last round, let's see how they actually play out this round. And if they're going to play it safe, or they're going to push through. They're about to push through. You know this is about to get real busy right here. This is about to get real hot. This is about to get real messy. They know it. They ask themselves, there's a fight going on right now. Do we take that, or do we rotate? Looks like they're going with the better judgment and saying we're going to rotate and we're going to go around this encounter. This doesn't make quite a whole lot of sense to go right into. These teams are holding quite tight. Notice how we still have 52 players in play. So we're not quite missing a whole lot of action at the moment. Everyone is just holding. There is some shots. Let's switch away from FG. Let's take a look at the Crypto's team. Notice how this Crypto team has rotated a bit. Let's take a look at Crest. They did have a nice position here, but they're not going to give it up. They're just in a holding pattern. And by the way, this is a nice angle to hold when you're up top. I'm just holding this angle all together. Let's take a look at FG. See how they're doing on their end. Hard rotation. They're literally about to sneak up on this team. This is where stuff gets messy. And this is where FG says, are we going to claim dominance like we did last round? Or do we continue to play it safe for the points? Still 18 teams alive. This is what I was looking for. This other team may decide to end them and say, we need to get this team out of the way, either for the extra points or so they don't rotate behind us. One of the biggest things that you're going to see, we see a knock already happening with SA. And this is happening way outside of zone. Unfortunately, this team is just going to get caught out. This is the unfortunate encounter that's going to happen. Let's go back to FG. So that team got knocked out. We see a lot of mess happening over there. Let's go back to HE. Because I'm going to catch this encounter here. They're going to hold them out. I will switch back to FG. Curious how they're going to perform, how they're going to play it out. This team is getting to the max of it. If we switch to that right now, I guarantee we'll probably miss that encounter. We're going to hold here and see what this, how HE is going to handle the situation. Let's go right back to FG. Want to take a look at them? We came just in time for the action. This is where it gets really, really tough for them, and they do have a gold armor. Looks like they get a knock there. Good point. Still haven't finished the kill. Looks like somebody stole their kill from a distance, which is unfortunate. They clean it up. Very nice. This is a nice squad wipe for them. 3 points on the board for FG. Very strong. Let's go back to see how CR is doing where they were holding. Nobody's pushing their building. They're doing perfectly fine there. We're now down to top 15 and 42 teams. L7K looks like they're getting into a hot mix of things. We're going to hold here and watch them as they catch a team out in rotation. They're going to throw the Gibby ult. Decide to catch them out. Team 1 is obviously getting a lot of knocks. We'll switch to that in a moment. They are kill leader now with 4 kills. L7K unfortunately gets knocked here pretty bad. And then we're going to switch over to... This was actually by FG. FG made a monumental play coming in. We're going to hold an FG for a second. And they're going to port him out. This is where it gets really intense and gets really crazy. As they use the port to get in. Let's take a look to see how... Let's just hold here. We're going to watch FG for a second. They have an angle here with these other teams. We do see a lot of other teams getting knocked. But it's going to be a lot of rats. And you notice how everyone is rotating. Everyone's trying to find their positioning. But FG has prime positioning, which is going to get them a lot of kills. Notice that they're already 5 kills up, which is fantastic for them. Let's take a look at CR. Notice that they're still holding. They're really close to FG right here. They're very close. I know. Notice from what you mentioned and from chat before, we wanted to keep an eye on CR as that was mentioned from a fan favorite from chat. We're also looking at FG here and noticing that they're going to get caught in rotation. So the reason why we're keeping an eye on these teams is because notice how they have the most kills in the lobby right now. SA has done very well on their end as well. And they have a key angle here, but they're not going to get into the mix of it. They're going to hold up top. They're not going to have a fight in this next encounter. We're going to keep an eye on FG here. And we're going to keep an eye on SR as they have really optimal positioning.
Let's explore this way.
If we're looking at this encounter, we're going to have to ask ourselves and see the question that they're sitting comfortably. These teams down below, there's multiple teams down here. Unfortunately, I don't know which teams are listed down below, but I can tell you that they're feeling very uncomfortable. Their best play, and they're about to probably fight it out. Once I see a knock, I'll switch to that POV, see what team it is. Rest over here taking a shot over at FG. They see the team over on the left. That's a crypto team, by the way. This is a team that we're looking at just a hot second. CCC. He goes for the crypto bomb. Let's take a quick look. He's going to have teams listed down below. He makes a big play by jumping for it. This is the Watson team that just gets knocked. That's COG that just got knocked. They really can't stay long. They're going to get knocked by the zone. Really should have rotated much sooner. They kind of got greedy with the kills. Get knocked. Let's go right back to FG. FG decided to actually drop down from the high ground and take the low ground here. And the reason for that is it probably got too hot and heavy. Let's take a quick look at SR. SR definitely put a lot of pressure on them from up above, forcing FG to take the dive down below, meaning that FG has a hard rotation on this angle. Let's go right back to FG and see what they're going to do. They climb right back up top and they say, you know what? We want the high ground. We're going to fight for it. Jupe gets knocked down as we see below. We see the Caustic team listed right across the way, which is Sun Sisters right here. Sun Sisters are going to hold, and FG is waiting for them.
Let's go this way.
FG sees them across the way, but they're holding shots, and they don't want to get picked on. They're going to go for the bubble play here. This is going to be a hard rotation for FG. We're going to keep an eye on the two top fragging teams. We got SA, we got SR, and we're going to switch between them. We see Sun Sisters knocked. That was expected because they were right in the open. We knew that was going to happen. There was no way with the Caustic that they were going to be able to hold that angle for very much longer, especially when they're out in the open.
Let's explore this way.
So let's just hold here with FG. We don't want to miss any of the action here. We know we're going to miss some of the teams rotating in, but we got 13 seconds on the clock. And we're about to see how FG is going to hold this out. Or is SR going to be able to hold them? SR is probably going to get flanked in the back. SG, by the way, looks like they abandoned their Caustic, which is very unfortunate. Especially because they need the Caustic for the big play. FG knows that there's teams down below. They ask themselves, do we go for the kills? Do we get greedy with the kills? Or do we rotate in? The question is rambling behind their minds right now. I'd love to hear the comms to see if they're deciding to push in, if they're going to decide to hold. Right now, they're going for the hold. They're catching all the teams out. Great arc star damage there. Fries them with the R99. Great spray and recoil control there. They have a great angle here. This is fantastic. They decided to hold this. And let's take a quick look at SR. They're holding their building. We have SR. We have FG holding both angles. SA, unfortunately, is having a hard time rotating in. As you can see from the building, we have two of them alive in the building. Let's go right back to FG. FG is really claiming dominance overall in this tournament for today. They're playing patient, they're playing right, and they're taking the aggro position right when they need to. SR's in the building to the left of them. Just keep that in mind. They're in the building, right? If we go to SR, they're here. SR getting frags on the other side. FG has to know that they're in a fight, and they're probably thinking, do we push this, do we hold? Let's take a look at FG. FG's getting some big damage here, and they probably decide, do we hold, or do we take the dive and go for it? Let's go back to SR. SR made a fantastic recovery on this. This is big on them. This is really big, the fact that they recovered this. Unfortunately, they get knocked. Wow, that's unfortunate. From Fake, making a big play there. But they get the revive. They can't push because FG's literally right underneath them. We got 4 squads still in play here. Big play, big play. Switch right back to SR. And they're holding. They know they're okay. Let's go to the other team. They're fighting. The other teams are just saying, you know what? You guys can have all your massive fun, all you want. Unfortunate. Gets tagged right in the back. Right in the back. No, this is live, Frank. This is live. We're watching. We're actually commenting live over the tournament. There's a 5-minute delay, ladies and gentlemen. Let's switch right back over to FG. FG. Let's take a look. We know this is a really hard position for Crest. They do not want to be in the 1v3, and FG has a low ground in this situation. They're getting naded out really hard. They throw the bubble for cover. Buy them some time. Let's take a look at SR. SR is dealing with a team that's coming in. We have FLK, which is Fennel, Korea. We have a hard hold from all teams. Nobody wants to instigate the fight. They know once they instigate the fight, it's going to be too much. Great Gibby shield there. Takes absolutely no damage. We see a fight happening from down below. Let's switch POV. SR gets a knock from above. Unfortunate. Looks like they're getting picked on from both teams. There's no way SR FG are going to fight this. They're going to pick on this team and say, let's focus this team. That's what we're seeing. They're holding their angles. They're holding the angles, and they're not overcommitting because they know the other team is just going to push them out. They decide to get him out. This makes a big call for FG. FG takes height. Great decision on their part to go for height. Fantastic idea. He drops. He gets a little aggro. They barely take any damage. They have swaps for days here. If they just hold, they're going to be perfectly fine. They just have to hold. Big, massive shot from the Gibby there. Crouch spamming his way to victory. And they clutch out another win. That's a monumental game. That's another. It's 14 plus 12. That's a 26-point game. Massive game on their part. Wow. And we do see SoaR still keeping up close right behind. And we did see a massive game also from Fennel Korea coming in third place. That was pretty big. They are really taking this home. They came in with dominance in the first game, and they claim and dominate the second game. Wow. And honestly, the team there, from holding that high ground position, if they just held and they did not get greedy with the kills, FG knew for without a doubt. Let's go back to the scores to see overall how much they're actually mopping off this lobby. They knew if they did not give up their high ground there and they potentially played a little more patient, that Gibby that came in at the different angle with the massive just made a complete game changer. They were doing really well in their health pool until the Gibby decided to come in and really just mop it up. That's crazy. That's crazy to see. Unfortunate timing. Let's take a quick look at chat and just see everyone's reaction just from that. Massive. We'll pop back in the music. Very exciting. It's very exciting to see FG manage to snag so many kills with the players of this caliber. With the players of this caliber that are in this lobby, knowing that they're clutching out this many kills. I've done myself many scrims in my day, and usually when you see this happening is because there may be some inexperienced teams and teams getting used to it, but knowing that all these teams in this lobby know exactly what they're doing and seeing FG come in very clutch in with today is really massive. We know without a doubt, without a shadow of a doubt, that they are in first place overall on the scoreboard. So this is a pretty big day overall for them. When we look at the breakdown, and it's going to be laggy for a second on screen. We look at the map of last round. We see that Fennel was at 31 points. Crest Gaming was at 14. SA was at 11. And of course, CA was at 8. And Detonator went out early, was at 5th place. Fennel Korea definitely spiked up higher overall on the scoreboard for this round, as well as SoaR, making sure that they claim the dominance of second place. SoaR is holding their own here, and they can definitely shape it around if Fennel loses some of their momentum. But you have to realize that once a team has built momentum, it can be really hard to stop them. So they have to be feeling phenomenal and great overall in this situation today, and knowing that they're going to be clutching out some big stuff. Again, if you're enjoying the commentary, enjoying the stream for today, be sure to leave a like. Really much appreciated on the channel. Appreciate all of you guys being here. It is crazy, fam, by the way. I saw a comment. We have seen a Mirage in play. We do have a Crypto in play. We do have a Horizon, and we do have a Watson and Caustic. We do have 5 teams that have decided to kind of change things up a little bit. Almost every other team, the other 15 teams, are running Bloodhound, Wraith, and Gibraltar. Again, the reason why they're doing that is because of the synergy between those 3 characters. The biggest question we have to ask ourselves as we're going into these future rounds is, how are things going to shape up and build up as they're going to adjust, potentially nerf, buff various characters and legends. So it's pretty exciting to see how this is all shaped up. Now let's see if teams decide change up their comp for this next round. I think we have an extra observer here. Gonna make sure Dolphin gets in. And of course, if you guys don't know, Dolphin is actually streaming this as well over on Twitch. There is quite a lot of money on the line for this tournament. For this prize pool, let me pull up the data and the information. Prize pool for APAC North playoffs: first place gets 18,000, second place 9,000, third place 6,000, fourth 4,080, fifth 3,000, sixth 2,220, seventh 1,650, and again 8th 1,260, 9th 990, and 10th 800. It's the full prize pool across all regions, which is a total of $450,000. So pretty exciting. For some reason, we seem to have an extra observer. We've got to make sure Dolphin gets in. It's from TSM. How many around are there? We still have quite a few rounds. A total of 12, depending on the score of who reaches the highest score first. We're going to keep a close watch as they're all tallying the scores up for the next round. So very, very exciting. This has been so far a phenomenal round. Let me just keep up with chat and give a shout out for those that are in chat. Again, Oscar, appreciate you being here. Frank, appreciate you, as well as Sadharo. Mederici, it's good to have you. Max, Bam, good to have you here. You're going to see a little lag on the screen. KZVY, good to have you. Scorpio, good to have you as well. Again, appreciate all you guys for watching. Don't forget to leave a like. Definitely helps support the channel, helps find other people watch as well. So appreciate all of you guys for watching. Again, there is a 5-minute delay, so the reason why I get to take a little quick moment just to thank everybody for watching, being a part of the stream. Excited as we see things start to shape up for today. What happened with... There's another spectator. He's actually streaming on Twitch. So you can try to have both of those POVs. You can have Dolphin stream. You can have my stream up. If he's from TSM, he's definitely shoutcasting on his end. We're both keeping an eye on different POVs. There's a lot of action that happens in a BR, which is why I'm trying to keep honed in on whenever action is taking place, because sometimes what happens when you're commentating and watching, and I've seen this a lot in Player Unknown, where you're watching a team, but then you switch and try to catch over to the action, and sometimes you just miss it. So let's try. What I'm trying to do is shape off the story of what's happening with most of the teams, and I want you guys to kind of see as everything takes place, and so we can kind of paint a clear picture. For this next round, I'm still going to keep an eye on SoaR Gaming. I'm going to keep an eye on SA Faker, as well as Fennel Korea, and I'll keep an eye on the various crypto team, Horizon, Watson, and Caustic team to see how they're going to rotate, especially as different comps decide to shape up. But overall, it's been a fantastic round so far. We're going to be going into round 2 actually in just a hot second. But very, very exciting. So if you're just relaxing, tuning in, welcome. Today we're actually watching and we're getting a lot of insight. We're seeing APAC North go at it for quite a massive prize pool. Again, shout out to EA for letting me shoutcast, getting a live feed to spectate and really talk about what's happening and all the action for today. Really enjoying the action that we're seeing how things shape up, what professional players are doing at this caliber. And for those that watch my channel, I know that a lot of individuals watch the channel because you're new to Apex and you're trying to learn. And as you see, even the pro players, their decision making and how they take and encounter the difference in how things can really shape up. Hopefully this whole experience helps you learn what's happening in Apex Legends. Hopefully it gets you excited about competitive. Competitive can be quite exciting, to be honest. It gets a little slow at the start, so if you're always curious how the competitive round will usually take place at the very start, we're going to keep an eye, by the way, at Detonator, this team right here. And the reason why we're going to keep an eye on them is because last round, they fought for 50-50 pretty much right at the rip, and they got knocked out pretty early. So we're going to keep an eye on some of the teams that got knocked early because they knew that their rotations were difficult. But most of the time that you see in competitive play is that you won't see teams fighting for stuff right off the rip. They know that placement points are important, and what FG is doing phenomenally in this tournament is that they're realizing that they're playing smart and they're taking high ground. Realize that they jumped down in that last round with the port and they went right back up to ensure that they were taking the high ground. They caught a lot of teams on a rotation, which is free kills. It makes a pro player seem like they don't know what they're doing, but some situations for a pro player can be very difficult, especially in a BR, where you have to ask yourself, this is just the unfortunate circumstance, and what can I do to get myself in a better positioning? So if you're tuning in, make sure that you go grab yourself a coffee. It's super early in the morning. It's 5:25 here. Grab yourself a coffee, grab yourself a snack, settle on in. We have FG with a monumental lead so far. So we just got the scores. They actually just came in. Oscar, I appreciate you. I know it's really early, and I'm going to timestamp this for later, so if you want to come back and watch this full VOD, I'll be sure to do Game 1, Game 2, and Game 3, and I'll put the in-between breaks overall for you guys. So if you take a look at the overall scoreboard, because it just got updated, is that Fennel is actually at 57 points, Fennel Korea is actually at 19, Crazy Raccoon is at 17, Crest Gaming is actually at 14, and Sengoku Gaming Abyss is at 12. So those are the top 5 teams that we're looking at right now. We really see that Fennel, my gosh, already 57 points into the tournament. That is huge. That is massive. That's a massive amount of points. So we'll see how this next round shapes up. Again, we'll follow them. I guarantee that Fennel is going to hold steady and hold true to Thermal Station. which seems to be their ideal landing spot. But welcome again if you're just joining in. We're about to begin here in just a hot second. But now already at match point, which is crazy. So yes, after game 6, there will be a 15-minute break, just as a heads up. All right, we're at a 3-minute timer. We should begin here in just a moment. I'm talking about massive prize pools like CSGO majors. Ah, I gotcha. Well, the beauty behind this, as Apex grows, I'm really excited to be just shoutcasting. We know a lot of these events can't be in person because of COVID, but the fact that individuals are watching Apex, that more of us are trying to stream the event. There's definitely other people on Twitch streaming the event as well. Just definitely getting more eyes on it, because as more people streaming, it becomes a bigger and bigger platform overall, and it's exciting to see where Apex goes in 2021. So the next match is about to begin here in 30 seconds, and then we'll get right into it. Again, in this next round, we'll keep an eye on FG, keep an eye on Crazy Raccoon. We're going to keep an eye on the top 3 teams, which is SoaR Gaming, Fennel Korea, Crazy Raccoon, and Crest Gaming. So top 4, actually. I'm going to keep a close eye, and we'll see how things continue to shape up. So we're going to begin here in just 30 seconds. Actually, 10 seconds. Cheers. Thank you, Wisdom. I really appreciate you. Well, thank you so much. I appreciate you guys watching the POVs. Hopefully it's insightful. Hopefully it's helpful. And this is, I've definitely covered some battle royales like PUBG. This is my first time. I've played a lot of Apex. You guys know that. Love Apex. Really enjoy it. Really get to give a lot of insight. So excited. Join the commentary. Be sure to leave a like. Definitely help support the channel. All right, let's get into it. Let's see how teams are going to shape up here. I'm going to pause the music. Take a breather. Get in. Do you have any tips for anybody on Xbox? Actually, just watching the tournament and seeing how people rotate in their placement. Actually, this is probably some of the best tips and advice that you can give. So what's happening right now, by the way, is that characters and people are loading in. That's why we're sitting at a static screen, just in case you're wondering what's happening in the back end. People are choosing their legends. But the biggest advice I can give, even as you're watching the tournament today, is you will notice how individuals will take high ground, how they'll hold high ground, and that you'll notice even from the last round, the minute somebody drops high ground, how much it puts you at a disadvantage. So here's the interesting part. Here's the interesting part here. FG's going to take Thermal Station. Will they be contested? Let's take a look at the map. Will FG be contested here right off the rip? I'll go back to Detonator Gaming because we did see a team fight off the rip over on Lava City. And I want to double check if that was Detonator's team or what team got knocked early. We'll keep a close eye. Nobody's contesting FG here. I wouldn't contest FG with their streak that they're having here right off the rip. So I can definitely respect it. We'll see if they get another gold armor right off the rip. Let's see, we got 2 teams flying over. Is this Detonator? Let's take a quick look.
Let's go this way.
Detonator looks like they're in Fragment. That's the team that got knocked early here. They had a 50-50 here. This team stretched really far. I have to remember what team fought for this. This was L7K that fought for this. These teams are they're going for the 50-50. They're going for the 50-50. With how high stakes this tournament is, unfortunately with all the landing zones that we're seeing, this just happens in some circumstances. This just happens. I am watching this live. This isn't a 5-minute delay. They do see the other team. They are aware that they're present. We're going to watch this because I guarantee you this is going to be, or I know we're getting a little lag, so I'm switching a little POVs just to make sure I get as clean of a POV as possible. Lava City is going to be contested here. Detonator's team looks like they did in 50-50, so we're not going to keep an eye on that right now. Everyone right now? Oh, looks like we got an early nade. L2 Gaze got a purple. I'm going to hold on to their POV just to watch. We're getting a little lag, which is a little unfortunate, but that's okay. Looks like the Gibraltar's got a pretty steady connection. We're going to hold tight with him. This is a really rough situation. I've seen it happen in ALGS when you're competing, and this can be a really rough situation to be in. Whenever you're competing and you get really nervous and you ask yourself the question, do I want a 50-50 route or rip?
Let's go here.
Are these teams going to be respectful here? Are they going to say, I appreciate you, I respect you, I'm going to move on? Or are they going to say, you know what? I want the free points. They're saying, oh, no, they're saying the free RP. They're going for the push here. One's already cracked. The Bloodhound's already cracked. They're pushing. They're pushing from low ground. Realize how difficult that can be to push low ground. We got a triple take Terran the other angle. They realize in the situation the split. They're going to push. They're going to push heavy on this. There's no reason not to. Gibby makes a big play up top. Gets knocked already. We got a 2v2. Triple take Terry's down below. This is a losing situation here for L7K. If I was at L7K, this would definitely be a situation I do not want to be in. They're going for the heals. They realize they have to ask themselves, do we leave? How do we get the clutch here? Gets a crack early. They knock the crypto. They does not knock the crypto. Oh, man. Unfortunate. Unfortunate. Oh, we have another team that rotated on. I didn't even realize this. The other team from up north decided to rotate on this team here. They're already in another encounter. This is a really early fight to be in. We got a knock already from Flora. Lusty already getting the knock. The crypto's running and it says, I have to rat. I want the points. You know what? There's no chance. There's no chance. They got the early mop up, but then another team showed up and knocked him and punished him for it. Very unfortunate. Nexus claims Lava City. You know what? Another team heard the noise and they're showing up. Lava City is a hotbed right now. What is happening? They do take kill leader and they do recover, but everyone is showing up in Lava City and they ask themselves, is this worth it? Everyone wants the early points. Everyone is definitely holding true to their comps. I don't see a lot of individuals changing their comps. Everyone's holding true to that. We'll switch over. Let's hold a POV of the Gibraltar here. This is a scary sight, having a Gibraltar with a Mastiff. The other team is literally right underneath them. Nope, they actually left. They left. Gotta respect it. This team recovered, Nexus. The other team did fly in. They heard the commotion, and they said, you know what? We're out. Respect it. Oh, let's go back over to FG.
Let's explore this way.
FG may get in a fight here. They already have a port. We're already getting a quick action here looking at this. FG's smart. They know not to take the early fight. They know to catch teams out of position. It's worked for them before, which is why they're leaving this fight. They're not afraid to fight. They're on fire right now in this competition. They're up a lot of points. But notice, for those that are watching, realize that being on the high ground is monumental. This is the Horizon team, actually, that's pushing them. This is Scars White. And they're holding. Let's go back to FG's POV. And FG's booking it. FG said, you know what? This is not worth it right now. This is not worth it for us. Thank you so much for showing up, Horizon. We really appreciate the vibes, positive vibes here, but we're rotating, man. We're out. We outie, which is what they're doing. They're rotating. They know. They're smart. They know to catch a team out of rotation. They know that. So as we're keeping close eye, we look at FG. Nexus is still holding Lava City. All the teams have already scanned Beacon, and we know the teams that are out of focus here. Specifically, take a look. Sun Sisters has a really optimal spot right here. This is a scary sight, having a caustic. How many times? No game sound? I have game sound, obviously, when we're in here. I can turn it up just a little bit. Yeah, I know it's really quiet, so I apologize. I know that's a 5-minute delay, but nonetheless, I'll turn up the volume just a little bit. Just want to make sure that you got a nice little sweet spot there. Let's go back to FG and see how they're rotating in.
Enemy over there.
This team is hungry for them. The Horizon team, they're edging. They want these fights, and the reason we're not watching this mess right here, they're actually not going to fight. None of these teams, in their right mind, would fight. I'll turn up the game sound, which I did already, but I turned it up. Don't worry. I don't think they know that this is FG, or perhaps they do, but they're looking at this and they're asking the question, they want to gate this team out.
Shield battery here.
What they're giving up, though, unfortunately, is that all these teams are hard holding. And I'll turn it up just a little more, so that is loud enough. Good feedback. Appreciate you guys making sure that we have the adjustment on the volume. A lot of teams. Let's take a look at Sun Sisters' team real quick. Everyone's just holding. Notice the reason why I'm keeping on FG's team is that this is probably the most action. And if you're always curious how most of the gameplay usually happens, everyone always plays safe and goes for optimal positioning. Let's take a look at Nexus as well. FG's about to roll up on Nexus. Sure, I know where Nexus is. There. And right now, obviously, they have kill leader with 3 kills right now. Nexus is here. And I'm unsure what team... Oh, looks like FG is about to fight over in the this angle here. The Horizon team's about to push up.
Let's go this way. Forget that.
They have to know they're right behind them. They've been following this whole time, and we got Nexus here. All these teams are not going to fight. There's no reason for them to fight. This team may fight up north, actually. Well, I'm interested in this fight. We're going to keep this angle here because FG is top place right now. And I think it's very important that we hold and see what they're doing. Yeah, looks like they got knocked in the kill feed there. Looks like Detonator's team was fighting Ghost. We're going to see a mess here. This team, FG, is being hunted right now by Scars. Rough situation. They got the Horizon down already. Very unfortunate. They throw their Gibby ult just to buy them some time. But it's a little too late. They finished the... They got the knock, but they haven't finished it yet. Make a push for it. And that's the mop up there. Scars White is out. So let's go take a look at Nexus, because Nexus is an encounter, which is where FG is going to be navigating next. This is a key rotation here. And I know we're missing this fight up here, but they've already cleaned up, so we're not going to worry about that. That was Detonator versus Ghost. Big play by Nexus here. They've already Gibby ulted them. They're probably going to hold inside of the building. They have to realize that FG is going to be right behind them in just a moment. So this is how that's going to play out. Sun Sisters is still holding the angle over here. Big damage on the Mastiff. Massive damage. The Bloodhound's going back to heal. Looks like they're just going to reset. FG hears the action going on, and they know they have to get on this. FG knows that, and there's another team rotating in. Everyone has the same idea right now and says, we have to push this choke. We need this. Bloodhound is afraid to get the med kit off. The only reason he's holding is that he's afraid that they're about to jump down any second. The team up above knows they have to make a play. They know because FG is about to show up. Look at FG's point of view. They see all the action happening. The team up top cannot stay there, and I'm unsure what team is actually up top right now. Let's go back over to Nexus and let's look at their POV. They're holding. Let's go back to FG. Let's look at their POV. They're holding as well. And there's already a team on the other side. I need to get eyes on that to figure out who is actually fighting on that angle. They're right above them. Literally right above. Goes for the port. He says, you know, we got to get out. We got to get better placement. They jump down because they hear the port. And Nexus gets away. This is going to be hard for Nexus. They know they have little place to move. Their best play is to kind of hold its high ground, but unfortunately get shot literally at every single angle, which is extremely difficult for them to hold. Fortunately from Crypto, this is a really tight spot for Nexus to be in. The other team pushes right behind them. They're getting shot from a distance. Looks like Nexus is probably going to get knocked here. I'm going to switch over from the POV of the Wraith. Wraith is about to get knocked, and this is going to be it for them. We're going to switch over to FG in just a hot second because we know this team is going to be out. He may rat. He's going to rat. We're going to switch POV, and we'll come back to see if he survives. FG holding the safe angle. Let's go back to Nexus. Nexus did get knocked, unfortunately. They're out of the count. FG here is the prime spot. Let's take a look at Crest Gaming. Or, sorry, Crazy Raccoon. They have a pretty strong spot. Sun Sisters does as well. Across the way, they're getting pushed here. Perfect timing that we came in for the POV here. Crest really needs this to clutch this out. They need the points. They know that they need to come for FG Gaming. They see the Bloodhound out. He might get greedy with it. He's going to put the nade. This is the big tip here. Realize that sometimes going for the greed can cost your team. Sometimes it's better not to get greedy. So they're holding the building here. A lot of teams are getting fought out here. CG is the one getting the knocks outside the building, potentially. We're going to switch the POV in just a second. We've got the crypto drone on the outside. He's going for the push. The crypto drone's either going for the extra damage or they actually making the push. Let's take a look. Crypto team just made a rotation. Let's go back to FG. See how they're rotating? They're doing fine in the back end. Let's go right back into Crazy Raccoon here. And Crazy Raccoon is just playing it safe. They're just playing it safe. Good on them for playing it safe. Let's go back to Detonator. They have a hard rotation. What we're looking at here is just this mess of a fight. There's not going to be much action here. Hold on. Let's go to FG. FG's already in a fight. Looks like they're already down a bit. They're holding the angle. The team is holding them out. They have to push through this. This is the top placement team right now. If they can get another win under their belt, this really just pushes them above and beyond, which is why we're watching them right now. They had 57 points the last round. Goes for the Wraith Q. He's just getting more positioning. And for those ever watching, needing tips, when you use your Wraith Q, you use it to get in... Oh my gosh, better optimal positioning. Gets knocked. This is not good for FG. Switch to another POV. Gets a... Fries him. Monumental damage on the Wraith there. There is the Gibraltar ult out. Unfortunately, doesn't get a knock. He's rotating to see if he can get a different angle. They may just say, we're going to have to leave you, unfortunately. They have 21 seconds in this encounter. They finish the knock on him. The Bloodhound, they say, you know what? It's not worth it. Let's just leave. We're going to find a better spot later. Unfortunate. So that was T1 that was actually holding them out. Just for your information, they have 2 gold armors, which is a really, really hard fight. And also for those that are asking the question at home, when is APAC South? That's occurring tomorrow. We're going to actually be hosting it here, ladies and gentlemen. So be sure to leave a like, subscribe, because we're going to be here hosting it. So T1 is actually holding it out here. So good on them for holding this. Let's take a look how FG is going to handle this situation. They have an uphill battle. And T1 knows that they rotated. Zone is closing. This is zone 3. This is actually going to hurt. They really can't stay out of zone for much longer. Looks like they got a rat here. Oh, and not a rat. Full team. Looks like they're holding underneath. Can FG get some damage here? They say, you know, we're going to go for the rotation. And we're going to hold. Very smart play by them. Let's take a look at T1. Because they have the angle there.
Let's go this way.
Let's go back to FG. FG's in a really tight spot. Crazy Raccoon is inside the building. Let's take a look at their POV. They're a little further away, but they do have an angle. As you can tell, they're taking shots over at T1, over at their angle. T1 is trying to figure out, where do we rotate? Where did we go? They literally have an uphill battle. I wonder if Sun Sisters is still holding their position. Sun Sisters still has the optimal spot back here. This is absolutely wild, and they're actually using a caustic team. They have the best positioning, but everyone is going to be pushing them for that prime's positioning. We see a team Detonator get knocked to ring. They have the hardest rotation from the north. They go right back. There's no reason to stay there. That's a living nightmare. Everyone is just holding their own. Everything's going to get really rough here in terms of trying to get into the zone. This is a really difficult zone to get into, especially when caustic. This is probably the worst outcome I could possibly think of for any team wanting to push that. Is that caustic is literally holding this building. He's going to predominantly hold everything here. Let's take a look at FG. FG's already in a fight. Give you Bubble to buy them a little time. This other team asks a question, do we fight FG or do we rotate? Everyone's asking the question. Let's go to T1 real quick. T1 is already pushing. We know FG's fighting over here, keeping a close eye on them. We got 2 POVs happening at the same time. Right underneath them. They're going to hold a higher angle. Let's take a look at FG real quick. This team can't stay here. They can't stay here. They have to rotate. This is too nerve-wracking to hold. He almost goes down. T1 is still holding the roof. I noticed they haven't got any knocks. Caustic gas. Unfortunate. He gets a free knock on him. They're holding. Let's go back over to Sun Sisters to see how they're doing. They're holding their building. They're pretty safe. T1 is holding the roof. And FG has a hard rotation trying to get in. He actually got the res off. This is going to be a hard play. They're just going to have to just pretty much say YOLO it, and everyone's pushing in. If we look at the map, everyone's converging right now. Everyone is converging. Got T1 on the roof. We got Sun Sisters in the building. We got everyone. It's literally like a shopping mall at Walmart right now. It's a nightmare. It's Black Friday. Everyone's trying to get in. He's just trying to find a spot. He's just trying to be alive. He's out. Let's take a look at Sun Sisters in the building. They have the best positioning here. Hands down the best positioning. They're just mopping up. Sun Sisters has a great opportunity here, as well as T1 because they're holding the roof. They have to realize that T1 is on the roof of the building. He backs, goes inside. Let's take a look at T1. They're saying these are our kills. Get back inside. Respectable. Gonna burn him out. Sun Sisters and T1 are just holding their spots up here and just saying we own everything. They have this building. Nobody else owns it. We have 5 teams remaining. Sun Sisters and T1 predominantly holding their positioning. Let's take a look at Sun Sisters. They're pinging like crazy. They say, you know what, they're out there. We get it. So the teams that are up right now, Crazy Raccoon, CCC, T1, Vanel Korea, and Sun Sisters. They went inside. The Costa team has to know this, that they took inside. I believe that is Fennel. No, actually, Fennel is actually still outside the building. Let's take a look where Crazy Raccoon is. They're actually still outside the building. They went back and forth. They understand it's an uphill battle there. Let's take a look how the Crypto team is going to rotate into this. The reason why I'm keeping an eye on them is that they have the hardest rotation out of all the teams. Because the other guys are right behind them. 24 seconds. This is going to get rough. He's going to use it to stop this team right here. All the Gibby bubbles go out, or the Gibby ults, and the reason why we see that is that it fights for predominant positioning. This team has no choice. They have to get in. And they know that. He's going to use his crypto ult, and he's going to buy them time. Uses the Gibby bubble. Right underneath the building. That's Fennel Korea that just got knocked right there. And we see them holding. Let's go inside. Let's go inside. Fennel Korea is holding both the outside and the roof. We see Sun Sisters coming out. This is a mess. I'm keeping an eye on Fennel Korea because I believe they're going to get knocked first. They have the most knocks right now, as well as CCC. He's going to go for the finishes. He's using his shield. Knocks him. Big play. Let's go back inside to Sun Sisters to see how they're holding. Sun Sisters just cannot get greedy here. They cannot get greedy. Let's take a look at T1. Here's the fight right here. Big, massive play. Switch POV. He's healing. Unfortunately, Bloodhound is up top. Gets knocked. And T1 goes out. Let's go to Crazy Raccoon and see how they're doing. Sun Sisters inside, holding. We got a 2v. Let's see if they get the res. Let's see if they actually jump for this. So I'm going to switch over to Sun Sister, see if they get greedy with this. Keep in mind, if they get this res, this is a great reset for them. This is Sun Sister's match here. No way. Sun Sister's match. What they did here, and this is a really smart play on their part, is that they took different angles. Notice how they communicated, I guarantee, extremely well on their comms. One took one angle, one took another angle, and while they had the high ground, especially because they had to get the res out, it's extremely difficult for them to really push in. Very difficult for them to hold every single angle, especially when they're trying to recover. And they knew that. Sun Sisters was patient, and they managed to clutch out a dub. We saw FG get knocked out early. I believe they landed around 9th place. I got to double check overall on the scoreboard. But that's quite an ending there. Here. Let's see here. She'll update the scores here in just a hot minute. So let's see. Where did FG land overall? 8th place. So I was wrong. It was close to 9th. A lot happened at the end there as people were fighting it out. We noticed Sun Sisters came out with a really big clutch here. 9 plus 12, so they came out with a total of 21 points around. They definitely needed that to really push up on the leaderboards. So where were at before on the leaderboards? Sun Sisters was actually in 17th place, and this boosts them all the way up potentially to 4th. It's a really big moment. Big plays. Very, very exciting as we see how things are shaping up. Fennel did get a strong amount of points there. They got 8th place, and they also got 3 kills. Still great. They are holding a monumental lead here. It's just phenomenal to see on their part, considering the first few games of the day have already been pretty big and in their favor. So let's take a look at the leaderboard from last round. They should be updating the leaderboard in just a hot second, looking at the scores. Yeah, we should see it in just a moment. We're just waiting on the next code so we can load up in the next lobby. If you're just tuning in, welcome. Good to have you in the stream. Hopefully you're enjoying the commentary. If you're enjoying the commentary, leave a like. We've been trying to do our best to keep up to date with how the teams are going. Let's do a quick shout out to everyone who's in chat. Go say hello. See how everyone is doing. So Stackmo, good to have you here, as well as peeps who are still continuously watching. Appreciate it. Thank you guys so much. And tomorrow, it's good to have you. Welcome, welcome. But appreciate all you guys for watching and being a part. I still watch. I appreciate you, by the way. You definitely should reinstall. Definitely a lot of fun to be had. If you're just tuning in, we're kind of in an in-between period. I'm probably going to, let's see if the next lobby's loaded up. Looks like it is. Right. They're loading up the next lobby, so just give me a second. We go in the back end. So if you're just watching, again, this is APAC North. APAC South is going to be tomorrow. We will be hosting it here. So definitely drop a sub, because we will be following along and keeping track of how teams are doing. Which region is the most competitive? That's a really good question. I know a lot of people definitely follow North America. APAC North and South can be extremely competitive as well. As you see, FG is really mopping up the lobby for today, but we're seeing definitely a change of pace considering they had a hard rotation that last round. So we're going to see how things continue to shape up, if FG is going to kind of run away with this one, or what's going to happen. Hey Ultron, it's good to see you. Welcome back to the stream. Welcome back to the channel. Again, if you're enjoying the channel, enjoying the stream, be sure to leave a like. Appreciate all you guys for watching. The fact that we have the opportunity, shout out to EA for letting us follow along with APAC North and seeing the insane plays, and also giving some insight to help people as they're watching learn and get into competitive and seeing how APACs can be competitive and the exciting things that come with it. So somebody asked a question before. Why does it say World's Edge Season 6? Well, that's because that's the model of the map that they're going based off of. So if we were using a different version of World's Edge, we can definitely do that. But right now for competitive, they're using World's Edge Season 6, which definitely is a fan favorite among pro players and one of the most balanced, in my opinion, of the maps. Not to say that the new Olympus map is not balanced, but I really, really enjoy the balance that they've worked on. Especially World's Edge has had a lot of love, and I think Olympus can be pretty competitive in the long run. So that was a crazy round last round. All right, so this is lobby 4. So this is match 4 of the tournament so far. I'm going to type in chat and say hello. All right. All right, looks like Dolphin got back in. Let's go. It's exciting. So Dolphin actually is streaming. He's actually from TSM, actually, since we were just talking about US. He's actually shoutcasting on his end as well. But a lot of these players are... These are all professional players. As we see, some of them are actually... The exciting part is that even if you're not professionally signed, you can go through ALGS and have the opportunity to become signed. As you can see, this individual is not professionally signed, but 2 of his other team members are. So there's an opportunity. Don't ever hesitate to compete and join in with a squad, because you definitely could have a shot at growing and becoming a part. Even if you're looking for a team, there's always that moment. Shake and Bake, it's good to have you here. Welcome to the channel. Welcome to the stream. Good to have you. Good to have you, buddy. It's exciting. This has been great. This is fantastic to really kind of talk about, help people get better at Apex, and also see the competitive side. So I've said it once and I've said it again. The interesting part that you're going to find, especially with a lot of the Apex rounds, and happens with every BR. This is not just unique to Apex. This happens with PlayerUnknown. This happens with BRs that I've even covered and looked at, where the start of the round is very, very calm. It's very relaxing, because everyone doesn't 50-50, because they know that it's risky at the start of the round to say, why would I risk fighting a team when I can just fight them later in better positioning? Why would I risk going out in last place or 19th place or 18th place? It's just not worth the risk. Do this in your ranked games. Have this same mindset. It's okay not to just go for the 50-50 drop and play a little smarter and go for the points. The professional players do it, and it's okay to do it in your games. Obviously, you want to go for pushes. You want to go for the aggro plays. Should do that. Don't always just camp. You want to find the balance, and FG has found their middle ground. They've been finding their stride in the first 3 rounds of the tournament today. They've really have noticed and asked themselves, when do we push and when do we not push? And they're not afraid to push. No team ever is. You have to ask yourself, when is it appropriate to push or not to push? Yeah, YouTube title will be too long. Let's take a look at the scores. So they haven't updated yet, but I'm sure they'll update them in just a hot second. All right. Next round's about to start here in just a hot second. I was actually just typing in chat. So if you're tuning in, grab yourself a snack. We're about to start here in a second. We have a full Discord chat. We have 3 minutes on the timer. We got 3 minutes, and then we're going to get started. We have potentially 12 rounds lined up for today. I'm excited to see how... And the scores are updated. So let's... Before we begin here, let me run through the scores for all of you guys. First place, SoaR Gaming at 62 points. Crazy Raccoon is in second place with 31 points. Third place is Crest Gaming at 25 points. Sun Sisters went from 17th place up to 4th place, now at 24 points. Vanel Korea, 24 points. T1 Korea, 19 points. Crazy Cats Cosmos, 18 points. Sengoku Gaming Abyss, 16. Detonator is at 14 points. And Hybrid Eclipse, Arise, which is HE, which I've been saying in game, is at 14. So all those top 10 are progressing. So it's important to kind of keep track of that. So it's very exciting as we see them progress and kind of push through. So big day as we see those progress and see those move along. And it's exciting to see these teams really go at it. We'll see if that happens to change at all as we continue to observe for today. Again, thank you guys so much for tuning in. Don't forget to leave a like. Definitely supports the channel. Helps people find it. We're about to find out here in the next second with the round starting. We're literally about to start in about 30 seconds. We're going to keep track of SoaR Gaming to see how they manage to tackle this next one. I'm curious. Now, this does not downplay how Sound Sisters plays at all, but the Caustic came in very much clutch for that round. That was monumental to help them. Which teams are best overall? So far in the tournament, the top 4 teams, I know we just went through points again, but just to reiterate, the top 3 teams, SoaR Gaming, Crazy Raccoon, and Crest Gaming. And we're going to keep following on them, keep commentating, we're going to paint the picture, and we're going to begin here in 5 seconds. Get into it. Let's do this. Exciting, exciting. All right. This is round 4. Don't worry, I'll pause the music once we're in rounds so we can hear the audio, make sure we hear footsteps and everything. You have a Twitch? I actually stream here live on YouTube. I stream every single Sunday. This happens to be a Saturday. Just doing a little something extra. Alright, so everyone is right now choosing their legends. It's interesting. I love the fact that Scar's White is dedicated to the Horizon. I'd love to see Horizon more in the meta, but we don't see that. Also, the fact that SA has been doing pretty well running a Mirage. They've actually kind of given up on the Bloodhound, but they have to be pretty smart in the rotations. We see Cog Ace. Let's take a look at their placement. So Cog Ace. Look what placement they're at. Don't I see them? Take a look at their score in just a hot second. I was just trying to see how they're doing overall. Oh, okay, here we go. Sorry if you saw a little bit of lag there. Let me hit pause on the overall background music and let's get into it. So FG is uncontested in their area again. Let's see if Lava City becomes a hot point. This is a pretty... And also if Detonator is going to go for the 50-50 in their area. So Nexus, let's take a look at Nexus because I believe that they're actually going for the 50-50.
Let's go this way.
Yep. Whew, they're having a rough time in this tournament knowing that they're at Nexus and these other teams are fighting quite heavily for Lava City. Unfortunately, this happens to one team at any one point in time that this is going to happen, that you're going to have a 50-50 going on. We're going to keep an eye on this action to see how this plays out. 100%, they're going to fight it out. It's just going to happen. Take a look at their different angles. FG is free in their spot. Detonator looks like they got fragment again. This is pulling towards probably potentially a countdown or train yard ending. We'll see how this decides to play out.
Hostile over there.
Nexus sees them there. We see the Dome team on the south side. We'll see if they actually push in. Geyser is very much split right now.
I need it.
Only one team is going to come out alive over on Lava City. It's just how it's going to play out. It's not going to play out any differently. It's just how it's going to play out.
Let's go here.
And you know what? They actually are not fighting. They're actually saying, you know what? Let's not go for the encounter. Let's be a little respectful here at the start. I can respect it. They can respect it. They're saying, you know what? Let's be respectful here. You know, we've been fighting it out. It's been really rough, but let's not do this. Not this time. Let's not do this to each other. Let's be friends. It's actually crazy to see that they're being so respectful, but you know the issue is that both teams are big brain, high IQ, and they're asking themselves, let's just rotate and let's go to the choke point. And now everyone is going through the choke point. They're a little far behind. They're spending a little extra time to loot. I don't think they realize that this has already been looted. Let's take a look at T1. So T1 has been landing Lava Fissure. Let me go back to Nexus. You see them? I have to know that this is going to be... This has got to be looted already. Oh yeah, we're in for a long, long night. It's going to be a long VOD, long stream. Good stuff today. Already 6 o'clock in the morning. Gonna be a long day. Unless the team just runs away with it, and FG could potentially run away with the tournament pretty early on, depending on how things continue to shape up. We're keeping a close eye, and this team did not end up fighting, which is pretty crazy. Let me take a look at FG here, because they are pretty separate. They are pretty separate. He's got to know that this other team is rotating right behind them. They have to know that. Yeah, Dolphin actually is streaming. He's actually over on Twitch. Definitely more support on Apex channels, the better. So far, we have no teams. All 60 people are alive. All 20 squads. Everyone's just vibing. Everyone's having a good time. Having a pretty low-key time here. Everyone's just kind of vibing out. Again, with the teams, actually, let's take a look at Detonator. Detonator's team did have a 50-50 at the start. You know what they did? They rotated out a fragment pretty early. Everyone's been scanning the beacon, and they probably asked themselves, knowing that they have to rotate pretty early on for this. Keeping close eye. Let's take a look at Nexus. Let's see how they're doing. Nexus over here. Everyone is starting to, as you continue to watch the tournament, you'll realize, and the reason why there's so many rounds is that there is a lot of RNG that can happen in a BR. But what we're realizing is that teams are starting to kind of settle on in. They're starting to get a little comfortable, and they're starting to play zone. They're not getting as antsy at the start, and they're trying to figure out what can they take and what can't they take. Where are their limitations? And notice how Nexus is even taking this a little slower at the start here, and they're asking themselves, just relax. Let's not panic about all this. Let's craft. Let's get our batteries. Let's get our med kits. Let's take our time with this, which is pretty big. It's pretty massive. They're rotating in. We got a lot of teams over in Train Yard. I wonder who's over in Train Yard. This is Skyhook's team. This is HE from what we're looking at before. Let's take a look at Crazy Raccoon's team. And here they are. Crazy Raccoon knows that they want to rotate through Train Yard, which is getting pretty tight. You know what they're asking themselves? You know what they're saying? They're holding this and they're thinking, should we just rotate? Should we just leave and rotate probably all the way around? They know that it's a risky play, but right now they have some optimal positioning. This was a hard angle to hold before, but now that they've added so much more obstruction in the train, definitely helps hold this overall angle. All 60 players are still alive. 20 squads on the scoreboard at the moment. Everyone is just sitting a little comfortable. FG at the bottom left of the map. It's deciding to rotate in. Almost no Pathfinder. We actually have no Pathfinder. Look at it. There is no Pathfinder. And you know what's crazy? You know how they were running Horizon before? They actually switched off the Horizon. Well, we have a moment to kind of breathe. Let's look at the comp. Notice how they actually switched off the Horizon. Scars White was running Horizon. They switched off it. Floor's still sticking with the Crypto. Still have a Mirage. Crest Gaming went out early from Detonator. What a mop-up. That happened within seconds. They have another team pushing them. We're going to hold in this action. Crest Gaming getting knocked out in 20th place. What a mop-up on their part. Who would have thought that would have happened already? Already got a knock by Detonator here. Take the port back. He knows that he has to get out. Very unfortunate. So he's just holding tight. He knows that there's really not much he can do. It's pretty much a full 3v1, and they're healing up. Can he clutch out a 3v1 with a tournament of this magnitude? He's got a Mastiff. A Mastiff's pretty scary with a Gibby. Fortunately gets knocked. That's it. HE cleans them out, holding out Skyhook and becoming the victors of Skyhook overall. HE comes out with 3 kills there. Detonator had 3 kills from the squad right from before on Crest Gaming. That leaves 2 squads out and only 18 teams remaining on the clock here. First zone is closing out. Let's take a look at FG. As we knew there are stars from the last round. Fortune Crest goes out early. Very unfortunate. Sun Sisters, let's see. Do they have the prime positioning like they did last round? They do not. The circle's about to close. Let's just hold here for a second. Kind of keep the tabbing and craziness. Slow it down just a quick minute for everybody.
Good this way.
Realize that Sun Sisters had optimal positioning before, but now they have to predict where the zone is going to be. They're pinging this because they're thinking about edging, going all the way around, but realize how difficult to edge this circle is going to be. So there's no other teams fighting right now. I'm trying to keep a close eye and make sure that we're not missing any of that action as teams rotate and keep going around. So they're deciding to go all the way around. This is perfectly fine. But remember, Sun Sisters last round had very good positioning. And they edged on the first round, too, of the day. They edged the first round, and now they're running a situation where they have to edge, and they have all these guys here. How many times have all of you guys played pubs and you realize that a mess happens over in Train Yard? This is going to be a really, really messy circle, especially because I believe that this is going to pull towards Train Yard. We have people already set up top wanting to pull up there. Let's go to Crazy Raccoon and see what they decided to do. So Crazy Raccoon, like I mentioned, thank you so much for that, by the way, for the compliment, Toshi. Realize what SoaR Gaming has already decided to do. Realize that they left the train yard area and they decided to go all the way around. So this is great for rotations if you're new to Apex. Notice that they're not necessarily just full inting. They're trying to see where the gaps are, where the weak spots are. And it's okay if you're playing pubs, you're playing ranked. Sometimes just to disengage from the encounter and say, you know what? Let's go all the way around. There's so much going on right here and people are holding. Let's just go all the way around and figure out what's going on. So they're trying to figure, it's like poking holes, trying to figure out where the weak spot is. And that's what all these teams right now are doing, to try to figure out where the weak spot is. Notice that this is a really big open area here. Nobody wants to deal with that. So SoaR Gaming decided to come all the way back. They realized that an open field is very difficult. The hard parts of this map, this part here, and this part here. That's why there's no team set up here. Everyone is just kind of like holding like rats, just like the Gibby here. He's over there, you know, cracking his knuckles. All right, brother. All right, brother. He's just holding. Let's take a look at FG because they're about to go into a fight here, actually. They're literally about to fight. They have no idea that the team's going to show up from right behind. FG is completely unaware. And they know once they get into this fight, this other team is going to fight them. Oh, they caught wind of them. Let's switch over to this POV. They know how they have to clean this up very quickly. This is probably the biggest fight that's going to happen on this zone right now. And they decide to rotate it, and they say, you know what, not worth it. They know that the other team was over here, and they play the smart play, and they say, you know what, this isn't worth it. Screw that. Not worth it. Not worth the big play right now, especially since they got knocked out in 8th place last round. They say, you know what, let's take the big points. Let them fight. We got a triple take Terry shooting from a mile away. They know they have to rotate to them. Ideally, you don't want to be in this building. This is a really hard spot to hold, especially without a Watson. You really kind of, I guarantee FG is going to want to push something. They're waiting for the opportunity. They're waiting to seize it, and they're waiting to push. And I appreciate the compliments on the mustache. I'm thinking about shaving it off for a while, actually. Been growing it out and seeing what we can do. They notice the teams are rotating. This other team actually went north, and FG is just kind of holding. Kind of curious what team that actually was, but keeping a close eye on FG. SoaR Gaming is still over here. Let's take a look at T1 to see how they're doing real quick. T1 is over in thermal. They're going to hold. There's a lot of action down here, so I'm going to keep rotating through this to see which team is about to fight in that choke point before we actually see the action to play out. They're getting charge rifled. Crazy Raccoon knows that the nobody's going to push on them. I want to see if we can capture this action, so here they are. So this is actually the crypto team, Flora. They're about to rotate. They're gating them out right here. No action is going to happen right there. They're waiting for them. Actually, they're not going to go all the way around. They know that the zone damage is going to hurt. They're going to fight this. They're going to fight this. They really have no choice. And they go out. They know the team over here. They have the building here. This is an option. They're just going to have to pray that this other team doesn't gate them out. They are waiting over here, this other team. Let's see if they get greedy. I highly doubt they're actually going to get greedy, and they get scanned. This team is in such a rough spot. Flora is in such a rough spot between two teams here. They use a Cryptobot for the opening. Good play on that part. And they stop the overall push. The other team is not going to push behind them. That would be suicide. There's no way they would do that. They're getting naded out. They don't have a Watson gen. They're going to get knocked here. They're taking a lot of zone damage. Eva 8, 6 damage. It hurts. It hurts the soul to see. And they get knocked. Luster cleans it up, mops it up. Let's take a look at FG. Because it looks like they were getting into a fight over here. And they backed up right away from it. We're now 17 squads, 51 remaining. Nobody's going to fight at this point. I'd be surprised if we see any action. I'm keeping an eye on the outskirts here. We got Luster, who's to the right here. Luster's going to be fighting here in just a moment. Everyone's going to get... This is going to get real tight. FG does not want to be in this situation. They've been doing really well edging people out, but just getting them nervous. Let's take a look at He real quick. They also have to push in. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to keep an eye on He because they have to rotate the furthest. I'm going to keep an eye on FG. I'll try to keep an eye on Luster as well. The reason why I'm keeping an eye on those teams is because they have the hardest rotation. They're the furthest out of all three of the squads. So whenever they converge, and it looks like FG just poured it in. 1 second. Here we go. This is what I'm talking about. This is the play. They're inting. They know they have to fight for positioning. They're getting shot from above. Bloodhound popped his ult. Gibby just popped his bubble. And Wraith is waiting for the opening. They're not going to push out of the bubble. They're going to wait for the other team to kind of get shot in the back. Holding height. He's going to take an off angle here. Hopefully shoot him in the back. It works. Gets a little damage in. And that's a clean mop up. Only a few cracks, not too bad. This other team notices that they're low on damage. We see other teams getting knocked. We see Sun Sisters is knocking some teams out on the other side. I'm keeping an eye on FG right now. And this other team rotates. Let's keep an eye on Sun Sisters and see how they're doing. They're on the other spectrum. So obviously 2 fights are happening perpendicular right now, which is going to be hard to bounce between the two. But it looks like they're okay for now. So I may switch off this POV, and we're going to switch right back to FG because they have height. Hold on. Sun Sisters, are they actually going to push the play here? Let's go back to Let's go back to FG. Let's go back to FG and see how they're rotating over. They have a really hard rotation. He, unfortunately, did have a hard rotation in, and it looks like they got knocked. So we did miss this encounter, unfortunately. They're trying to recover the banners, and they're going to get knocked. Most likely here. This is, at this point, they're just trying to rat. There's no way that they're going to get the res. There's only one res beacon. I think he just, yeah, he's going to get knocked. Massive city got pushed. Unfortunate. Let's go back to FG and see how things are going on their front. Pretty quiet here. Looks like SoaR, Crazy Raccoon, is holding this angle here. And they have to rotate in as well. So we're seeing all the teams start to converge and start to fight for this positioning. The reason why I'm not focusing on the teams in the middle is that there's no action there because they know that they're not going to push for a team on the outside. They're going to hold these angles and wait for the opportunity to get in. Let's take a look at FG. And they're in the encounter right now. Let's take a look at this. So the reason why Gibby's so important in fights is notice how they use the Gibby bubble to buy themselves space. And it bought them time in this encounter to really help them out. Looks like T1 is getting in the fight. Charge rifled from a massive distance here. FG is going for the scan. They're making a push in. They see the port. Free. 3 points. They're literally just, they're mopping up. Free. It's free. Everything's free. It's free real estate. And he cues back. He's going to recover. He's just going to get his health back. FG's in a really good spot here. Nice free points. But now they have the hardest rotation as they go in. 118 damage. Very clean. Using the Volt with a Mastiff. Gets a scan. Picks up his positioning. And they say, you know what? We got to go to zone. Closing now. It's closing time. This other team is pushing alongside, perpendicular with them. Keep in mind, there's also the team that was here, which is Crazy Raccoon. They're in a safe spot. This isn't the best spot. Let's go back to Sun Sisters, see how they're doing. They have the bottom area. They're okay. Let's take a look at FG. This is hard for FG. See Sun Sisters that we just looked at? They're holding them out. This is just unfortunate for FG. Sometimes you run into the situation where there's just really nothing that you can do. They're going to get picked on from above in every which angle. Gets a silent Devo treatment there. And Scars wipes them out. This was a team that was running Horizon, by the way. They were running Horizon before, and they switched it up, and now they're running the classic Wraith, Bloodhound, and Gibby combo. Let's go to take a look at Crazy Raccoon. Apologize, we missed this fight here. Got 9 squads remaining. Got a lot of knocks. They really can't go for this res. We got a lot of action. Let's go to T1 and see how they're doing over here. They're trying to rotate in. They're outside the train yard. They're outside, and they're trying to work their way in. And Sun Sisters is still in a really good spot. They have height up here. Higher area. And they're holding, and they have Caustic. They're surprisingly, the Caustic is doing good work. Crazy Raccoon just got finished here. They're about to go out. There's no way they're going to survive this. There's no way. He's going to get knocked. He actually survived. This is good for them. How did he get out of this? We're going to hold here. The Sun Sisters is mopping up and cleaning up, like I said. They have a really nice angle, and they're really cleaning up and capitalizing on the fact that they have a Caustic. Let's go over to T1. Let's take a look. They have a hard rotation. They're outside. They're getting shot from above from this other team up here. They're getting hit from, let's see, who's confirming who is Nay, and they're getting shot from 2 different angles. They're about to go out. What they're hoping for in this situation is that they just stop getting picked on. They're holding it, they're healing, and they're waiting for an opportunity and just praying that something changes. And it actually works, them holding this. The other team won't push because there's a high risk of just taking a lot of zone damage. And T1 did do well in last scoring points, which is why we're checking them out. And he actually just doesn't make it. Let's take a look at Sun Sisters. They were our last winners of last round. And they're doing monumental damage here. This is huge. They're taking minimal damage, but they're getting pushed by another team. He's going to use the Gibby Bubble as cover, and he's going to Caustic Trap it up. They should not get pushed here. They really shouldn't get pushed here. Nobody would push Caustic Gas when they know the rotation of the circle is closing in with just 1 minute. There's no way. And they don't. This is a smart play on the other team. Nobody pushes a Caustic. This doesn't happen. I'm going to keep an eye on Sun Sisters because they were the winning team from last round. Right now we have 6 teams alive. Crazy Raccoon has 1 down. SA Faker with a Mirage. If you're curious, believe it or not, Mirage has been in play still. Doing his bamboozles. It's interesting. The other Mirage I know is Matt Pickett, and it's interesting to see a Mirage in play and who falls for it. Right now, we have a lot of broken squads. We got a lot of rats. We have Reject down below. We have Crazy Raccoon, also a rat. We have COG with a Watson. They're holding. We're seeing a lot of teams holding, but he's also really low on ammo. Sun Sisters is across the way here. They can't push this. They're going to have to wait and hope that a team does something else to find the opening for them. Take a look at Sun Sisters real quick. They have a hard rotation here. They're going to have to fight for that spot, as well as the Watson team. It's unfortunate that he got cracked here. You don't really want to get cracked as you're trying to go for the rotation. They got the port there. He's going to put his Caustic Gas, and they're going to hold. We're just going to watch these guys because they're going to claim a lot of space here. This is a... Oh my gosh. This is going to be rough for everybody. Sun Sisters just coming in. Mirage ult actually comes in clutch there. Watson team is holding a different angle. They're taking zone damage. Gets a lot of kills there. This is massive for them. If they hold and they play patient, he's taking zone damage. He needs to stay still. He can't move. Let's look at SA. Mirage team is holding steady. Let's take a look at the Mirage. He's faking people out. Top 3 teams here. 1v1 over here. Sun Sisters just waiting patiently, waiting as this clutches out. They mop it up. Unfortunately, Mirage team goes out. Sun Sisters comes in, hoping people got knocked. 1v1. 1v1. Massive, don't fail me. Oh, man. Imagine if his Caustic Gas was moved over a little bit more, and the Gibby Bubble definitely broke some of that. And Cog Ace, the Watson team, the one Watson team in the lobby, comes out clutch for the dub. Let's take a look at the points in just a hot second. Let's see how everything shaped up. That's crazy. That's crazy to see. Sun Sisters came in really, really close. They had a massive ult there, and they had a lot of kills. So that was pretty exciting to see how things played out there. Pretty cool. Let's take a look at the points and the scoreboard, break it down. So what's interesting is that we're seeing, oddly, that round, a lot of the teams that were playing not just the standard Bloodhound, Bloodhound, Wraith, and Gibby, how that was all playing out. So, wow, COG came out with quite a bit of kills, and so did Sun Sisters when they threw their Caustic ult. Believe it or not, Mirage's team, while they placed third, they didn't have as many kill points. FG did get knocked a bit early at 11th place, but they still had 5 kills, still pushing them in the lead overall, so that's a good amount of points. Keep in mind, first place gets 12 points. Second place gets 9 points. Third place gets 7. Then fourth, 5 points. Fifth, 4 points. And so forth. So let's play all that lovely Apex Legends music. Let's check the Discord and see how things are going. So interesting to see. We actually got some statistics that came through over from the Discord from Apex, the production team. Sun Sisters actually has, based on the prior game, the highest survival time currently out of all of them. And the team that actually has the most damage dealt actually is Crazy Raccoon, believe it or not. And while SoaR Gaming has been doing a phenomenal job, their damage dealt was not necessarily as high as prior games. It's mostly because they got knocked early. But it's interesting to see that Crazy Raccoon, and this was the game that Sun Sisters won last round, where they really came out pretty high in overall damage dealt. All right, that's really exciting to see. We're going to see the points updated here in just a second. We're back in the lobby. We're going to hop back in. Thank you so much, Ava. I appreciate you. Thank you so much for everyone being here. Let's give a shout out to everyone who typed in chat, and I'm going to hop into the next lobby for Game 5. And then we're going to take a quick break. We're going to switch scenes, and then we'll kind of get right back into it. I'm going to see if the lobby's up. But appreciate you guys watching. This has been interesting. I'm going to run down the scores here in just a hot second. Once they're updated, and we'll talk through who are the top 10 teams that are progressing thus far once the scores all get updated. Alright, so everyone should be hopping in just a hot second here. There will be a break, I believe it's after Game 5. Just taking a look at the notes from the Discord, from the back end, just kind of checking how things are going. Again, while we're kind of in in-between period, this is a great moment for you to grab yourself a coffee, a snack, go to the restroom. We probably have about 5 minutes until the next round starts. There's always kind of a 5-minute period. They give us a 3-minute countdown timer. As a reminder, if you're enjoying the stream, leave a like. Definitely helps support. Really excited to have the opportunity to help Shoutcast, kind of help you, guide you along the journey here. Dolphin's actually streaming over on Twitch if you want to have 2 different POVs. The great part about Apex Legends is that a lot of action can happen, but the downside is sometimes action takes place in 2 different areas, and sometimes you just got to focus on one thing, which is why we're definitely following the top teams right now. It's not I'm playing favoritism, it's just I know that they're the top teams and they have the most points, so it's definitely vital that we follow who is in the top at least 5 teams, because they're painting the narrative currently going forward, and I want to make sure that we're checking to see what team is knocking them and what's happening. So while there is very important fights and a lot of money is on the line for these teams, it's important that we're following along at how teams are doing. It's very exciting. But again, don't forget to leave a like, support. Very excited as we're looking more and more into the games. A great point. Unless Mirage clutches up big this tournament, picking him was a big mistake for this team. You know, another person who runs Mirage and they do very well is actually Matt Pickett on the US side. And I've seen Matt Pickett do a lot of big plays, but agreed. You could have the utility of Bloodhound, and running Mirage can definitely be a struggle. We saw the team, let me just confirm their name. Scars White was running Horizon. They switched pretty early on that. And now they're running Wraith, Gibby, and Bloodhound. We did see Watson, Gibby, and Wraith clutch this one out, but they are quite literally the only team running Watson. Remember, the downside of them running Watson is that they do not have beacon. They do not have scans. The beauty of running a Watson, and what's going to help you quite a bit, is that the Watson is going to help you anchor down and solidify, right? This is great advice for anybody watching and trying to learn to continue to get better in Apex, is that you realize that the Watson helps you anchor down, but if you don't know the zones and don't know the rotations, you're guessing. So you could guess wrong as a Watson, Gibby, Rafe team, and that could really put you in a really bad spot. So just a shout out to everyone in chat. Elisa, Alessandro, Ultron, Toshi, Gurkra, Angry Bruce, good to have you here. Abe, thank you again for being here, especially while you're at work. Oscar, appreciate you, by the way. Rabia, thank you guys all so much for being here and watching and being a part of the stream. Really appreciate it. It's been great having all of you guys, and we're joining us on the journey as we go through APAC North for Apex Legends. Now give me 1 second. I just want to take a quick look at the back end to see how we're doing. We're looking pretty good. Okay. Let me take a look at Discord and see what the countdown timer is. So lobby is up. They're getting everyone in. From the last round, okay, the points, they updated it. This is great. So let's talk through this. They have not actually. Are they working on it? They're working on it. Okay. Just gave us a message that says they're working on it. Not a problem. Caustic in late game is like Goku with... Got a DBZ fan. I love it. I'm a DBZ fan myself. Guys, it's been super early in the morning. I started at 4 a.m. this morning commentating. And I've been up most of the night. I took a little bit of a nap. I'm going to be exhausted later on today. But this has been a blast. I'm sure the sun is going to come out in just a hot second at some point. Let me get myself some breakfast a little later. We will have probably a small little intermission. Probably just hang out. We'll chat with you guys. Maybe talk about some aim training and some aim exercises. All right, let's take a look at the timing and see how things are looking. He was saying they're just gathering all the information up and updating. That's great. That's perfect. All right. Perfect. If Fennel does get a thermal circle, that'll definitely be GG's. Definitely going to be GG's. We're still waiting on a few people to join up. Hopefully they join up here in just a sec. FG, they just need another strong round. They start off extremely strong and they've been getting caught at a rotation. It's not their fault. They're clutching out. They're getting some big damage. It's just some of the rotations have been very difficult for them the last few rounds. So we'll take a look at the scoreboard and then we'll run it down for all of you guys and give you guys an update and see how everything's going. But again, a reminder, this is a great moment to grab yourself a coffee. I've been taking sips of water in between at some point. You're going to have about to keep going. Hey, Shredders, good to have you here. We still have a lot of stream left for today, so I appreciate you hopping in. Good to have you here. 5-minute delay, just as a reminder. For those that are watching the VOD, there really is no delay because it's the VOD. Don't worry. Be in just a moment. I'm just keeping a close eye on the Discord because I want to see when the scores get updated. All right. All right, we almost filled up the full lobby, so it looks like we're almost ready to go. Ooh, man, what a day. You know what's exciting is that tomorrow we'll also be shoutcasting APAC South. It's going to be a little earlier, so at least it won't be, well, I mean, quote-unquote earlier. like 2 hours different earlier, but nonetheless, it'll be actually really exciting and pretty fun to shoutcast that as well. So, busy weekend. I usually upload here on the YouTube channel. I'm not sure. I'll see if I'm going to upload a video later today, how that's going to shape up. We'll see. I might be a little tired. I might push that video to Monday. Kind of do it that way. And usually I stream every Sunday, but I think tomorrow's Sunday stream is definitely just going to be APAC South, depending on like how long the rounds are going, because they're going for quite some time, which is a good thing because it gives us a lot of content, a lot of stuff to talk about. Again, if you guys have any questions in the chat when we're in between, don't hesitate to put things in the chat, because I can definitely answer some questions as we kind of break things down and how things are going in terms of the gameplay. Take a look. What they're working on in the background is that they're trying to readjust starting after names. Okay, they're applying the names and they were good to go. They're working on building another stream out, by the way, for this for the channel for those that are I believe in Thailand, and so that's why we're having a little bit of a delay on this next round. Right now they're naming the teams, and then we're gonna get started. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to switch around consistently at the start here so that you can kind of get a shape of where people are landing. I know Nexus is always landing Lava City and they're fighting. Detonator is always landing, it seems like Fragment. Obviously Sun Sisters is kind of switching it up. It looks like obviously FG is landing consistently at Thermal. So that's obviously their big sticking point. So I'm kind of curious where the other teams are landing, so we can kind of get a memorize it and a good feel for where everyone's going. One second, hold on. Okay. So again, shout out to EA for letting me have the opportunity to shoutcast. Who knows, if things go well, would love to do more. Let's go. Round started. Let's see how things shape up. I can tell you after shoutcasting for as long as we've been talking, I'm going to have a really good breakfast. Really good breakfast. Anybody in chat want to guess what we're going to have for breakfast? I wonder what everyone's going to eat for dinner. All these guys are going nonstop, by the way. They're putting in the hours. They're putting in the time. A lot of high-stress situations for a lot of these teams. All right, so everyone's picking their legends. That's why you're seeing a static screen. Gonna get right back into the game. And keep in mind, the start of the game is usually pretty slow. We have seen some teams fight 50-50 right off the rip. And the curious thing is to see that Nexus actually didn't fight for Lava City. They said, you know what? Let's hold off and let's not fight this, and they played patiently. So let's see if they play patiently again, or if they say, you know what? Screw the other team, we're going for the points. You want to pause the music? So we didn't get the scores up in time. It's okay. Sometimes scoring can take a little bit of time. I've been there. I actually helped Daltouche host a tournament before, so I understand the struggle. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to switch between all of these POVs, and let's get a handle of where everyone is landing. So I know Nexus is obviously going over here. They're going for their infamous Lava City, and they're going to get 50-50 from the team from above. I'm curious what team is landing with them. I have not actually been able to get a handle on who is landing with them at the start, just because we've been keeping an eye on FG, and FG has been honestly uncontested in their area. So let's go down the list. Let's see where everyone's landing. We got Blackbird is taking staging. Nexus, as we just spoke about, is Lava City. So they may fight. We're going to come back to that. Scar's White is spread out across Harvester. Big spread out across Harvester. Interesting way of taking Harvester, actually, which means they definitely are getting a lot more loot. T1 actually taking Trials and spread out between Lava Fissure and Trials. Big play on that part. Pretty ballsy considering Skyhook is definitely listening to them. Press Gaming is over at Overlook, no pun intended.
Level 3.
Sunset Gaming is taking Geyser and they kind of have a split. This is a team that they keep rotating over to. FG, Thermal Station, goes without saying. HE is located in Skyhook. They hear the shots happening in Trials, by the way. They're questioning it. They're thinking about it. Crazy Raccoon is over in Sorting. They're pretty much uncontested. I know TSM used to land at this spot and was very popular. CCC taking Tree. This is a crypto team. They're holding true to the crypto and they're not switching off of it. Kudos to them. We have Detonator Gaming taking Fragment. We were aware of this. They actually did 50-50 off the rip, but they've been taking Fragment West compared to Fragment East. And hold on, let's go to Nexus real quick.
Making contact with enemy.
Nexus actually went Dome. They actually went back Dome. Let's take a look at 03 Ghost. Ghost is Refinery. Not the biggest fan of Refinery. Very hard to rotate out of. Loot's definitely spread out, but it is free. Free real estate for them.
Let's go this way.
Flora. Now everyone's starting to rotate. We'll have to catch up to see where people are rotating from. Where were they coming from? They came from staging. Let's take a look at Luster. Luster is the one that I believe... Yeah, Luster has actually been a Lava City. We commented about that before. That makes a whole lot of sense. They're over there, living their best lives, and they're not fighting. Nexus actually went to Dome. I need to check what team is actually taking Dome. SA Faker. Taking the Train Yard. Thomas the Tank Engine. Fennel Korea. Living in Fragment West. They're the team that knocked Detonator pretty early on. Reject. It's holding their own over on launch site. We have Jupiter. Jupiter Vega. Jupiter Vega has been rotating. I believe they're taking the outside of this. Do we have another crypto team? Hold on. We actually have another team that actually switched over to the crypto. I just realized. Crest Gaming was not running crypto last go around, but it looks like they're actually switching it up and they're saying, you know what? Crypto's working. We're going to switch it up and do crypto as well. So good on them. Now we have 2 cryptos in play. It's going to be actually, that will change things up. It's going to change up how we see the gameplay coming out. SG coming over from Skyhook side. And then, of course, Cog Ace, which is the winner of our last round, taking Epicenter and Survey. So they're definitely splitting this. No fights are happening yet. Cog or Ace has definitely been keeping an eye, and they see the team over in Refinery. They say, we see you guys over there. We're going to see how this all plays out. We're keeping a close eye. Looks like at launch site. Let's take a look at just Flora as they're rotating over. Flora hears these shots. We're probably going to miss the action. I don't want to switch. I want to see how they're going to tackle this, how they're going to third party this. Let's take it the point of view of the third party. This is what a team is always deciphering and asking the question when they hear the third party and say, you know what? Am I going to go for this? Do we rotate? Do we fight this? We see a knock. Do we go for it? And this is constantly the comms that you're hearing. They say, you know what? I see the 2 knock, 100% going. You hear them in the comms probably screaming, we're going in on this right now. Because they see the names and they know who is getting knocked. Oof. This is rough on that team. They got 2 knocks, but now they're coming in and we look at the scoreboard and we see there's knocks on both sides. They come in with a clean crypto push. Clean knock. And this is the third party that they're looking for. This is why I'm glad we did not switch to the other POV. The other team from launch site obviously heard it. They're obviously spread out. A lot of teams are closing in on this area, in this sector. Got 3 knocks. No teams fully knocked. Just a bunch of individuals who are all spread out. They're coming in, and they did this knock. They're porting over, trying to get the banner. Trying to come in for a clean sweep. Doesn't happen. Gibby gets caught out of position. Unfortunate situation for them. They got the Gibby push and pushed in. And now we have a 2v1 situation. The crypto knows that he can't really go for this. CR made a massive play on that. Let's take a look from Crazy Raccoon's perspective. They have to be on the mile high on this. Everyone is going to be fighting for this prime positioning over in launch site. Most likely this is going to end launch site. The beacon is pulling over here, and most of the time it's going to be pulling in this angle of why we can expect it to pull over in launch site area. Team is going to hold this. Let's see what Sun Sisters has decided to do for the rotation. They're guessing that it's going to pull over sorting. They're hanging out. FG still hanging out over in thermal station. There's only been an additional knock. There's some firefights happening. Let's take a look to see where he is coming from because they're rotating really late over here. I know we're switching clear across the map, but understand that this team is rotating a little late and they got an uphill battle coming all the way over to sorting. Let's take a look at FG, our reigning champions over on the scoreboard. And they're rotating in for free. This isn't looking half bad for FG right now. This is the ideal situation looking for FG to have a lot of options to rotate from and not worry. So as we discussed before, this happens quite a bit, is that you will see a lot of the teams will hold their areas and then they're not going to push and fight anymore. So I'm going to keep a close eye and see if we get a knock. But most likely, once teams set up, they're not going to fight for that spot anymore. They know that other teams are going to rotate in behind them, and they're just going to hold. It'd be very unsmart for them to get a fight because just like we saw from the third party's perspective, and let's take a look at Luster because Luster actually just got a knock. They're fighting isolated over here. Dome may actually be fighting. Let's take a look at this fight. There's a knock over on the Bloodhound side. Gibby's going for the quick res while the Gibby bubble or the Gibraltar ult is out. The Gibraltar ult is buying them time. Gets a clean shot with the Mastiff. Knocks him. And of course the Bloodhound goes down again because he was low. He could go for the armor swap, but decided to go for the armor swap. He does and then goes for a res. Fantastic play on his part. Going for the armor swap to ensure that he stays alive. For those that are learning competitive play, you always need to go for the armor swap. The armor swap is monumental. It's free HP. It secures the kill, and we notice the team is just running away at this point and says, you know what, we're not going to fight you. Let's take a look from HE's perspective because one is down inside this building. We have two down. Let's take a look from the Race perspective, or Bloodhound. He's making massive damage with the Mastiff. Cleans up with the R9. Another team is coming in to mop up. He's going to say, screw this. I'm leaving. I've never seen any of you guys in my whole entire life. I'm out. They're going to hard chase this Bloodhound. They said, that's free RP. That's ours. That's isolated. He's like, what do I do in this situation? Just try to crack him. That's it. That's it for HE in this situation. Let's take a look at FG Gaming to see how they're doing in positioning because I saw they're into a firefight. They need to get in. But at the same time, they're asking themselves the question, do we go for these guys? Do we go for this RP? We see a lot going on. We see in the kill feed even Luster right now going for the nade play, but I want to see how FG handles this situation because they are currently our reigning champions in terms of the scoreboard. So it's very vital that they actually go for points. This is an isolated encounter for the most part, and they don't have to worry about the other team pushing outside of zone because no team is going to push out of zone. Would not be very smart. They're most likely going to hard gate them. So this fight could be isolated for FG here. Notice how the team in the building that I pointed up north is not moving. They're not going to fight this.
Hostile over there.
FG knows that they can potentially have this for free if they can get a nice clean knock. So what the Wraith is doing, she's trying to look for the opening. She's kind of healing out in the open. She's just trying to get intel for the Gibby over on the right. They're getting shot in the back. This gives them an opportunity. They know for a fact that they can get a nice mop up here. He's HP, he's flush. You can definitely hear them 100% in the comms knowing, you know? And they decide to rotate at this point. They know it ends launch site and they said, do we get greedy on this? They're battling. They're having the internal struggle here. Do we go for this? Is this worth it? Or do we get launch site and secure it? Remember, seconds matter in a battle royale. Every second that they delay on this, and he's actually scouting out the information, every second that they dawdle and delay on this is a second that they risk losing one of these buildings. Notice how nobody's in this building right now? FG can quite literally grab this for free. This for free. They need to understand that they can definitely do this, but they're scouting for information right now, and that's what they do with the Bloodhound. So that's monumental. They scan it with the Bloodhound. They know they can go in. So this is huge. Free area right here for them. Now, I know there's a lot of teams fighting right now. Let's go back to Luster. Let's take a look. What's going on?
Let's go this way.
They're just fighting rats, unfortunately. And they're getting shot from a distance. Let's go back to FG and see if they secured their positioning.
Explode this way.
And they did. So nobody's fighting right here. Once I see a knock, I will switch POV. I want to make sure that FG does secure their spot because they do have the most points. They do indeed have the most points.
Might be something good this way.
So they're going to keep holding. Does this Q back. Definitely going to craft a bit more. We don't see any knocks occurring right now.
With enemy.
Keeping a close eye on the action.
Sniper, move.
These teams... Oh, there we go. Sun Sister just got a knock down below. They caught a team out in rotation and realized that there's all these other teams that are going to rotate. We're not going to keep an eye on FG anymore because I guarantee we're not going to see a lot of fights there. We see T1 charge rifle from a distance in the kill feed, just as an FYI. I'm not going to switch to the POV because a charge rifle probably was from a mile away. They're jumping on. This is a hard ego push on Sun Sister's part. They say, you know what, that was probably a mistake. Let's go back. Or it could be a hard bait because they have caustic traps. Pretty smart on Sun Sister's part. Let's take a look and see what T1 is doing. Yep, again, as I mentioned, this is from a mile away. They're just charge rifle Charlie from a mile away. Sun Sisters trying to bait them and say, come at us. Fight us right now. Come right up, back up top, and they don't. This could be free RP for them. 80 damage in. Probably like 20 health remaining. They're dropping again. This is really risky on Sun Sisters' part. Very risky. They mop this up, and their port literally has seconds before it disappears. They have to take it back. The Wraith is playing a very risky game here. And they're good. Big risky play giving up the high ground like that. Big risky play. But you know what? It paid off. It got them some points. And you know what? They said, we're coming for you, FG, for this tournament. Team's rolling up on them. They're going to hold this building. They have Caustic. The team will not push because it is a Caustic. Throws his ult down in the bubble. Cleans up. Literally one mags them. They unfortunately get wiped. They get mopped up from that. Despite all the Caustic traps, Scar's White came in with a clean mop up there. They did lose their Bloodhound, but nonetheless, that was a clean mop up. Let's switch over to T1's perspective because they do have, unfortunately, a few of them down. This is back at landing zone where FG was located. FG got knocked early. Unfortunately, we did miss that as we're watching one of the other encounters. It looks like FG got pushed out of their positioning, which is why T1 is actually recovering from the situation. They're getting thirded from a different angle, and we're going to keep a close eye on them. We're going to switch over to Crazy Raccoon in just a hot second once we see how this fight plays out. This is the unfortunate part of a BR, where we see that multiple fights can happen at any given moment. But at least we're seeing the tail end of what happened here. What was the story here that happened? Obviously, FG just got pushed out. People know that that building was prime real estate, and they said, we're taking it. And nobody's contesting T1 at this point. We hear nades off in the distance. If we see a knock, we're going to be switching POVs because it looks like T1 has secured their positioning here. And they're not really that nervous. I wouldn't be nervous if I was them either. They're feeling comfortable. They're feeling pretty good. They have a good spot. Looks like SA just got knocked. We're going to hold here for just a second. We see teams... Let's go back to Luster's POV because they're hard gating a lot of teams here, actually. They have power position and zone. We're going to switch over to Vanity's POV in just a second. As we see here, that's who they were shooting at there. He's trying to punch him in. Trying to get him in so he can get the res. There's teams right around him. This team needs to leave and shoot him at this different angle. All these teams have a very hard rotation in, and they're aware of it, and they're trying to recover and ask themselves, how do we get in? They're scanning in front. They're aware there's nobody's in front of them, but they don't realize all the action is happening over to the right. I know we want to get on the action, but there's no knocks over there. They have the Gibby bubbles up, and they're just holding and recovering. Let's go and switch to Reject as they're rotating in the back over here, and then we're going to swap over to Jupiter. As Jupiter's holding the opposite angle here, they're watching the team that we're just taking a look at over. Get the crack on them. Massive damage. This team is having a hard rotation. They have from a distance, many different teams looking at him as they're rotating in. This is going to be a hard rotation, and Jupiter's looking for some free points. Let's switch over to, let's just hold here. We're going to hold here and let's shape the story and let's see what's going on here. We have a lot of action. All these teams, they're waiting and hard gating them. I'm keeping an eye on this team specifically because they have the best position to hard gate. So right now we have Cog's team, which is the Watson team that's probably fighting over in the angle over on the left. And we're watching them because the zone is about to close in 22 seconds. They got one team on the right, one team in the back. And this is where all the action is about to centerpiece right here in just a hot second. And I look at the map. See? 1, 2, 3 teams are all about to rotate. About to push and right on them. And they're looking for free points here. Down below, they go for the crack. They try to zip up from a distance. That other team, Caustic throws his trap and says, you know what? This is the second team that we've actually seen switch to Caustic. People are getting frustrated with the fact that Caustic is massively important in these plays. And you know what? Everyone's saying, I'm going to run a Caustic. So Jupiter's going to hold this angle. All these teams are about to run up on Jupiter, so I'm going to see their POV because they're going to have the most damage. Crypto, Caustic, and Wraith. What a combo. What a combo that we're seeing actually work out in their favor. They're about to be the centerpiece of action, though, from every which angle, so I'm keeping a hot eye on Jupiter. They throw their Caustic ult. They're probably going to need to Gibby Bubble just to buy them space, and they already have, and they put the ult out. He's getting a little greedy here with these kills. I know the team's behind them and say, you know what, let's just go for these free kills. Can we push them? They're a little afraid to push it because they don't have any information. They don't know how many teams are back there. They don't realize what the situation is. Gets shot in the back. They start to realize that perhaps maybe they should not have pushed this. Gets a clean damage here. Massive. Good cleanup on Jupiter's part. This was a big play. Looking at their points. And unfortunately they get thirded. This is the fear that we know that happens, especially with play as everyone starts to fight. They could have held, they could have gated, they got a little greedy. And this is what happens. This is unfortunately what happens. Luster's here and we have another team literally third partying them right now. We have 4 squads remaining. This is where the chaos happens. This is why I was keeping an eye on it. We know where the centerpiece happens. Luster's getting shot in the back. He's got a million boxes to swap armors. He can swap for literally days and years. He's thinking about, do I throw the Gibby Bubble? Do I heal? Do I just keep swapping armors? What do I do? This is my life now. This sucks. I hate it here. I'm with him. He throws the Gibby Bubble and says, you know, I can get the res. They're not going to shoot anymore. And the other team actually plays a smart play and they say, let's not get greedy. Let's rotate because the circle is closing in. It's going to hurt really badly. We see the Wraith actually switch armors. Probably shouldn't really bat this. He's got 1 second. Probably should swap armors. There's a million boxes here. But the stress is getting to him. He goes for the banner, which is kind of pointless nonetheless, but gets the banner. Maybe it's just a hard flex on his team. I don't quite know. He gets the banner, but there's nothing to res here. So we see this team's rotating in, and it's going to get hard gated from every which angle. This is a nightmare. Everyone hates it here. Everyone says pick on Luster. We don't like them. All my homies hate Luster. He ports in, and he's actually still alive. T1 and Reject are actually hard gating him, and we see them die. Let's take a look at T1's perspective. 3 squads remaining. T1's holding the angle here, waiting. Take a look. We got a 2v2 situation. 2v2 handing here. He's burning. The goal here is not to get cracked. He goes for the swap. He's got gold armor. They know they got a crack, which is why they're pushing. But he realizes they got the armor swap, and they say, you know what? Hold on for a second. We got a longbow in play. We see a switch here. I just realized we have a Pathfinder in play. Ladies and gentlemen, we have a Pathfinder. He gets a nice clean shot. He goes in for the YOLO Pathfinder switcheroo here. The massive shot whiff. He almost gets him. Actually knocks him. And we have a Pathfinder team actually take round 5. What a massive play. Ladies and gentlemen, actually seeing a Pathfinder team Reject coming in pretty hot. FG comes in at 7th place, unfortunately, with 0 points. Or 0 kills. They got points. But having 0 kills is... Were they 7th place? We need to double check and confirm that. I'll confirm in just a second. I believe, actually, no, they're 14th. Quick maths. 7 times 2 is 14th. I believe they're 14th place. So let's see how this shapes up. Let's take a look at the leaderboard and the scoreboard and go from there. Take a look. FG 13th. Close. Pretty close. I figured based on the chaos, I thought they were 14th. So T1, Luster actually coming in pretty high. They actually did really well, getting 3rd place there. Pretty massive points. So that's 7 points for them, plus the amount of kills that they got, which was a total of 11. So pretty big game for them. FG is not feeling so hot anymore. They came in really hot at the start of the day, and now they're really starting to struggle. We're looking at how the Sun Sisters do, 14th place. Pretty rough. We're going to take a look at the scores here in a moment for the prior round, and then I'm sure they're going to get updated here in just a moment. Jupiter did get greedy there, unfortunately, as we were seeing their POV, as we saw the chaos start to unfold. They did get 3 kills. They got 5th place. Good points there. But the question is, when they started getting thirded after thirded after thirded, was it worth it? Should they waited? Should they have hard gated? Was the hard gate worth it? But nonetheless, we see Reject realizing the Pathfinder comes in clutch. It does indeed work. We're starting to see teams shift away from their comfort level of Bloodhound, Wraith, and Gibby. It's interesting to see. We saw a lot more Caustics. Saw Pathfinder. We're seeing a lot more Cryptos. And we're seeing people drop the Bloodhound. Very interesting to see as people start to switch things up and they're trying to adjust of what's working and what's not. People are realizing as you go to the end zone that the Bloodhound just isn't working. People are predicting the circles quite well. And do you really need Bloodhound when you're predicting the circles as well as some of these teams are doing? Especially Sun Sisters. They don't even have a Bloodhound. And you've seen in some instances they're in some prime positioning. What's making this difficult as we start to look at the meta shift of individuals switching to different legends, it's why FG's having a hard time making pushes. So let me switch over to the next lobby here. I believe we are on round 6, and we don't have scores updated, so no, they're a little behind. So I'm curious to see. FG probably still is in the lead. Here, let me just get in the lobby before it's too late. The lobby is up. Is it? Let me see. Give me 1 second. Trying to message them and I can't seem to get in at the moment. See if I can get in. Give me a second. I want to make sure we don't miss the next round. There we go. Perfect, perfect, perfect. Lobby is up. We are in game 6, ladies and gentlemen. Game 6. Halfway through. See if we're going to take a little break here in just a hot second. Again, if you're enjoying the stream, enjoying what you see, enjoying the commentating, leave a like. Every little bit helps support. Just know that I appreciate all of you guys for being a part. Switch over to some Watson music. All right. Everyone's piling in. We'll see how everything will shape up here in just a hot second. All right. The next round should start up pretty quick here, actually. With how long this is going and how helpful this is, just want to let you guys know that I may not upload today. We'll see if we actually upload. We might upload on Monday and kind of let the focus be the tournaments for this weekend, because I think the commentary, everything we're doing, I think it's really helpful for a lot of newcomers and great conversations. Where do I connect my YouTube account to Origin? EA? Actually, I'm not sure. Really shocked by the Pathfinder play, and I'm curious. We're gonna take a look to see what comps have changed at the start, because we're starting to see a meta shift change, ladies and gentlemen. And people are starting to change the legends that they're using. So massive adjustments, massive changes. Hi, honey. Welcome back to the channel. Welcome back to the stream. We're still going. We're only halfway through. It's gonna be a long morning, but while we're in the in-between period, don't forget to grab yourself a coffee, grab yourself a snack. You know, we're going to be here. This is a nice moment to kind of settle on in and go to the bathroom, because the start of the round usually takes a quick moment before when people land, when people are doing things. So it's okay to kind of take a quick moment. All right. Lobby is filling up. I wonder if they're going to update the scores. Let's take a look. Looks like they're still trying to get the scores up as fast as humanly possible. I have been there. Just so you guys know, I actually helped Daltouche run his invitational, and I understand how difficult it can be to update scores at the last final moment and the struggle of having to do it. So once they give us a screenshot and we see everything updated, I will take a look at the breakdown of the overall points and scores, and then we'll start to go from there. Okay, so at one point, it looks like this was for the prior round. Oop. There we go. All right. I'm just checking on a few things. So the scores before the last round just ended. So when we started last round, we had SoaR Gaming at 68 at the top, Sun Sisters at 45 in second, Crazy Raccoon at 44, Connect Gaming Ace at 42, Banel Korea at 39, T1 at 38, Hybrid at 26, and of course Crest at 25. So we see some teams really struggling at the bottom, like Flora only at one point had 2 points, Ghost 7, Nexus 8, Luster's 8. Luster's actually had a really big game last round, so I'm kind of curious how much they're going to spike up. So we'll see as these teams, and most of those teams that were really struggling, by the way, are the teams that we're seeing 50-50 off the rip. It's really unfortunate whenever you have a team really fighting for optimal positioning and where that starts to build to and where that goes. But we'll see how this all shapes up. Let me take a look at Discord chat and make sure that I have everything looking good. But again, shout out to all of you guys who are here in chat. I appreciate all of you guys hanging out, watching the official Apex Legends APAC tournament, or APAC North tournament. Tomorrow we're going to be covering APAC South. Around the same time frame. I know this is super early. For people in Europe, I know that this is definitely a more ideal time. For people in the US, I apologize, it's super early, but nonetheless, the plus side is that we get to watch a VOD. Got a VOD. It's something helpful, right? We just need these last two to hop in. And then we're going to see how this will play out. What's interesting, again, is that we've seen FG struggle to really clutch out another strong game. And we saw last round, and I apologize, I missed it, where we missed the fight that they're at. Also, Wow Maru, thank you so much, dude. Appreciate you. It's good to have you here in the channel. Good to have you in here in the stream. I wish Watson was more viable. I want to see more Watson in play. But we do see Cog Ace. You know, we got 2 minutes before the round starts. 2 minutes. 2 minutes, ladies and gentlemen. Right. We're going to hop in just a second. Our crazy raccoon needs to move over to the spot. Or else did they plan to play without him? Guess we'll find out. There we go. Perfect. All right, I think we got a best 1 minute timer here. 1 minute. 1 minute, ladies and gentlemen. Gonna get back into this. Let me see if they posted any updated scores or anything. I have not seen any scores. I'm gonna keep an eye for a screenshot for the end of that round. If it happens to pop up midway through, I'll try to give you at least the top 3 scores, and we'll kind of go from there. But FG's still in the lead. I don't know if they're gonna be in the lead for much longer. Kind of crazy considering how hot they came in. I really thought they were gonna run away with this whole tournament. Starting in 10, 9, 8, 5. We'll keep going. Let's do this. All right, ladies and gentlemen. So as we stated before, when you see this screen, for those that are probably new to competitive APACs, when we sit at the screen after everyone loads and everyone's picking their legends, as a spectator, I'm just kind of vibing. I'm just kind of chilling, just waiting until they all select their legends. And then we'll kind of hop in, and then we'll get to commentate and see where everyone goes. FG, while they were in top, they were landing more thermal. We see Nexus and Luster fighting it out constantly over in Lava City. And we have been seeing Detonator Gaming kind of contesting, I believe it was FK, consistently over in Fragment. We haven't seen that for the next one. We kind of see the Pathfinder going back in play, and I'm kind of curious if we're going to see more Pathfinders. We see Caustics, and we see Crypto. So at the start, I'll follow Nexus because sometimes they 50-50 right off the rip. But I'm going to also just talk about changes in comp. What was interesting for those that have missed kind of the part of the start of the tournament is that we actually saw Horizon actually in play. We actually saw Horizon in play, which is fascinating to see. Let's take a look at the compositions. Let's see my boy Pathfinder coming back in play. Let's look at that. We got Pathfinder back. FG is probably having a harder time dealing with more of the Caustics and Pathfinder mobility than anything else. So let's take a look at these comps. We see Pathfinder back. We see SoaR Gaming with Pathfinder as well. We see a Caustic make a return. We see a Crypto. We have 2 Cryptos in play. We have more Caustics in play than before. Many teams. Hold on. What just happened here? Do we have a 50-50 for the spot? Let me pause this music. Sorry for the lag for a second. Do we actually see a 50-50 change it up over at staging already? That's really rough. Floor is already struggling. They were in last place before, and somebody just said, this team is free and really struggling. Sometimes when you have a bad day, you continue to have a bad day. It's understandable. It's not fair. Pathfinder comes to play. He throws. He literally is throwing his game. He probably wants to throw his monitor outside the screen. I would. I'd be frustrated. I entered and completely lost. Gibby is going for the fight down here. We got a little bit of lag, but it's unfortunate. He's got some cracks. The race says, I'm still here. But definitely an unfortunate situation. He gets a lucky swap on blue armor here. He has high ground. Gets a little bit of damage in, but it's almost not enough. He gets a crack. The Gibby probably has already swapped armors down below. He has a high ground position, but he has to ask himself, is this really worth the fight? He's going to drop a heal. He's throwing his Gibby bubble. He's going for the res. The Wraith has literally no option besides pushing. He uses it as bait. Oh, he didn't. He actually got the res off. And forcing Flora goes out. This is really unfortunate for Flora. Going out with barely any points again. Looks like a Pathfinder team takes it for the win. The Pathfinder literally just kind of yeeted in. Looks like another team said, you know what? We heard those shots. We're going to show up and we want to get on some of this action. Pathfinder's like, I'm going to box him away to success. What can I do here? Pathfinder could take height, go for an alternate angle. He says, you know what? Nope, I'm going to zip us away. Hard zip off that angle, though. It's free damage. He misses his grapple here. Unfortunate as he's trying to get away. Finally gets away. Wraith's just ratting and taking the off angle. Massive play on Wraith's part. Gets cracked. Gets knocked. Unfortunately, this is going to probably be an early out for them as they just kind of YOLO and run away. They really can't stay here. There's no saving that Wraith. You're just going to have to run, buddy. You're just going to have to run. They think they can stay. It's not going to pan out that way. I'm rooting for you guys. I really love for you guys to survive, but you know, just sometimes this happens. It just kind of plays out this way. Blackbird Ventus trying to make the play around. The question is, are they going to banner camp? Oh, this is live. The 5-minute delay. Here, I'll type in chat. It's live, 5-minute delay. Okay. And we're back in. Don't worry, I didn't miss anything. Just want to make sure people know what's going on. Again, this is APAC North of what's happening in terms of the tournament. This is ALGS. When is NA matches? I only know when APAC North and APAC South. So I'm covering APAC North today, and APAC South is going to be tomorrow. Let's take a look. Crest Gaming. How are they looking? They have optimal positioning, but they're also already in a fight and in an encounter, so that can be a little rough. They were... Hold up. Interesting play. They were going back with... changing up the comp with Revenant. We have seen in APAC many times that Revenant can make a play. I can't believe I didn't catch that earlier, that we saw a Revenant here. Pretty sure you guys all in chat are probably flaming me. I can't believe I didn't catch that. The fact that we have a Revenant. Pathfinder and Blackbird Ventus is definitely ratting his way to success. This Pathfinder needs to get out. They're going to hard int him. Wraith is going to say, I'm going to get you out with a portal, but he's getting shot at a different angle. Going to say, nope, I'm going to leave. I'm sorry. He's just going to play him. He's just going to play him. It's just he knows that this is going to be a bit of a struggle to get through. Let's take a look from the Pathfinder's perspective. He does get knocked, unfortunately. We knew that would happen. This other team is unaware that there is another team within the general vicinity. We're going to see quite a bit there. Let's take a look. Take a look at SG in just a hot second. See how SG is doing. Now that they're aware that the other team does exist. The reason why we're keeping an eye on this as other teams are rotating is that for some reason everyone's getting an early fight here. I don't know why everyone is already fighting here. Everyone knows that there's going to be constant team rotating. They're fighting for prime positioning. But they know that if they fight, that they're only going to continuously get thirded. And that's not what you want. And they can hear it in the back. And they know they're going to get hard stuck here. They're going for the armor swap. They're saying, what loot can we capitalize on before the rotation? But we know they're most likely going to have to hold this building. He takes a hard hit from the charge rifle Charlie. Everyone loves charge rifles. Am I right? Everyone in chat, all of you guys love the charge rifles. I would have to agree. Not really. Charge rifle. I don't know about that. Not about that one, Chief. Let's take a look at FG. They were our reigning champions before, and they're going to edge it. They're going to continuously edge it. They're not fighting for prime position. We may see a fight happen right here in just a second. If I see a knock, I'm going to figure out what team that is actually going to fight. Let's take a look at this Crazy Raccoon. They're pretty close. They're edging it. And they're all in various buildings, so not really fighting quite yet. It's not Crazy Raccoon. I thought it might be them. Let's switch over. Here they are. And they're porting away. We got 2 crypto teams here. The reason why the crypto teams got here the fastest is obviously because it hit the beacons, and we're seeing less bloodhounds in play, so we're seeing less teams get to the zone earlier. All these teams are just kind of hanging out, chilling, saying, you know what, there's some positive vibes here. They're all just waiting for their moment. And everyone, this is a part of the encounter and fight where everyone just sits. I guarantee this is probably Detonator's team sitting in Fragment. Let's take a quick look at that. It is. But they're not going to fight for it. I wouldn't fight for it. Positive vibes.
Target spotted.
Target over there.
And for those that are watching, just so you're aware, this is APAC North. And also tomorrow will be APAC South, which is Asia. So if you don't recognize some of the players and names, that's definitely why, as we're seeing a pro tournament from overseas. That's maybe why you may not recognize some of the players, which is perfectly okay. They have this building for free. There's a lot of damage going out. Let's take a look at FG, how they're doing in the rotation, because they're the furthest ones out. Press Gaming is going to hard gate this team. Let's see if, Crazy Raccoon, excuse me. Crazy Raccoon is aware they're going to be coming.
Let's go this way.
Let's take a look. FG, Crazy Raccoon, and T1. We'll definitely keep an eye on them. I've been trying to keep an eye on the action as well. FG and Crazy Raccoon are about to run into each other in just a hot second. All these teams are just picking on each other. They're just poking. If they get a knock, they're not going to push on it. The reason why a team doesn't push on it is because they know that everyone is going to shoot at them the minute they leave their little houses. You ever seen Home Alone 2? You ever seen Home Alone 2 where they say, we're all going to leave our little houses? There's a quote in the movie. Anyways, I'm dating myself. Let's get right back to the action. FG is about to roll up on Crazy Raccoon here. They hear them. This is the nightmare. This is the nightmare that FG does not want. FG has one down already. Let's take a look at their POV. This is not what FG wants. They're going to have to run and they're going to have to rat. They said there's no way. He's not getting out. It's not going to happen, unfortunately. Crazy Raccoon knocks out FG and they said, you know what? We're tired of you guys getting points. We understand you were hot for a second, but you ain't not hot anymore. It's not going to happen anymore. Unfortunate. So it's very exciting. All right, so breather right now. The breather that's happening right now is all the teams that have fought have already claimed stake to their area. We do see one team, and I think that's Nexus. Nexus is going to hard gate this team. So let's take a look at Nexus and see if they're going to hard gate.
Enemy over there.
You see them. None of these other teams are going to fight. Once the zone closes, yes, we're going to switch POVs to probably the north side of this fight. Actually, Detonator Gaming is fighting over in Fragment.
This won't hurt.
And they actually get a clean mop over on White Claw. Kudos to them. Let's take a look back at Nexus. But just so you guys are aware, that fight in Fragment, another team is actually pushing up on them right now. SG got a knock on BVV, which is the rat, so we don't have to worry about that. The Pathfinder rat from the very beginning of the game got knocked, or he's dead. That's ran out of batteries. So we're not going to see much here. They're all going to probably fight for this house right here in just a hot second. Let's take a look at he. I know they're going to rotate from that angle. I don't think these guys are going to fight. I really don't believe that they're going to. This is probably where the action is going to be. We're going to watch this angle because they're going to hard gate this team that's going to come in. They're going to pick on them for a little bit. If I see a knock, I will switch POV. And let's take a look how T1 is doing real quick. Perfect timing on this. T1 actually hard gates them in. We're going to stick on T1 here. They're just cleaning up them. It's free. Free points. They're just gonna secure their kills, and they say, you know what? Your charge rifle, Charlie, or triple take Terry. Excuse me. This is a hard play. He doesn't have much room to play here. He's gonna take zones damage. He takes zones damage. He's dead immediately. He's dead. He's gonna try to go for the res. He already wasted his bubble, which is unfortunate. He got caught in a weird situation there, which is really not what you're looking for, and not what you want in this kind of scenario. But not a bad play overall. They did get secure some points. T1 is rotating. We may switch over a POV in a hot second to Crazy Raccoon because they are also in a really good spot. Hold on, let me switch over to them. They may be in a fight. I'm going to go right back to T1 because they're finishing the rotation. I know the focus right now is T1 and Crazy Raccoon because they have been big stars overall. Looks like Cog just went out. Go back to Crazy Raccoon. Looks like they got a knock. And they're going for the big play here. Loss, it's good to have you here. Good to have you here. Welcome everyone to the channel. Welcome to stream. Again, 5-minute delay unless you're watching a VOD. No 5-minute delay. So it looks like Crazy Raccoon is hard gating this team over here. It feels really bad for them. They've got the prime positioning. They said we're going to claim dominance. FG's already out, so a lot of teams are starting to feel a lot more confident here. Let's switch POVs here. Crypto team is hard gating this other team out. Everyone's icons disappeared for a second. They have an open area, by the way, this team. They're claiming a lot of land. These teams all have to leave, which is why I'm keeping an eye on them. It's an open area, and all these teams are about to try to claim some dominance on them. And they're about to get picked on, which is going to be really rough. We're going to keep an eye on this team for just a second because every team is about to rotate and open land here in just a second. All these teams. This is going to be really rough. It's going to be kind of hard to decipher who to focus on here in just a minute because a lot can happen here in just a minute. All these teams are going to leave the building. Fragment is going to have to go an open field across the road here. And then you have this open land that I'm just showcasing here that nobody wants to be a part of. Nobody wants to be there. This is why CCC is holding this angle here because they know this is probably the best chance that they have. They know they can't go for this other area. Let's take a look at the Crypto, what he's doing. He's trying to assess how many teams are here. Looking for a spot because they know in just a hot minute it's going to get real hot. He actually scanned the beacon. Kudos to him. He knows where the zone is. Massive play on the Crypto's part. He's taking a look at all the action over there. Look at all the Gibby ult. This is high in the sky. That's why I can appreciate a Crypto. I can appreciate a Crypto in ALGS. Can't go wrong with that.
Let's explore this way.
Crypto with a charge rifle. That's something I would trust. Yes, tomorrow will be APAC South, by the way. They're keeping their eye on Sky. RC Reject just got hit by the zone. Hard rotation for these teams. Gets a massive crack here. We got an extra Watson in play. Mops up COG. He's going to queue around. A lot of teams are fighting right now. Lots of teams. It's getting really tight around this area. This Wraith is just trying to get out of dodge. He gets knocked. We're going to switch to Crazy Raccoon because of they're the favorites, right? They're holding an angle here. They're waiting for the opportunity. Waiting. There's a lot of fighting over there, but I'm keeping an eye on Crazy Raccoon because they're definitely the fan favorites. Let's take a quick look at T1 and see how they're doing on their rotation. They're still holding this angle. They're pretty close to Crazy Raccoons over on the side over there. Oh, is Crazy Raccoons finally making a big play in? They are. They're YOLOing in. They're not really YOLOing. This is actually a good play on their part. They're just fighting for some kills right now. Clean mop up. Clean. Look at the damage. Barely any damage taking place. This is massive for them. This is what they want. This is what they need. They're going for the armor swaps. They're looking for the rotation. They're waiting for the right opportunity in the right moment. So this is great. Everyone's holding. Everyone's recouping. We see a fight going on. Let's take a look at T1 again. Because they're holding this high angle, which is why you see them all stacked up here. They're actually in the building. They're actually listed pretty much like, let's see, let's zoom in. They're in the building. Crazy Raccoon is over here. And everyone's just kind of in a weird holding pattern. Oh, they're engaging over here. This is the team, the Crypto team from earlier. He's trying to get him out. He does. Knocks him. What a shot. This is actually Luster. My apologies. Can get a little chaotic here as we're looking. Crazy Raccoon is literally... They're popping off. We're just going to stay on Crazy Raccoon. They're hot right now. They're kill leader. They're 6 kills in. There's a crypto team. They say, you know what? We're hungry. We hungry. They're throwing nades. The Gibby ult, I believe, was from the other team. They're trying to stop this push. They know they have an open field. And the crypto is saying, oh, clean. Clean tracking. My man has been on Kovacs since the day he was born. That was some insane tracking right there. Love to see it. Based on their team, just in general. They just got that. That was nice. They're going to mop up this team. And their Crazy Raccoons, unfortunately, is unaware of the team behind them. Massive. Clean frying. They're frying the teams. They get shot in the back. As I mentioned before, we're going to keep an eye on Ras just because he's frying teams. He says, you know, I'm going in. I'm mechanically sound. I spend so much time on aim trainers. It doesn't matter. That's the Mirage team. My God, he's frying people. He's on 8 kills. This is the type of stuff we love to see. And they're going to recover. Amazing play. Love it. So they're up quite a bit of kills here. 8, 5, and 3. All they got to do is wait patiently and hold here. They're unaware that there's a rat on the other side of this. They'll potentially find them out. All they need is a Bloodhound scan, and they're going to catch them out. There's no reason to go to the banner because what's going on. I'm going to keep an eye. I know there's action going on right now, but I really want to see how Crazy Raccoon plays this out, if they're going to find the rat, and how they're going to rotate in, because they're the ones that are out of position, and all the teams in there are just... This is just a mess right now. They're just holding. Oh, actually, are they porting in? Hold on. Hold up. They're unaware of the rat from behind. Arise is aware that the team is right around the corner. They have like a barely an inch. Just take a look. They barely have. They're not in. They're not in. They have to rotate in. This is not smart. Instantly, they realize it's not smart and they start porting in. They're porting in for positioning, but they're not going to push in right away. The reason why they're not going to push in right away is that they're going to wait. They're going to wait to see how the rotation plays out. Let's take a look at T1. T1 is doing quite well in there. And let's take a look at Crazy Raccoon as they're flanking around the whole positioning. We have T1, and we also have HE in the building, and then we have Crazy Raccoon on the outside, and we have Luster just vibing. He's just chilling. Look at just chilling. He's just enjoying his life. Crazy Raccoon going for some 6 shots here, going for the port, and says, you know what? Getting headshot left and right, going for big plays. Going to take the port, going to take roof. Roof may not be the play because everyone else is watching them. Everyone else is keeping an eye. They're aware that they're on the left side of the building. He's making the call out. You can tell. He says, we can't fight this. We can't stay here. T1 is the other building, claiming a lot of dominance. So we look at from T1's perspective. They say, you know what? We have the building. We're feeling very comfortable. Things are nice. Things are nice here. Take a look at Crazy Raccoon. They do have the roof. You can tell it may not be in the most cozy situation because they have to rotate still. Look at those dots. It's like a constellation of stars. So just so you're aware, T1 has the top of the building. Ghost has the bottom of the building. This guy's just vibing in the back over here, just chilling, living his best life. And we're in a top 6 situation. Crazy Raccoon is made something out of nothing based on the rotation. Very impressive. They only got shot in the back, and it's the only thing that's really been keep them out of place. The hard part here, this is really rough. There's nothing safe. The only option they really have is to play outside the building potentially, and I think that's what they're going to do. They don't have the Wraith port. The Bloodhound has an ult. Everyone's scanning. We have no Watsons in play. We have nothing but Bloodhounds, and there's no Caustics, so at least they have that. Again, notice how they made the call and said, you know what, let's take outside. But they can't. Oh, this is going to be rough. And then who's living their best life? This dude living his best life over there. Things are good. He's just vibing. He's just chilling. He can hide underneath the building and guarantee he's going to get top 3 or top 4 because they're not paying attention to him. Nobody is. T1's got the upper area. HE's got the bottom area. Let's go right back to T1. Actually, let's take a list. Crazy Raccoon. We're gonna pay attention to them. They got the worst rotation here. Oh, this sucks. This hurt. This is hard to watch. This is not fair. What do you do? Just run into every team. Let's take a look at T1. They're taking the roof. They're fine up there. Let's take a look at O3. They're at the base of the building. Let's take a look at HE. They're on the outside of the building. And if we look at this team, they're in the worst spot. FK is definitely in the worst spot right now because they are going to get picked on and get naded, and they're about to get Gibby ulted, which makes sense. Wouldn't have it any other way. I can't believe they actually are surviving this. Just healing through it. Is the rat still alive? No, he's not. Okay. What? Actually, he is. I told you. Told you he's going to get top 4. I promise you that guy's going to get top 4 just because nobody's paying attention to him. Nobody knows he exists yet. And how are they going to tell that's a rat? How do you tell? Oh my gosh, this is getting crazy. This is probably the most intense end zone circle that we've seen thus far. He got the swap and died. That was the rat. Unfortunately, he got greedy. Why did you get greedy? It's okay if you get greedy. You know, sometimes you got to get greedy, right? Believe it or not, as much as the outside was not the ideal situation, the fact that they healed through it was quite impressive. FK actually has the one up here, and we're going to keep an eye on them. I know a lot of chaos is happening in the building. But these guys outside the building actually have the best placement, which is why we're keeping an eye on them. The building was not actually the best play after all. They hear the res. They're waiting for the encounter. They realize there's a lot of knocks, and they say this is free. This is free real estate. One's on the roof, probably one's down below. We see some knocks. Now we see a 1v1 situation. A team 3v3, technically. You get what I'm trying to say. We got a Gibby bubble fight. And FK! Are they gonna throw this? I believe in you! Oh. They had the best positioning. They had the best positioning. They literally had the best position. They had the knocks. They literally had it. Just the Gibby bubble play. The Gibby bubble play from Ghost was actually looked really, really good. Ghost really clutched it out there. That was really good on their part. Pretty good. The rat. So chat. Oh, the rat wins. I may have to go grab myself some water. Take a quick moment once I log in here. Did the mobile respawn change competition play in any way? I haven't seen it. I don't think it's actually in competitive play right now. Ghost actually comes in on top. FG is really starting to struggle, unfortunately. As much as they came in pretty strong and pretty hot, they have not been able to find their footing since everyone has been changing up the legends. Crazy Raccoon came in really hot with a ton of kills. It came at 6th place, so good solid amount of points. So it is going to boost them up. We're going to take a look at the scoreboard once I back out of this lobby here and we load up into the next one. We're going to take a quick moment. I think everyone should take a quick bathroom break. I need to grab some water. I'm out of water, and I need to take a quick bathroom break myself. And we get set up, and we get prepped for like the next go around here. Whew. We have 2 teams at match point. SoaR Gaming. SoaR has to win. They just have to win. But it's getting to them. It's just getting to them. SoaR Gaming and SoaR Korea. Wow, this is... All right, well, let's go through the scores. Just real quick. Actually, on that, let's take a bathroom break. Let's all agree to take a quick bathroom break. This has been pretty intense. This has been pretty crazy. Let's go grab some water. I've been talking nonstop. Whew. Crazy. I hope you guys are learning a lot from watching this. This has been phenomenal to shoutcast and to really see. It's been a lot of fun. Not gonna lie, this has been a blast. Hopefully you guys are enjoying the journey. Hopefully you're enjoying the tournament that you're watching so far. If you are, be sure to leave a like. Leave a like, help support the channel. Let's see here. Let me hop into the lobby. Once it's up. And then we're gonna run down through the scores because we have quite a few teams now that could literally run away with this. Oh my gosh, we have a lot of teams that are really close, man. I'm gonna go through the scores. I'm gonna leave you guys in anticipation because you have to stay here because I'm gonna talk through all the scores and the fact that how many are match point and what that means, meaning that they just need to win. Gotta win, quite literally. Okay, let me get in the lobby. And I have to get up. Once the lobby is up, that is. Oh, what a tournament so far, ladies and gentlemen. What a tournament thus far. All right, I'll be able to get in just a hot second. And then we will all, personally, let's all go take a bathroom break. Let's get up, stretch our legs. Let's take a moment. And then we'll come right back into the action. Don't forget to leave a like. Leaving a like helps support the channel, helps support the stream. It's been great so far. I hope you guys are all having a good time. I've been having a good time myself. Been up since... I haven't slept. I mean, I kind of took a little nap. But this has been fun. All right, let's see here. Let's do the lobe arrangement. Okay, let's test the code, make sure we can get in. Okay, it's not ready yet. It's fine, that's fine. Alright, I'll give it a second. Big game, big plays. If you did subscribe and you like the channel, I just want to take a moment to thank all of you guys for being here, being a part. Know that I appreciate you guys for joining me on this journey of APAC North, Apex Legends. What a day. Been fun. Alright, we're still waiting on the server to load up. Alright, you know what we're going to do? Let's talk through the scoring real quick. Because we did get that, and I apologize for holding you guys tight. So, FG is match point eligible. They're at 69 points. Crazy Raccoon is match point eligible. They're at 68 points. T1 is match point eligible at 63 points. FK, Fennel Korea, is at match point eligible, 54 points. Sun Sister, match point eligible, 50 points. And yeah, those are the teams that are really looking at. I'll repeat that in a minute, don't worry. We'll kind of go over. But we have a lot of teams that could potentially run away with this. Maybe server's not up? Hold on. Oh, shoot. Hey, Tactician. Thank you so much for the 20. Thank you so much, brother. I really appreciate that. Holy crap. Let's go, dude. Appreciate ya. Maybe everyone is taking a quick break right now. Which is fine. I just want to make sure I get in the server first. The old server is still up. So we can turn on team comms sometime? I can't, unfortunately. Also, I believe that they're all speaking a different language. So if I hopped in, I'm not sure if I would be able to. But thank you so much again, the tactician. I appreciate you, dude. Appreciate you. Checking in with chat, make sure that I'm not missing getting in. Because the other server's still up, which is interesting, and everyone is still kind of vibing in it. I guess we could just vibe in that. Yeah, this was the scores from the last round still. The new server isn't quite up yet for some reason. I think everyone is taking just a quick moment, but nonetheless, once that happens, we'll take our quick moment as well, and we'll take a little quick break. But just know that I appreciate you guys for all being here, for being a part. It's been fun. Again, I know I've kind of said that. Who would have thought that I would be totally okay with being up at 4 in the morning and shoutcasting? That's kind of wild. Okay, so there is a quick 15-minute break here. So what we're going to do, we're going to step away. I just got confirmation that we're on a 15-minute break. So take a quick moment, go to the restroom. I'm going to go get water real quick, and I'll be right back. I recommend all of you guys do the same thing. Grab yourself some water, grab yourself some food. I'm going to grab myself some water. I will be right back. Okay, we are back. Welcome back, everybody. If you're coming back, I just got myself some water. Hopefully you have some water, maybe some coffee, maybe a donut. You know what? I'm actually going to get maybe some donuts today. That actually sounds very good. then I'm going to work out. Because I need to work out. Hopefully you guys are enjoying everything. I'm going to check in. Oh, lobby's up. Perfect timing. See, everything happens the way it's supposed to. Let's hop in. Round 7. Lots of teams are match point. We're going to cover all the points and scores of what can possibly happen here. So let's talk about it real quick. We are potentially a match point for a team taking away this tournament. It's pretty close. We're going to cover the scores in just a hot second again. So let's cover it. Ready? So first place currently, we have FG, SoaR Gaming, 69 points. We have second place, Crazy Raccoon with 68 points. We have T1, 63 points. We have FK, SoaR Korea, 54 points. We have Sun Sister God, 50 points. All the teams I just mentioned are match point eligible. What does that mean? It means that once they win, that's it. That's a wrap on the tournament. So we have a lot of teams that are about to be close to ready to take the win. So we are pretty close to a lot of these teams quite literally being, again, match point eligible and anybody really running away with this. It's really curious who could potentially win this. It's all really close. FG was the fastest to get there, and they literally could have just ran away with the tournament, and that would have been it. But nonetheless, here we are. It's pretty exciting. It's pretty great. I appreciate all of you guys for hanging out. Don't forget to stretch your legs, get up, walk around, and if you're working, tuning in, just know that I appreciate you. Be sure to grab water. And yeah, it's exciting. Summit, cheers. Thank you so much for liking the stream and hanging out and being a part today. I really, really appreciate you. So everyone is piling in. As you can tell, everyone's coming back from their quick break. All the players did as well. We have been all shoutcasting, playing, and doing everything for nearly 4 hours straight. I want to put that out there. Literally been almost 4 hours straight that nobody's got up and done up pretty much like anything. So we're all dedicated, we're all passionate, we all love Apex. If you have any questions, definitely put them in chat. Try to read them out when we're in these in-between breaks. I've definitely been seeing what you guys say, and I try to put it color commentary in between around. And yeah, we'll kind of see where things are going. So for this next round, the teams that I'm going to be following, we're going to be following FG, Crazy Raccoon, T1, FK, and Sun Sister. We're going to be following the top 5 teams that are really, really going at it. So we have the top 5 there. Quite literally, this could be it. We'll see what happens. It's very, very exciting. There's a lot of teams, unfortunately, where they would have to make some crazy comeback. But I'm just not sure. I mean, anything can happen in Battle Royale. Anything could literally happen. All those 5 teams could really struggle, but nonetheless, we've already seen them clutch out a win, and we've seen them do it. So let's see if they can actually pull it together for this next round. We've seen some hard throws. We've seen some amazing plays. We've seen really great positioning. We've seen not so great positioning. My biggest question is if we will see FG. They had such good positioning. There's great positioning at the start. And they started to really not. They capitalized on rotating late, but the problem is that a lot of the cryptos and a lot of the caustics, a lot of those teams are hard gating them out, which is the big problem that they're running into that I have been seeing. So we'll see what happens in this next one. All right, almost everyone's back. There is a Discord where we all chat, and I get to see what the teams are doing. I can't hop in any Discords, unfortunately. Let me see. Everyone's probably in their own private Discord. But it would be probably a nightmare if I hopped in like, hey guy, what's going on, guys? All right. Let's see if they updated the spreadsheet. Yeah, looks like they did. Nice. So you guys are reminded on the prize pool. Let's recap the prize pool while we're at it. So you understand the money that's on the line for this specific tournament that we have for today. So prize pool for APAC North playoffs. First place is 18,000. Second place is 9,000. Third place is 6,000. Fourth place is 4,080. Fifth place is 3,000. Sixth place is 2,220. Seventh place is 1,650. Eighth place is 1,260. Ninth is 990. 10th is 800. Who's in the lead? Right now, we have a lot of teams that are match point for those that are watching. And let's recap that real quick because we actually have a moment. Take a look at the match set. We have FG, match point eligible, 69 points. Do I have to say any more about that number? Crazy Raccoon, match point eligible at 68 points. T1, 63 points, match point eligible. Vanilla Korea, 54 points, match point eligible. Sun Sister God, 50 points, match point eligible. Those are the top five teams that we're going to keep an eye on as we go into this next round. Looks like everyone's set. Perfect timing. Just got a message saying 1 minute. So, ladies and gentlemen, this is where it starts. This could be it. This could not be it. Yeah. Welcome back, the Tactician. Welcome back. Starting in 30 seconds, as you can see in the little chat down here. All right. Just want to let you know that a lot of these gamers have been going at it for over 4 hours now. Because they definitely warmed up. And they've definitely been grinding. So they've been at the computer for quite a bit of time. We could tell that FG came in hot, but we can tell as time is going that people are starting to probably feel that wear and tear. Let's see if this is the final round. Let's see if we keep going. I'm a little disappointed I didn't see enough Horizon, though. I saw her once, and the teams just abandoned her so quickly, and it makes sense. But darn it, I wish I would see more Horizon. That would be amazing to see. Gibraltar, have you noticed a trend? There's nothing but Gibraltars. Gibraltar is just too good. Just too good. Hey, good morning, McCree. It's good to have you here. Welcome to stream. Welcome to the channel. Again, appreciate all of you guys being here. Again, we will be covering APAC South tomorrow. So if you enjoy what you're seeing here for APAC North, we're going to be covering the same thing for tomorrow at 2 a.m. Same location, kind of the same time. 2 hour, a little 2 hour difference there. But nonetheless, very, very exciting as we get into it. So you're kind of curious what's happening right now on the screen. Everyone's picking their legends. And since we're spectators, we're just vibing, looking at the pretty flowers. Avi, thank you so much for the sub. Also, thank you everyone for the subs. I know I see Lindak, Toddy, Get This, Simon, a lot of people. Wow, holy crap. Thank you guys all so much for the subs. All right, let's get into it. Pausing the music. And now we're hopping in game. That's nice. All right, let's see if FG gets contested. They actually might. Let's take a look at our top teams. So obviously T1 is a big team. that we're looking at, they're uncontested lava fissure. Thermal station looks like they're fine for Sun Sister. They look like they're going geyser, so they're fine. Getting another little Gibby ukulele. They're uncontested here. Whoa, Blackbird. This happened last round, actually. We were seeing a 50-50 right off the rip. That's really unfortunate. So Flora, okay, so the story that happened here, just so you guys are all aware, Blackbird managed to clean up Flora, and it looks like Flora said, you know what? We're mad, we're angry, and they hot dropped on them, and they said this is our place. They're having this vendetta. Who knows? There's probably a Twitter longer going on about drama that's probably stirring up whatever's going on between these two teams, because unfortunately, they're definitely upset. But again, thank you guys so much for the sub to the channel. Right now, all the teams are spread out, as you can tell. Nobody's on top of each other besides those teams. Two teams that just landed each other, hot dropped, and they got some Twitter stuff going on. I guarantee they went into Discord and said, we don't like you. That's definitely rough to occur at the very start of the round. Actually, was not expecting that. So let's go over to FG. FG's looting their normal. They got a golden backpack. They're going to give that to the Gibraltar. Got a 3x. Can't go wrong with that. Let's take a look at T1. How are they doing? T1 is going over to Trials. They're going to get that extra loot. They already have a gold armor. This is a great position for them to be in, having gold armor this early on. They want to hold on to that. Let's take a look at Sun Sisters again. Sun Sisters over in Geyser, uncontested. They're looking pretty good. This circle is most likely going to end, potentially Sorting Factory, based on the zone. Just kind of guessing this is going to end probably here. Could Pulse Harvester sign. There's a potential on that. And there is a very unlikely chance it's Tree, but it's definitely not going to land there. So let's take a look again at another top team. Let's take a look at Fennel, Korea. They're in Fragment East. They're probably in the best spot. Like I called it, first call. Sorting Factory is definitely going to be a Sorting Factory ending. This is going to be Sorting Factory. It's probably going to end pretty similar to the way it did at the start. And if it's not, it's going to be on the south end over here this way. So I think those are the two spots I would bank on if I was a competitive player competing right now. That's where I would try to bank right now. Let's try to see who's actually in Sorting Factory. I don't think that's Crazy Raccoon. Let's take a look also at Crazy Raccoon to see how they're doing. It is. Crazy Raccoon is sitting in an amazing spot. So some of the best teams that are actually a match point right now, we have Sun Sisters, who has a pretty decent little rotation coming over from Geyser. We have Crazy Raccoon, who already sitting in the middle with a gold stabilizer. We have FG, who has definitely probably the hardest rotation of the group, but also has a gold backpack. And then we also have T1 that has two gold armors. All the top teams that could technically take match point all have golden items. We have gold backpacks, we have gold armors, we have everything in play. We have a lot of gold. A lot of interesting stuff that can happen. Hold on, let's take a quick look actually at Sun Sisters because they're rotating in. Look at this, they're rotating in, and this is about to get real messy. They did see the team across the way, but they have no idea. They have no idea of the team that's there, which is Crazy Raccoon. And Crazy Raccoon is not somebody they want to mess with during this tournament. They have no idea that they're over there. They're taking shots, they're making their presence known, and they're about to rotate, and they're all whites, unfortunately. While they have a decent rotation, Sun Sisters definitely has the uphill battle in this situation compared to T1, to FG, and any of the other teams. They have the hardest situation here to come back from. Wish them luck. So keep an eye on them, because honestly, they could have a team rotate up on them in any second. Actually, let's take a quick look at FK, because they're actually the ones that actually took this building here. If FK, and let's go back to Crazy Raccoon, because they might get rotated on right now, actually. They just got scanned. They're getting ulted. They're going to heal up, but I guarantee that Crypto's probably not going to push on them. Wouldn't make any sense to do so. Congratulations, you did a little bit of damage, but that damage is just there to collect and farm gear. Just there to farm the damage. So obviously they healed up. They're perfectly fine. The other team just went back down factory. And then all these other teams have a hard rotation in. We have no fights occurring yet. And no fights are going to occur. Even when the zone closes, this zone actually has a lot of choke points. It's going to be a little while until we see a fight. And that's perfectly fine. Unless here, Crazy Raccoons unfortunately runs into a fight, which is why we're keeping full eyes on them. Because I just realized she's just kind of vibing on the desk there. Perfectly fine. It's what happens in a tournament. Sometimes you just gotta vibe. Whoa, hold on. Let's go over to FK. There's a fight here. They decided to push him out early on Donut.
They've laid traps.
Is this Sun Sister pushing them out? And it was. That's a pretty risky move there because they just gave up their positioning and they're about to get rotated on, which is expected from this team. Very unfortunate. Sun Sisters also, like I said, had a very big uphill battle based on their loot and their white armors. They definitely probably should not have pushed that building. They gave away their position and now they're in a really sticky situation. Luckily, unfortunate, he almost got that there now, but now they're burning. They're getting rotated on as well. We see another team rotating from up above. This is getting really chaotic. This is getting really crazy. Sun Sister says this isn't worth it. We're just going to vibe and we're just going to chill. So let's go over to SG because they're the ones that came in from the uphill battle here and see how they're doing. Let's take a look at the Gibraltar. Just wanted to make sure that he wasn't going to die. I just had to figure out what was going to happen next in that encounter because that was getting pretty hot. Definitely getting sweaty. Let's take a quick look at Crazy Raccoon because they're actually fighting up here. Still, we haven't forgotten about them. We know that they're getting pushed. They're getting thermited from the team from across the way. We're going to have to go right back over to SG in just a hot second. Let's stick at SG. I do not believe that Crazy Raccoon is going to get pushed. That's a really uphill battle, and I don't believe that they're going to do that. Nice fry there. Not too bad, not too bad. They're holding this building. They're doing well. They have a Pathfinder. They do not have a Watch, and they don't have a Caustic. They're able to get pushed. Cleaned up the damage there. Cleaned up the kill. We're hanging tight. Again, like I said, Crazy Raccoon is not getting pushed, but these two teams are kind of battling it out. I guarantee they're going to hold their position. They're just going to peek. They're not going to fight anymore. So we have nothing to worry about here. Crazy Raccoons is safe to where they're at. SG is okay in their position, and everything is fine in the world for now. I promise you they won't make this engagement considering the zone's about to close. They're just going to wait for the rotation. FK, on the other hand, is making a very, very ballsy move. I'm not really sure why they're making this push considering they have decent positioning and they know where the zone is. They might have heard the action. You know, this is definitely a scouting maneuver. They're just taking a look at the action that's taking place and they're just getting all the loot so they can stay in their positioning longer. First, I thought for a moment they were making one of the craziest plays ever, but nonetheless, they're just making sure they're just scouting and getting gear. They're hunkering down. So this is actually going to be pulling north. This was not pulling towards the south side like I thought. This is definitely pulling on the north side. They're just coming in, becoming loot goblins, going back and forth. They're setting themselves up for success. Crazy Raccoon is sitting up top, and they're vibing, they're chilling. These other teams are rotating in. Everything is looking great in the world. I know in chat there was a comment about whether or not the play was a little too risky for trials. We'll definitely have to see how that plays out in the long run. T1 right now has 2 gold armors, and they're rotating in a bit late here. These other teams should not be fighting. I would be very surprised if they fought, so let's keep an eye on T1. It's a great conversation and segue point as we talk about what's happening with these teams. They got 2 gold armors. They could be losing cells. We don't really know what their inventory situation looks like, but they have to worry and ask themselves, do we have enough cells to fight? And honestly, they probably should take this team for their gear if they can do it, considering how good of an armor situation they have. They do have to worry about a team here. Crazy Raccoon still located here. FK still located here. Sun Sisters unfortunately did get knocked, so I apologize. We did not commentate on that just a moment ago. So they're definitely very nervous about where this could go. I would be just as nervous as Sun Sisters as well. Definitely would be nervous because this could be somebody's game. It could be anybody's game at this point. We'll see what happens. I'm going to keep on T1 because they're the ones rotating in and they're the most likely to get into a fight. None of these teams are going to fight. There's no reason to. If they fight, they're quite literally throwing. It does not make any sense. Not at this level. Not for what's on the line. Not when you want to win. That's why you're seeing suddenly a shift on some of the players not playing as aggressively. Let's take a quick look at FG. I just want to set a little reminder where they're located. They're on the south side here. They rotated from thermal. Makes sense that they did the hard rotation. They're just chilling and vibing. They're going to have the hardest time getting in. FG definitely has an uphill battle. They have a gold bag, so if one of them gets knocked, they can definitely throw the Gibby Bubble down and get the res off. Let's switch back to Crazy Raccoon and just kind of see how they're chilling. Still in the desk. Kind of figured. There's no reason to move from this situation. Even the same situation as FK. They did a ballsy move, but they definitely got a lot of gear. He's over here flexing, learning how to wall bounce again. You know, just hard flex. They're sitting pretty happy. I'd be happy. I guarantee all of you guys in chat are happy. For those that are rooting for FK. Because this is not a bad situation to be in. Crazy Raccoon and FK are definitely in the best situation. There's a team hard gating them over here. This is SG probably getting to this situation. Actually, not SG. Let's switch over to...
Let's go this way.
Is it Crest?
Let's explore this way.
Crest is actually on the outside here. How am I not figuring out which team is located on the upper left-hand side corner? Let's just take a look at FG.
Good this way.
Yeah, they actually did rotate a little bit. This team is going to get caught out. I believe this is... There it is, this Ghost. Kind of figured based on the rotation. I know Ghost takes the upper side of the map, so we just have to reconfigure their figure where they're at. I'm trying to figure out, understand, this makes sense for the rotation. It's the safest spot, but even when they get here, this is an open field. This is a big gamble on this team's part for Ghost to rotate like this. They were afraid to take this fight. This team is still waiting for them, by the way. They're still waiting. They're anticipating that they're going to be there, but they're not there. When they get here, they're lucky because this building is free, but now they have the hard rotation. They have to waste all their heals and rotate and push in. But by the time they get there and they show up, they have to move in a little bit with this building. So the team that is located over there, let's take a look at where CC is, and they're in the center here. They just went, this team just went over to the building, and I need to get confirmation on which team that is. Flora, by the way, came from the staging area. They're holding this choke. They're about to sandwich this team, which is why I wanted to get over on this action over here, because they know what's happening. They know what's happening here, and they're keeping a close eye, and they're about to come third this. This team is in a really uncomfortable situation, and Flora says, we're going to show up. They throw the Gibby ult to buy them some time, but they understand that there's a lot of fighting occurring over in that building. And once we see a knock, we're going to have to switch POVs here, because I don't think that Flora is going to be able to get in on this fight. He gets cracked. He's probably going to go in for a Crypto ult. He is cracked, so he's kind of out of the fight at the moment. Goes in for the Crypto ult. We're going to switch POV real quick to the Gibby. He does a little bit of damage. They throw his Gibby bubble down just to buy themselves some time. They realize that they're cracked, and everyone has to bat and kind of reset here. So we have a big battle. A lot of battles are occurring right now. And I may switch over to Raccoon because they're located on the lower floors, and Raccoon is a very hot topic right now, considering that they could be match point. And I will switch off them if that is the case. A lot of damage going out. Unfortunately, nobody's able to secure any knocks. This fight is going for a really long time. They're getting really nervous, afraid there's a third party, but you know, plus side, they don't have anything to really worry about. This team in between has everything stressed because at any moment, somebody can come out and start shooting them and getting to the action. We haven't seen any knocks across the board. Everyone's doing pick damage. Everyone's just picking on everybody. I'm keeping an eye on this because this team that's going to rotate is going to have the biggest impact here and here. All these other teams, even if they get a knock, they are not going to push. They will not push on that situation. The reason why doesn't make any sense. It does not make any sense. Even if this team knocked two of them, they're not going to give up their positioning. Raccoon, and even I showed you, they have not left their building. They will not leave their building. Neither will FK. They'll hang outside of the building. There's no reason to leave. So let's go right back. Let's take a reminder of where T1 is. They're on the lower area. And let's go right back over to that fight with Flora. As I struggle to find them. There we go. Very nice work on Flora's end here. And yes, I am the shoutcaster for the event. Welcome if you're just tuning in. This is North APAC. Shout out to EA for giving me a spectator to be able to hop in. This is live. This is quite literally live. There is a 5-minute delay, and the reason there's a 5-minute delay is because, well, quite literally, they could come to stream and they could see what other people are doing and no rotation. So there is a 5-minute delay. FK, Crazy Raccoon, everyone's just chilling. This is the only team that's going to see some action here.
You're being aimed at.
This team is chilling right there. Let's see if he can get some damage in. Let's see if the Crypto ult is up. It is not.
Might be something good this way.
HE is getting into a fight. I'm not going to switch to it. Let's just stick with this for now. Because I don't want to switch too much here. They have to push in. HE's just getting shots and kills from a distance. I'm not too worried about it at the moment. We'll switch in just a hot second. I want to see how this plays out and who's going to get the prime positioning on this angle over here. Because this angle is very important. If somebody does get this. Because it's where they pinged, it's where they want to go. And one of these teams is going to secure it. They're looking for angles. They got the triple takeout in play. Once they get the crack, they're going to full int it. I will switch over to Crazy Raccoon if something does happen, or FK, but nobody's pushing them out of their position, so I'm not worried about it. They throw the Gibby ult, and they're also going to put a Crypto ult. Unfortunately, the Gibby ult is going to get blocked out, but the Crypto ult does not. He gets some really good damage in. He's got red armor now. They got the Gibby ult to buy themselves some time. They've already given up their Gibby shield, which is not good. Because they're going to need that for potential rotation here in just a hot second. Hopefully it'll be up, but they do have their Wraith port. So they could Wraith port in. They do have that ability. They do have that option. I'm keeping an eye on the kill feed, making sure if we need to switch POVs. Actually, let's switch over to FK right now. FK's getting really hot into this fight. Perfect timing. I knew this was going to happen. He's going for the kidnap. Did he get the kidnap? He missed it. He just missed the kidnap. In case you guys don't know what a kidnap is, it's whenever you drop the shield right on, or drop the port right on somebody and hope they take it and just kidnap. Right, it's called a kidnap. Works trying to get that extra point. Can't believe they actually were going for that kidnap. They almost secured it. Everyone's just kind of vibing. Everyone's kind of chilling. Let's take a look at Flora as they went to a prime spot here for this fight. They get the back rage there. Very nice. And they swoop up the kill there. So we do have teams. We still got T1. We got Crazy Raccoon. We got FG. And we got FK still in the mix of this. This could literally be anyone's game still. Depending on where this pulls. I'm guessing that it is going to pull towards Donut. And it does not. This is pulling towards an open field. This is going to be hard. The best spot that people are going to fight for is Crazy Raccoon, which is why they're actually fighting right now. Quite literally, the game is shaping just as much as we're talking about it. Crazy Raccoon knows they have to secure this. If they do not, another team may take the win because they have the best positioning, because the rest of it is right out in the open. Crazy Raccoon, unfortunately, gets knocked out in this situation. Very unfortunate. I know people are definitely rooting for them. They get knocked by RC. We're going to switch POVs here to T1 and just see how they're doing, because they are located within the same building itself. They have the gold armors. They have a prime positioning here. Keep in mind, this area is going to be wide open. They may contest the open area because they know that it's prime real estate and that they do need that area. They do not want to get caught out in the open. This open area is not going to be ideal for any of the situation for any of them. FK is definitely aware of this. Let's take a look at FK because they're about to get into a gunfight here. They're looking for them.
Might be something good this way.
They're waiting to see if they're going to attack them. They see the scan. They know they're outside the building. I may switch right back over to... Let's switch over to SG because they're in a fight here. Teams are outside. SG's in a really bad spot. RC just got knocked. This is a really, really prime position for T1. This is exactly what T1 needs. For everyone else to fight, for them to vibe, and for them to chill. They need this. This is exactly what T1 wants, because all they got to do is simply go up the stairs and fight and hold that position, and they're going to be in the best possible spot. So I'm going to keep an eye on them for now, because obviously this really means a whole lot for them. And we'll keep an eye on FK once I see that there's possibly a knock over there. FKL, their rotation definitely was not ideal. As you can tell, they're in open space. They're definitely going to get knocked. I'm going to switch back over to T1. And they're just going to chill. Let's take a look at all the mayhem that's occurring outside. I'm going to use FK's point of view because we just get to see all the mayhem right here. Look, he's not even going to take shots. Look at this chaos. This is a nightmare. This is an open field. This is an open mess. Everyone is getting knocked left and right. It's going to happen. Let's take a look at Nexus POV. Is it right here at this angle? Take a look at T1. T1 did move in. They're going to have to. They have 56 seconds. Let's take a look. Let's just hold on T1 for the moment. About to get chills, seriously. This is gonna get crazy. Right now it's FG or T1. FG or T1 is who we really just need to focus on. Just FG or T1. Let's take a look and reminder where FG is at. FG's right underneath, and T1's right up above. The issue that T1 has, while they all have gold armors, is that they have the biggest movement to move around, and they're going to take zone damage, which is really, really hard. Let's take a look again at FG. FG's sitting in the best possible spot right now, potentially, besides the other team in front of them. I'm comparing T1 versus FG's positioning. They're going to have to move in, and everyone, T1's moving probably right now. She's going to use her port to buy them some time. She's going to use it. She's going to go in. She's going to have to drop it. Again, she's going to drop it to the left. Makes a lot of sense. She's going to have to drop it now. She has to drop it now before they take damage. They come through. And they don't take shots. They cannot take shots. They're just going to have to hold. Use the Gibby bubble. Exactly. This is exactly what they need to do. He stuck one, I believe. They got the gold armors. This is a plus. They're pushing for them. This could be T1's game, potentially. This is exactly what they need. This is exactly what they need. Unfortunately, they get a knock. Oh, no. Let's take a look at FG. FG's really cleaning house. This could be FG's game. They're getting shot from a different angle. Oh, man. I couldn't even say anything at the end there. I just was waiting. I felt like if I said anything that I was going to ruin something. Oh, that's pretty crazy. FG almost ran away with it there. And we can definitely hone in on Ras, definitely, for this next round. 100%. Whew. That was pretty close. I literally didn't say anything. I just wanted you guys to join me in on how intense that ending was and the fact that Nexus just took that. Okay. We're gonna have to go for another round then. Wow, that's crazy. Whew. And who knows? Maybe nobody will actually run away with this. We still got a few more rounds. I'm nervous for the players myself, honestly. I was nervous for them in that moment. He almost clutched it out. That was just crazy. I feel it, man. All right. Hopefully you guys enjoy me in the intensity, but that was, you know, it's serious when it's just a commentator just goes quiet. Let's go full quiet. Oh man, that's insane. That's crazy. I'm just letting it sink in. I'm gonna check the Discord, kind of check to see where we're at with the round. That's a lot of fun. That's still, oh, that's mind-blowing. That's crazy. We've been going for about 5 hours now. Four and a half hours. We're on match 8. And the curious thing is, who's going to take it away? A lot of teams are match point. They just have to win. That's it. They just have to win. So many of these teams just have to win. So it's going to be crazy. Yeah, one of the teams has to get above the threshold of 60 points and they have to win. Once they get above 60 points and they win, that's it. That's it. But FG could have literally just walked away with the tournament way early on, but they haven't won since. Right, literally all they need to win. So we're going to recap the score in just a hot second once I get an update score from the team here. I'm just waiting on them to calculate all the scores and we'll kind of go. Lobby... So there's no new teams that reach match point. Lobby up will be up in 1 minute. Perfect. Somebody could win. Somebody could win. I have been up since 4 a.m. Eastern commentating on APAC. It's been an absolute blast. Been a whole lot of fun. And there's no new team on match point, which means that we still have the same still 5 teams that could potentially walk away with the tournament. We'll see how they do. Because we're right at the tail end of this. This next round could literally be it. We just need a team just to win. We'll see. Yeah, it's 10 games today. See how it goes. This is match 8. We still have 9 and 10. No new teams on match point, though. So let's cover the teams that are on match point right now. If one of the following teams win this next round, they will win. We have FG. We have Crazy Raccoon, T1, FK, and Sun Sister. So 5 teams. 5 teams can literally walk away with this. But they haven't yet. They literally almost did that last round, and I guarantee the tension of just the intensity, I could feel it in the game. I could feel as they were just like rushing into it. I was nervous for them. It's literally why I went quiet. Letting it all sink in. You can tell when a player gets nervous. Heck, I can tell when I get nervous in game. I can even see it in my aim, but you can definitely see it when somebody is definitely feeling the tension. It's like watching a basketball player play and they start missing their free throws and you're just like, what is happening? All right. Oh, so close. Oh man, this is why I really love this format that they've really built and put together, especially when it comes to the final ending, when you really are just, because it kind of removes some of the RNG, and it really, while there is RNG involved, it really highlights that a team has to be really consistent and always win. I love this format. It takes a lot of time, but it's worth it in the end, and it's a lot of fun. And there's one more game. Okay. Don't forget, again, we're going to be covering APAC South tomorrow. So after this stream, tomorrow we'll be commentating on that stream as well. We're doing it same here, same place. Leave a like if you're enjoying. Don't forget to subscribe because we're going to commentate here. Also on the channel here, I cover a lot of guides, tutorials, my gameplay. I stream every Sunday. My stream is going to be replaced, obviously, with commentating and covering this live tournament. This is going to be... What game is this? This is game 8. For those that are watching. And for those that are subscribing, just know that I appreciate you guys for being here. The support on the channel. It really means a lot. I was going to upload today, but the fact that this has just been such a wealth of knowledge and just how much fun we've been having, I may not upload. I may push the upload to Monday. So Monday upload... Just so you guys are aware, I know a lot of people ask the question of, what is the best new legend that I should get? Should I get Horizon? Should I get Caustic? Should I get Watson? Well, that's going to be Monday's video. I'm going to put it on a tier system and kind of explain it. And the one thing that you're probably seeing in this tournament is Caustic, Watson, Crypto. Don't see Horizon. Well, Horizon's really great for pubs, and she can be really great for ranked. She was utilized at the start of the tournament for the first 2 rounds. By one of the teams, which is this team here. They were in there using her, and then they switched off of her immediately. So, unfortunate on that part, nonetheless. Definitely exciting. Alrighty, alrighty, alrighty. Alright. I go for Rast team this game, then we'll close it. We'll see. Crazy Raccoons, I mean, they were pretty close, man. They were really, really close along with FG. Really close. me take a look to see if there's any extra. I bet you the teams, I can guarantee you, are definitely feeling the wear and tear. There's definitely teams that are feeling it right now. That are, it's sinking in the intensity, but also the fact of having to do this for such a long time. We all have these gaming sessions, but it's a little different whenever you're having to focus on comms and you have the intensity behind it. And it can really put a lot of wear and tear on you. And it, not a negative way, just in a way where it's draining. It's almost like shoutcasting. It's almost like just being in the moment. So I'm excited to see how these teams do and what happens. Knock on wood, the servers have been really stable. Seems like everyone has been connecting. There's been very little issues of what's going on. I'm excited to see how it all plays out. Take a look on the timer, see how things are looking. As a reminder for the teams that are match point that we're currently looking at, we're looking at Sun Sisters match point, Crazy Raccoons match point, T1 match point, FG match point, and FK match point. We have 5 teams on the leaderboard here that could potentially walk away with this tournament. And we have teams that are closing in, but they definitely need a few rounds under their belt before they can get there. So those are the teams that we're going to keep an eye on. And again, just to reiterate, we're going to keep an eye on T1. We're going to keep an eye on Sun Sisters. Based on a request from the stream, we'll keep an eye on Crazy Raccoon. We'll keep a close eye on RAS. Definitely can do that this go around. Keep an eye, obviously, on FK, FG. Those are the teams we want to focus in on that we're going to look. I want to also, at the start of the round, see if BBV is going to fight SG. Was it SG they fought? Sorry, Flora, right at the rip. I'll see. And we'll get right back into it. Reminder, we will be covering APAC South here on the YouTube channel. Don't forget to leave a like, subscribe. We'll be back for more. I'll type them out actually for you guys. Okay. All right. And based on the numbers, they said there's no other teams currently at match point but those 5 teams. See if they update the scoreboard. Yeah, no other team match point right now. Cool. 30 seconds. All right, we'll keep an eye on RAS as a request from the stream. We'll be sure to tune in and make sure to keep his POV and see how he's doing. Ten seconds. 3, 2, 1. All right, ladies and gentlemen. 5-minute delay. Remember, this is live. I'm literally watching it live unfold right now, seeing how things play out. Don't forget, the start of the match can sometimes be a little slow. That's expected, especially as team R match point. You're going to see less pushing, less inting. There's no reason to. You're not going to see FG, Sun Sisters, FK, Crazy Raccoon, or blanking one of them all of a sudden. Or Sun Sister. I already mentioned them. You're not going to see Sun Sister, FK, Crazy Raccoon, T1, or FG making any sort of wild pushes. They're not going to do it. They realize they have to win. There's a lot on the line. The other teams may hard grief them. Out of pushing him out, you're going to see some different plays. You're going to see some legends switch up. I guarantee it. Let's get into it. Let's follow Ras right off the rip. All right, ladies and gentlemen. Match point potential. A lot behind this. I'm going to hop in with BBV and see if they're 50-50 right off the rip. Right now I know the audio is broken, but there is audio. Don't worry, it's just bugged out for just a hot second, but don't worry about that. And then I'm going to go to Ras. I just want to see if this team gets 50-50 again. Where does Flora going? Let's see. They're actually 50-50 on them again. They're just hard griefing each other. This is just, you know, one of those things. Fighting for their spot. Go to BBB. They're running a crypto now. They switched off the Pathfinder. A lot more cryptos. Look at the amount of cryptos that we see in play. We have 1, 2, 3. Probably more. 4. Haven't seen the switch off the Mirage though.
Hostile right here. Hostile close.
I'm staying quiet at the moment. I just kind of want to see how they're gonna play this out. Because right now we haven't really seen much damage really go out. All right, let's switch over to Flora's POV. They got a little damage in, but nothing's really happening yet. I'm just gonna be honest, and they're actually just kind of rotating out. They're kind of saying, you know what, this isn't worth it. Now there's something that we can talk about in terms of rotation. For a minute there, I was kind of like, are you guys really gonna fight? Is this really gonna happen? Actually, HE is already fighting T1. Wow, that was unexpected. Like I said, we're going to see a lot of teams start to hard grief some of the higher tier teams now that they know where they land and that they're going to start fighting for these positions. So just so you're aware, T1 does split trials over here. They caught out this team. They got to get the banner. And HE is actually right down below waiting for them. They got the gold armor. They're ready to hard grief this team. Let's go back to T1. This is a pretty big defining moment. They need the banner, and they need to get out, and they need to rotate. This is a rough situation for T1, and HE is capitalizing on the fact that they're nervous, and they're trying to go for match point here. Let's take a look at HE. They're holding their angle here. They're banner camping this. They know that they want this banner, and they see them here. If T1 manages to clutch this out, they're on a time clock, just so you're aware. Let's take a look from T1's perspective. This is going to be a hard push. And this is really going to be hard as he's whopping them up quite a bit, but they got gold armors. Wow. Massive play from T1 there. The patience, and he got the banner. He said, stop rezzing and get the banner. You know he said that. You know the adrenaline is rushing there. There's a lot on the line on this one. HE was hard griefing that banner. Just as an FYI, they were hard griefing the banner, and T1 just gave them the big insert whatever word you want to put in there, Apex Legends, right to them. And they got a mobile respawn beacon. Somebody was asking, has the mobile respawn beacon made a difference in competitive play? There you have it, ladies and gentlemen. Massive play. That was actually pretty crazy. The fact that they hard griefed him. I don't even know if HE is going to make a big play on that again. They're probably going to leave him alone over at Trials. Because if I were them, I'd be upset. I definitely would not be happy with that situation. 2v3 situation. Crazy shots, by the way, from him. Let's take a look at Ras as requested from the community. They're held up. They're holding center. They're sitting actually really good. This is a really good spot. For some reason, it's bugged out and says that's a longbow when it says massive. I don't know what gun he has. I'm pretty sure it's a longbow, though. Ras has broken the game. It's not broken. We're good. Detonation. This was from Fragment. Looks like they got into a fight here. And SG looks like they just mopped up a team just as well. We just missed half these fights, but nonetheless, it's important that we talked about T1. It's important that we talked about Crazy Raccoon. I know it was requested from fans. Unfortunately, I don't think we're going to see a lot of action from them. There's no reason for them to move. They're going to hold this spot and they're going to wait. I promise you, they're not going to change from this location. T1 is going to rotate a little late. They're probably going to come from the fragment side. Doesn't make any sense to come from the south side considering how populated that is. They're probably going to edge around this area here. This is going to be a really tight spot, especially from the team from Refinery that's going to fight them there. We look at Lava City. I believe that's Nexus that is fighting over at Lava City. It is. I just realized I forgot to populate the names here, but nonetheless, we actually know the team names, and that's actually just helpful. Just have it memorized, luckily. Luckily. We got some shots going on over here. Not a whole lot of action. Just want to take a look at this team here because they're potentially about to get pushed. We'll find out what happens there. Got the teams about to inch in over here. I wonder what team that is. We're about to find out. It's not Flora, surprisingly. I know that they start sometimes around Harvester end, but it looks like they're not rotating over there. Luster's in a fight here. They're potentially about to get knocked. If I see one of our star teams in a fight, I'll switch over to their POV. And unfortunately, it looks like they're going to get knocked pretty early on here. And that's a wrap for them. Let's take a look at the crypto teams, how they're doing. They're about to get into a fight over here. They see the port. They're about to int on this. About to third party. I believe this is Jupiter in this engagement. See them in a building. They're going to nade him out. Is it going to be a good nade? That's... go for a second one. No damage on the nade. This is not the ideal push. He has to back out in a queue. Gibby arm shield, too OP, too much to handle. He's going to go for the Phoenix. Luckily, it has the right angle. They're getting pushed in the back. He has to stop the Phoenix. He's in a really tight spot. He has to get this heal off. He's going to go for the bat. Decides to go for the Phoenix instead. Let's switch POVs. They get knocked. This is not the situation they want to be in. Flora starts to clean up things. Then we see them get out of the engagement and they say, you know what? Karakaja. Everyone's on their own. I love crypto. Gotta love the crypto, honestly. I love the fact that we're seeing a bit more competitive. He's gonna go for the banner. Big plays here, going for the banner. Makes me question if I should be playing a little bit more crypto. Uh-oh. Trying to go for the banner. Big play, he actually gets it. Doesn't matter if his drone gets blown up, at least he got the banner.
Contact with hostile.
Looks like we're sitting comfortable. Let's take a look what's going on with various teams. Let's take a look at FG. Let's go at the rotation. They're taking shots. They're kind of sitting in a comfortable spot. Remember, Crazy Raccoons is sitting very nice and cozy. They're sitting pretty good. FK, also in a pretty decent spot. This is definitely going to end where Crazy Raccoon is. I'm almost positive. I've seen it end there many times before. It could end Geyser, but it's kind of unlikely. We'll kind of see. Let's take a look as well at FG, just as a reminder again. FG is rotating. They have to get in. They realize they're a team that edge. They take the edge of the zone. They like to work their way in. They don't like to be they're not the first ones to the fight, but they're definitely not the last either. They like to take the fight whenever it makes a whole lot of sense. Let's take a look at T1 as they rotate. Remember, they have a hard rotation. There's a team about to roll up on them, which is not what they want in this situation. But again, 2 gold armors. 2 gold armors, which is a great ideal. I hope T1 knows, especially for the Bloodhound here, what is going to happen. Team's rotating. If they get in this fight, they're going to be in a really rough situation, really rough spot. They don't realize it. They don't know it. Team's literally rolling up on them right now as we speak. They need to rotate in. They have to get in. They got a minute 32. They have to rotate in. They know it, and that's why they're moving. They got the port. They may utilize the port to get them to a more ideal situation. Crazy Raccoon is not moving. A lot of teams are just holding their ground. Let's take a look at FG. FG still rotating on the south side. Let's take a look at FK. Reminder, FK still in a pretty decent rotation, but they know where the zone is, and they're trying to rotate over to it. Crazy Raccoon is just saying, you know what? Just going to vibe. We don't have to do anything. Let's go back to T1 because they're in the weird situation and they're rotating. They're going for the long rotation here. They're about to run into a team at tree, and they have no time to fight. This is not going to be a fight that they're going to take. They're not going to take this fight. They're not here for points. They're here to win. They have to win, and they want to win. The fact that they split trials and the fact that they're getting so many gold armors is kudos to them. But I promise you, when they see this team, I'm going to switch POVs. They're going to notice them, and they're going to say, this isn't worth it. And they're not going to fight this. Wonder if the Wraith took a little peek, just saw a little bit of notice what's going on. They know they have to get past it, and they need to get past it. Wager that they actually take this fight. They got 15 seconds. There's no way they take this. T1 is not looking for a fight right now. They see them, and they're going to go left. They're going to go left. I don't think they're gonna go right. I mean, I could be wrong. Okay, no, they're going left. Okay, they're not that crazy. All right, let's just go take a look at the other teams real quick. Sunset in a pretty good spot, not too bad. They're holding up with the caustic. Crazy Raccoons not getting pushed, looking pretty good. Good in their spot as well. Didn't mean to click on SG, but they're doing pretty decent. And look at FK, also holding a decent positioning as well. Everyone's holding a pretty decent position. The teams that have to win. This could be match point. This could be match point for a lot of these teams. They're consistent. At this point, the way T1 played, the fact that they got the res of the mobile beacon, I'm actually rooting for them on this. The fact that they managed to clutch that out and get out of that stressful situation, kudos to them on that. They see the teams, they're going to have to rotate. This is going to be really rough. This is a hard rotation. This is about to become manic. This is about to be really crazy. This is about to be really unfortunate, and we're keeping a close eye. Honestly, if I was T1, I probably wouldn't engage. I'd probably take this a lot safer and probably wait. They see the team across the way. He closed the door on his Wraith. He was like, I'm super sorry. I apologize. My bad. And they hold here. They wait. There's no reason to move. The zone is pulling towards Crazy Raccoon. And T1, honestly, while they say, I want to play it safe, they know they have to rotate in. They're playing a little ballsy, flexing with the wall bounce and getting in. Let's take a look at Crazy Raccoon. They did get some kills. I'm not really sure. We apologize. We missed some of these kills. I think a team might have rolled up on him. Kind of surprised a team rolled up on them, to be honest. Not really sure when that happened, but they're pretty stockpiled here. Crazy Raccoon is feeling really, really comfortable. They don't realize, but T1 is still rolling up on the south side. Let's take a look at FG. FG is still located on the south side, while Sun Sisters is still sitting pretty in the building, and they just got scanned from the team over in the south, and they are not going to move. They are not going to move. They're just going to chill. They're going to wait. And FK, by the way, is sitting at the choke when they just scanned it, scanned the vicinity, and they're Crazy Raccoon and FK are sitting in a really, really good spot. The only issue they have is if this team is going to rotate behind them. That's the only worry they have to worry about right now. And I promise I'll try to make sure I get Raz. I'll keep a close eye on him. If there's any team fight, I'm going to zoom in right away to him and see what's going on. So don't worry. I will keep an eye. Let's see how T1 is doing based on the rotation. Looks like they moved up quite a bit from where they were at before, making a lot of headway, making a lot of ground. The issue that T1 has here is that they're probably going to have to play from the low ground because they are not going to push donut and they're not going to get it. There's no way that they're going to get it, and they're aware of that, and they're probably going to have to play low ground from here. Let's take a look at Crazy Raccoon, just see how they're doing, just vibing. Got their blue armors. Things are looking pretty good, not too bad. FK, still holding the choke. I'm going to keep an eye on FK and Sun Sisters. They're the most likely to get into engagement here. I do not think, based on the scenario, that we're going to see Sun Sisters. I'm going to keep an eye on Sun Sisters and FK, but I don't think Crazy Raccoon, T1, or FG are going to get into any fight based on their positioning. I'm betting that FK is going to get more into a fight, and so will Sun Sisters. Hop in and see what the Wraith is doing. He's just chilling, vibing. So is the Caustic. We'll see right away, though, once this team rotates up on the north, if they decide to. They don't need that, though. Isn't there a way to spectate this in-game? That would be actually quite nice. I wonder if it would actually crash a server. There is a limited number of people who can spectate at one time, which is why I'm hosting it. Shout out to EA. Thank you so much for letting me host it on the channel, and I appreciate it. It's been awesome. I'm keeping an eye. Let's go back to the gameplay here. See how the fight's panning out. Throwing a thermite for cover there. It's good getting a scan. Got his trusty hemlock. He's actually going for the res. There's a lot of fighting happening here. They're pushing down. They realize they're going for the res. They're going to mop him up here. He's using him as cover. Crypto bomb going out. And GG for that team. Let's make sure Crazy Raccoon doesn't do anything. They're good on their end. T1. Let's actually switch over to BBV because they're in a gunfight right now as we speak. And he's unfortunately just going to have to run away, and that's going to be it for him on that encounter. Let's take a look at Jupiter since they're mopping up and they have a lot of kills going in.
Evo shield here. Level 3. Helmet
Let's switch gears over here. Fortunately, we're just missing some of the action that's happening. Let's take a look over at FG, see how they're doing over in their angle. They're over on the south side. They're looking to crawl up right behind this team. This is actually perfect timing. This is the action that we're looking for, especially from one of the top teams. Are they actually going to push it is the question. They decide not to. They decide to back off. And say, you know what, it's not worth it. Let's go into zone. Sun Sisters is still in their location. And we also we know that Crazy Raccoons is just chilling in their location. They're shooting at a team down below, making sure that they don't take their team up top. Let's keep an eye on Ras, as that's been a request from you guys in the comment section down below. Once I see a knock, we're going to switch POVs. Sun Sister's actually getting into a gunfight. Let's switch.
contact.
Use a Gibby Bubble, knocks him. This is huge for Sun Sisters. They need to get right back, though. Unfortunately, the Caustic has been knocked. This is not looking good for them. She has to use her port just to get back and out of the fight. Loses, unfortunately, switch to Crypto. This is not looking good for them. This is not the ideal situation that they're looking for. FG is mopping them up. Let's switch over to FG. FG is having a fantastic time saying this is good. We got rid of the person who needs match point. One less person to worry about. Sun Sisters is knocked out. They have an uphill battle because keep in mind, guess who's up top? Crazy Raccoon. Let's take a look from Ras. We'll let it sit for just a moment.
Target spotted.
Unfortunately, getting 30 from a different location here, which is quite rough. They just need to hold. They need to switch armors. They need to hold, and they do not need to move from this location. FK still in the game. T1 still in the game. I'll switch over. SG just got knocked. He's rezzing. Let's look at the Wraith point of view. She's covering. She's not covering. She's actually, from her, got confused from the point of view that she was at. We're looking pretty good. Crazy Raccoon is up top. Keep in mind that T1 is still coming from the south side. They have decent positioning. And keep in mind, FK still has the angle up here. We still have 4 teams in this that could potentially take match point. Let's go back to Ras's point of view. He's definitely already frying. Let's just hold his angle because he's definitely going to clutch something out. Potentially get a crazy play here. It's going to queue back. Go right back inside. And he's going to hold. He's playing it smart. He's going for the damage. He's getting damage. We're going to hold with him for a second. We may miss some other damage, but they need to move. This team has to move, and they're aware of it. So they're going to have to get into this gunfight. Big nade. Crack. Gets knocked, unfortunately. That nade was too big. Jupiter comes in. Flanks from the back. But they can still clutch this out.
Contact with target.
You see them fighting for the Gibby Bubble. He's using him as a shield. When they clutch it out, and he goes for the res immediately. What a play. What a play. He's going for the res. Unfortunately, gets thirded. Another one coming in the... Oh, no. Fortunately, Crazy Raccoon is out. Let's take a look from FK. They have the most ideal positioning from where they're at. They're going to go for a crypto bomb. Definitely mess up the team from the south. And he's going to hold his crypto bomb from there. They're actually... This team is in the most ideal positioning. Let's take a look at T1. They're getting into a gunfight. They have gold armors. They're going to push into this late. This is going to get really intense. While FK does have ideal positioning, this is about to get messy. I'm going to pause for the commentary for just a moment. And we're just going to watch this play out. Port underneath. They have a rough angle. T1, this is gonna get manic. He doesn't even know what to look at. There's so many people. There's so many people. There's a cluster here. Let's switch over to FK because they have the height advantage. FK is laughing their way to potential victory here as they're looking at all the gameplay and all the battle unfold and getting massive damage with that arc star. Massive monumental damage. Everyone's out in the open. This could potentially be FK's game here. Top two situation. 2 down already. They're probably swapping, getting gear. They just have to not throw this. And that's it. We'll see. We'll get confirmation of how things are looking from the standpoint in terms of match point. But FK played it patiently. They played it patiently. Everyone dogpiled in. As you saw, it was madness. It was Gibby bubbles. There must have been 2 or 3 or 4 Gibby bubbles in one location. Nobody knew where to shoot, what to do, where to go, as FK sat from the height and just sat and laughed. I'm glad we got the right POVs for that, because that was definitely manic. That was insane and that was crazy. Let's let it sink in. Waiting for confirmation to see how things are looking, or if we're going to keep going, or what happened. Oh, man. My heart on that one. That was crazy. FK won. Just got confirmation in chat. FK takes it. I wanted to wait for the judge's final decision, but FK definitely takes it for the wrap. Huge congrats to FK. Massive win. Oh man, that was crazy, that ending. They held the positioning. Remember we mentioned early on how all they needed to do, like Sun Sisters or FG, if they rotated on the north side and took that angle of how much all the teams, they all ignored them. They all dogpiled in on the center over on the house. But nobody paid any attention to FK on the hill. Wow. What a game. Congratulations to FK. What a round to watch. Definitely crazy, definitely insane. We're going to be covering APAC South tomorrow. Yeah, tomorrow. Looking at the date and looking at the time. Hopefully you guys enjoyed the stream today. Huge congrats. If we look at the scoreboard again, FK came in with the win. They played patiently. They didn't get greedy. Oh, what a day. What a game. What a great day for Apex Legends. That was great. And again, I listened to you guys in chat of who to follow. We definitely followed the main teams in there. I know somebody in chat was saying gameplay, but we had to follow the main teams. We had to get the rotations because that was important, because that was match point of what it means to win the tournament for Apex Legends. Thank you guys again for watching for today, for tuning in. I think that's a wrap. I think that's a wrap for today. Let me cover the scores on where everything is going. Technically, FG ended at 106 points, but they never got the match point. T1 ended at 80. Crazy Raccoons ended at 78. FK, who took the overall win at 76 points. Ghost at 56. Sun Sisters at 53. Reject at 50. Nexus at 49. Hybrid at 48. Connect Gaming Ace at 47. Crazy Cats Cosmo at 41. Sengoku Gaming Abyss at 34. City Aiming Faker at 31. Luster at 30. Crest Gaming at 30. Floor at 28. Jupiter at 27. Scars White at 26. Detonator at 24. And Blackbird Ventus at 17. Again, if you enjoyed the stream, be sure to sub, leave a like. Appreciate all of you guys for tuning in. And yeah, see all you guys next time.